man ate nothing and drank nothing for 9 years, playing the same game the entire time. But when he finally cleared it, he was transported into the game world. Faced with this sudden turn of events, what exactly was going on here? Just before this, lying on my hospital bed, I stumbled upon a single-player game. It even had rare 2D graphics. Since this game was free, I installed it with a mindset of just giving it a try. But soon after, I became deeply fascinated by it. This game was special. If you made one wrong judgment that led to your character's death, your carefully cultivated character would disappear, and you'd have to start all over again. With unwavering determination, I continued playing this game through school, graduation, work, and even when I got fired. And at this moment, my game character finally stood in the final boss's room. With an excited heart, I clicked the confirm button. Excitement and anticipation stimulated my brain. But the next second, the display screen emitted a bright light, my ears rang with tinnitus, heat radiated from my skin, and I instantly lost consciousness. When I opened my eyes again, what illuminated the darkness wasn't electric lighting but flickering torches, and all around me were muscular barbarians. A man shouted loudly, "Young warriors, now come up one by one and choose weapons suitable for yourselves." Although it was a language I'd never heard before, I could understand everything. After calming down and looking around, I concluded I had been transported into the game world, and what I needed to do first was assess the situation. However, when I looked down, I trembled in shock. Thick, strong hands, muscles full of power. I had actually become a barbarian. The barbarians called by name stepped forward one by one to choose weapons. At this moment, the barbarian beside me was breathing heavily, his eyes full of fear. He even made terrified sounds saying, "Impossible. Is this a scene from the Dungeon and Boulder game?" So it wasn't just me who was transported into the game. He was the same as me. At this moment, the man actually stood before us saying, "Who is talking?" Seeing this unusual expression, I immediately said, "It wasn't me." The man's gaze turned to the person beside me, and seeing his terrified, panicked expression, without saying another word, he directly killed him on the spot with an axe. Shocked, I forced myself to stay calm, but my mind was filled with one question: why did he kill him? The man explained, "The soul of Kaduya's son, Volcano Hill, was filled with evil spirits. Little warriors must erase what the evil spirits just said from their memories." The moment I heard the chief's words, I pieced together information in my mind. Intel 1, other real-world players had also been brought into the game. Intel 2, these players were considered evil spirits here. Intel 3, if this fact was discovered, it meant certain death. However, the coming-of-age ceremony here continued. But now there was a major problem. I didn't know my own name. If my name was called and I didn't move, it would definitely seem suspicious. In a very short time, I made a decision. As the numbers dwindled, I could only gamble and respond to a name no one answered. The man shouted, "Yangdel's son Bjorn, come forward." 2 seconds had passed since the man called the name, but no one moved. Realizing this fact, I stepped forward. With shoulders held high and head up, I walked toward the chief. From the results, my choice was correct. The chief looked at me with no suspicion in his eyes. I suppressed my strange excitement and regulated my breathing. Now I knew my name. Bjorn. Now I faced the second problem, choosing a weapon. Barbarians in the game had absolutely no magical talent but possessed powerful physical abilities. Therefore, when playing the game, I always chose close-range attack weapons. Although they looked cool, the problem was that it was too easy to die. After several wrong decisions, I developed my own growth strategy. I immediately decided without hesitation to choose a shield as my weapon, because in my nearly 10 years of gaming experience, the shield had gotten me to the highest level. After I chose my weapon, this coming-of-age ceremony officially ended. When barbarians passed the coming-of-age ceremony to become true warriors, they all had to participate in the tribe's dungeon trial. We followed the chief to a dungeon in the city. With the chief's shout, these young barbarians roared and rushed toward the city. Although I wasn't enthusiastic, I could only shout loudly and follow behind. After running for a while, the barbarian captain at the front suddenly stopped. He turned back and shouted righteously, "I think I'm lost." Then, amid the complaints of these young barbarians, Anna, the chief's daughter, stepped forward. Under many expectant gazes, Anna happily took the lead, but she was no different from the previous leader. We were led astray again. At this moment, I realized these barbarians were truly all brawn and no brains. Since I was new to this world and didn't want to be too conspicuous, I approached Anna. I told her, "We just need to follow the adventurers ahead." Thinking this made sense, she excitedly led us. Then we arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. When I saw the magnificent dungeon entrance, I hesitated. Was choosing to enter the dungeon the right decision? Because in the real world, I had always been plagued by illness. Could someone like me defeat monsters with my fists? But this game had a tax system. To become a true warrior, every warrior had to pay taxes regularly or face death. There were 2 ways to make money. First, enter dungeons and fight monsters. Second, work at taverns. The problem was these taverns wouldn't hire barbarians. Just then, Anna appeared behind me. She asked me, "How can I become as smart as you? You're the smartest barbarian I've ever met." After my casual response, she promised to repay me if we could make it out of the dungeon alive. I asked her, "Aren't you afraid of death?" She answered firmly, "Of course I'm afraid of death, but as a warrior, if there's no battle, that would be even more terrifying." Seeing her determined will, I hesitated no more. I boldly stepped into the dungeon, but after entering the dungeon, I realized how naive my thinking had been. Where I was located was pitch black. If it followed the game settings, there would be crystals on the walls serving as light sources. The first floor also had dark zones, just a small part leading to the second floor, and I might be in these dark zones. I tried calling my companions' names, but no one answered. Currently, I was alone. Then I held up my shield with one hand and supported myself against the wall with the other, slowly moving forward. Suddenly, a burning pain shot through my ankle. I had stepped on a trap. I really wanted to cry out immediately, but I desperately endured it, because on the first floor, only one type of monster used traps: goblins. And this guy was definitely nearby, so I instinctively raised my shield to cover my body, because cunning goblins might hide in the darkness, quietly waiting for me to let my guard down. No matter what, I had to do what I needed to do first. After lowering my stance, I used both hands to open the trap and pulled my foot out. My right foot was gradually losing sensation. This trap was actually poisoned. To kill it before completely losing sensation, I started loudly cursing the goblin to lure it out. But no matter how harshly I cursed, I still couldn't hear any sound. Now I felt like an idiot. But when I tried to speed up and leave, I actually heard footsteps behind me. This cunning creature was indeed observing from the shadows. I tried to speed up. The footsteps behind me also quickened. When I suddenly turned to face the enemy, everything before my eyes was pitch black. I couldn't see anything. My right leg was still bleeding. The more prey struggled, the more excited they became, so it might want to wait for me to bleed to death before coming to collect the corpse. Thinking of this, I changed my plan. I stopped walking and swayed before collapsing to the ground. My forehead hit the rock with splitting pain, but I couldn't make a sound. From now on, it was a battle of patience. If the goblin thought I had fallen and approached me, then I would win. If I really collapsed before that happened, then I would lose. That creature's footsteps slowly approached at a very slow pace. As I had thought, despite the prey collapsing, the cunning creature was still suspicious. Then this creature actually threw stones at me to confirm whether I was really dead. Seeing no other reaction from me, the creature joyfully walked toward me. From its jumping sounds, I could feel how happy it was. I suppressed my excitement and calmly judged the distance through sound. When the sound approached my ear, I suddenly stood up and threw a punch at that creature. But I missed. This agile creature actually dodged my punch. Just as I was annoyed at misjudging the distance, a force in my body suddenly surged. The next second, I directly grabbed this hateful goblin. The sensation from this body was far more refreshing than my disease-ridden body in the real world. Under my countless punches, the goblin stopped moving. Then the goblin's corpse gradually disappeared, leaving a small stone on the ground. This was a 9th grade magic stone that served as currency in the game. Its value was roughly equivalent to a piece of bread. But regardless, I also showed a bitter smile. After all this effort, all I got was this magic stone. That's right. This was the game world, and this dungeon had even stronger monsters. Killing them would yield treasures, and outside the city there were other races I was familiar with. Now, I crawled on the ground with my worn foot. This way it hurt less, moved faster, and I wouldn't step on traps again. Just my elbows and knees stung a bit, but this was completely bearable. But at this moment, the system warned that due to continuous excessive bleeding, I would face death. In my despair, I saw crystals shining at the end of the distant passage. I saw hope. I crawled desperately, closed my eyes, then opened them. This time I clearly saw about 5 or 6 people. They also discovered me on the verge of death and seeing I was a newbie. A leader asked the female priest in the team if she was willing to heal me. Hearing this, I was very shocked. Having a female priest meant this team was definitely full of elites, but the female priest didn't want to heal me. At this time, a man with a sword at his waist took out a potion from his bag and threw it over. After his treatment, my health began to recover, but using this potion felt extremely painful. I slowly got up, and just as I was about to thank him, the blonde man asked, "Why would a newbie like you arrive here faster than us? If there's a secret passage, please sell it to us." Hearing this, I understood they saved me for this reason, but this was better. After all, help without reason was more dangerous. When I said I appeared here the moment I stepped into the dungeon, the man thought of a book that recorded dark zones, but they only occurred once every 100 years. Hearing this, I cursed my bad luck. Something that happened once in 100 years was encountered by me, a newbie. I looked at where they left, then quickly ran over to pick up the shield that had fallen on the ground and reorganized my equipment. Through the experience gained from killing the goblin and the help of the crystal here, I recovered my vision. These goblins weren't dangerous at all. I could even see their traps clearly. Meanwhile, the adventure team that left earlier successfully reached the entrance to the 2nd floor. As the blonde man triggered the mechanism, the entrance gradually brightened. But the archer and the team discovered something unusual. A blood-stained trap and an unidentified sandal lay there. Blood traces from the trap extended along the curved passage in a continuous line, and they guessed this was the sandal I left behind. Only then did they realize that an injured person could crawl dozens of kilometers in pitch darkness. This was something none of them in their team could accomplish. On the other side, after continuous battles in the dungeon, I encountered several major problems. First was the food problem. The food bag the chief gave me had a hole, leaving only a little food. I could only eat sparingly now, and second, the system reminded me I needed to replenish water. Although water was a more important resource than food, the chief hadn't provided water. Therefore, being self-sufficient in the dungeon should be no problem. I indeed quickly found a water source. Following the sound of dripping water, I discovered a small pond. An adventurer was already drinking water there. When he saw me, he immediately turned and left. He probably didn't want to get involved with someone covered in blood like me. After resting, I took some free time to check my spoils of war, equivalent to 44 pieces of bread. Thinking back to when I almost died, I had to say this was quite fortunate now. However, at this moment I felt deep drowsiness. Since I was a living being, I should maintain sleep, but how could I sleep in a dungeon full of monsters? There were 2 methods: entrust my life to heaven and take a short nap, or find companions who could protect each other. Now everyone should be equally exhausted, so finding a suitable person to establish a temporary cooperative relationship would be more reliable. After making this judgment, I began searching for partners in the dungeon, but I was rejected by everyone. They didn't like barbarians. They thought barbarians were unreliable. And just as I was getting angry, a human walked over with a smile and asked if I was looking for partners. Having someone actively approach me for partnership was surprising, and since I was too exhausted, I agreed first. The experienced-looking man first introduced his name, then while shaking hands said, 3 partners would be best, but continuing to search would waste more energy. From his words it seemed, he hoped just the 2 of them would be fine, and his tone always gave me the feeling of being taken advantage of. I quickly shook off his hand and told him not to play tricks. After brief discussion, we decided just the 2 of us would spend the night. He suggested using finger-guessing game to decide who would sleep first. As expected, I lost the first round, and he took out a watch and told me how to use it. Then he took out a blanket, used his backpack as a pillow, lay down and began snoring. 2 hours later, it was finally my turn to sleep. I found an empty spot to lie down, then pretended to doze off. Even though this man seemed kind and had no intention of harming me, it was better to be cautious. How could I trust someone I'd just met? But nothing happened in the following 2 hours. I had stubbornly stayed alert through this time. I began to regret. I should have slept properly, and now it was his turn to sleep again. I sat to the side, still considering whether this person was trustworthy. Now I could barely keep my eyes open. Suddenly, he slapped me awake. I had actually fallen asleep during the first night. To apologize, I let he sleep a bit more, but he still forgave me with a pleasant smile. But the more he acted this way, the more suspicious I found him. His impression was like a scammer's kindness. He suggested not finding other members. He didn't blame me for any smell, and even refused the chance to sleep again. Because in this dangerous dungeon, being overly enthusiastic to strangers upon first meeting always felt discordant. When I lay down again lost in thought, my body's instinctive crisis sense struck, and I suddenly opened my eyes. What met my gaze was the man's smiling face, but his hands were raised, holding a large hammer about to smash down on my face. With the body trained as a warrior, in this critical moment I instinctively dodged to the side. Seeing that I had actually avoided his attack, he showed a panicked expression. I instantly felt murderous intent. I grabbed my shield and smashed it hard toward he. His face was already swollen red, and his nose was bleeding. This man's strength was only slightly stronger than a goblin's. No wonder he had to use these dirty tricks. Now the bruised man knelt on the ground. I slowly walked to his front and questioned why he ambushed me. He hurriedly explained that he just coveted my shield and magic stone. However, I didn't believe him. Killing adventurers in the dungeon was a very serious crime, and no one would kill for such small resources. Seeing he wouldn't tell the truth, I immediately kicked him hard in the jaw, then stepped on him and asked again. Only then did he hurriedly tell the truth. It turned out barbarian hearts were recently developed magical materials. If you obtained a barbarian's heart, you could exchange it for immeasurable rewards, so he wanted to ambush me. Just when he thought revealing everything might save his life, I showed a sweet smile at the corner of my mouth, then raised my shield and smashed it down hard. I received a system notification for completing my first kill. I got everything from the man, and my combat power also increased accordingly. I finally escaped primitive life, then got up again and headed deeper into the dungeon. The goblins I encountered along the way could be killed with one hammer blow, but my body's fatigue was getting more intense. I decided to find tribesmen to partner with this time, but the situations I encountered along this path were very different from yesterday. People kept inviting me to team up and rest together, but facing humans, I found it hard to trust again, and after I refused their invitations, I learned from them that barbarians had generally entered the second floor of the dungeon. The only choices left were other races, elves who valued promises, and dwarves who were as bold as barbarians. I wandered in the dungeon for about an hour, finally discovered a different race. The moment our eyes met, a strangely suffocating silence appeared. From her appearance, it seemed she also had no overnight partner. Her amber eyes that sparkled like a cat's were full of confusion and wariness. At this time, my first thought was, found one. So I first observed her situation. But at this moment, the female elf nervously stood up, but her posture was unnatural. Her abdomen was injured, a long stab wound that didn't look like something a goblin could inflict. So I asked, were you hurt by humans? The female elf didn't answer. I probably looked too fierce, but this was understandable. If I were injured and saw someone with such a large build approaching, I'd be startled too. Suddenly, the female elf mercilessly knelt on the ground, her eyes filled with tears, saying, "Sir, please don't hurt me." How could this female elf be so spineless? I thought she was the cold beauty type. In my impression, female elves were quite cold-blooded. If I had known she was this type of character, I would have approached her more gently. I first gave her a smile and said, "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Eyes are the windows to the soul. As long as there's calm time, the other party would know I was speaking sincerely." But she said, "You must do this, sir." What? What exactly did I do? It felt like being a perverted exhibitionist bullying high school students at the school gate, but I was clearly just a barbarian. She continued pleading, "Just once is fine, please spare me once." This was really speechless. How could barbarians have such a terrible image? I said, "Let's treat your wounds first." Then I stepped back, took out herbs and bandages from my bag and threw them over. Seeing the medicine, the female elf asked confusedly, "Why are you giving me herbs? Why help me?" I said, "Does helping need a reason?" Then I continued, "I need a partner to spend the night with." Although saying this in such circumstances made me look like trash, but it definitely wasn't bad for her. Injured, sleep deprived, plus her beautiful appearance, no matter how you looked at it, her situation was several times worse than mine. Then I also turned around, letting her bandage her wounds first, but it didn't take long for her to finish bandaging, and the wariness in her eyes toward me seemed to have decreased. Taking this opportunity, I first introduced myself. I'm Bjorn, son of Barbarian Yangdel. I only heard her weakly say the two words, Owen. Owen must be her name. I said, although I don't know what you misunderstood, those things you're thinking won't happen. Seeing fear still in her eyes, I directly asked, why are you so afraid of me? She also explained the reason. Because decades ago, barbarians and elves were enemies. Although the war had ended, seeing me now made her very afraid. This was also the first time I heard that barbarians and elves were enemies. At this moment, Owen patted her chest and said, I have no ill will toward barbarians and I don't want to fight you. I said, I also have no ill will toward you. So would you be willing to become my overnight partner? You're also very tired now, right? Why don't we cooperate? Hearing my words, Owen frowned. She thought barbarians valued reputation greatly, so she asked me to swear by warrior's honor that I wouldn't harm her. Hearing this, I swore by warrior's honor. Owen also swore by her tribe's name not to harm me. Now I could finally get a good night's sleep. Next, I handed the pocket watch to Owen, instructing her to wake me after 2 hours, but just in case, I still pretended to sleep for 10 minutes first. Suddenly, Owen woke me up. I groggily got up and she told me 2 hours had already passed. I didn't even know when I fell asleep. Was this blanket and bedding too comfortable? So I lent the blanket to Owen. She felt very warm and immediately fell asleep. She looked very tired too. She should have had a difficult day like me. Finally, having some leisure time, I unconsciously began thinking about what happened in reality. Would anyone know I was missing? Forget it, even if I went back. There wasn't anything I wanted there. After more than an hour, with 10 minutes left before I should wake Owen, I looked at Owen, thinking this female elf should be useful in battle. It seemed I could make her a long-term partner. Just as I was lost in thought, 2 humans passed by. They saw me with the female elf and came over to ask what my relationship with the elf was, but I didn't give them a good face. I signaled for them to leave quickly. The 2 also left quickly under my intimidation, but their whispering attitude gave me a bad feeling. These 2 should be looking for Owen, because when those 2 came earlier, I secretly confirmed she had deliberately covered her face with the blanket. I called her to wake up, but she said she wanted to sleep 5 more minutes. To avoid wasting more time arguing, I directly grabbed her shoulder and forcibly helped her up, asking why she pretended to sleep. Startled by me, she vaguely avoided eye contact. I had to quickly get information and make a judgment. I grabbed her chin to make her look at my eyes, and Owen reluctantly spoke. If I woke up, I was worried you'd abandon me alone. Indeed, we currently only had an overnight partnership, taking turns on guard duty, protecting each other. I took a deep breath and said, what's your relationship with those 2 people who were looking for you just now? She said, I have no relationship with them, but the badges on their clothes are the same as those who wanted to harm me before. They should be from the same group. Hearing this, I was shocked. Not 2 people, but actually a group. The situation became much worse. I even began worrying whether I should say goodbye to this elf here, but seeing she was only about 20 years old, my heart couldn't help but feel pity. So I decided to first take her away from this dangerous place. During our escape, I also grasped the general situation. On the first night, she had formed an overnight partnership with a man, but halfway through sleep, she heard a strange sound, and when she opened her eyes, the other party had actually taken off his pants to do filthy things. After she barely escaped successfully, that person's colleagues would attack her every time they saw her. Her body was injured because of this. Later, she learned that the man from before was the leader of a group called Correction Union, and everyone in this group had an information stone, a device that could communicate within 300 meters. This was truly adding insult to injury. The other side had large numbers and communication tools. If left unchecked, she would definitely be caught, and it sounded like she hadn't done anything wrong. Why would the entire group pursue her relentlessly? When I asked about the key point again, this female elf actually said something shocking with an innocent expression. It turned out she had actually cut off that man's genital. Now I could completely understand why they were so relentlessly pursuing her. Just then, Owen suddenly said, there are trackers behind us, about 150 meters away. She didn't seem to be lying. This must be the elf's natural keen perception. So I took her and sped up. But the distance from the trackers still didn't widen. In this situation, the trackers would tell the group our location, which would be very dangerous. But my heart was still conflicted. If the target was me, I would definitely kill him. But now it was the female elf's matter, and if I got involved, this matter would definitely be connected to me later. To quickly make a decision, I asked what she was best at. She actually replied laundry, cooking, cleaning. Then realizing, she added, what I'm best at is archery. I can also use fire magic. I'm a standard archer. Currently, her combat ability would be helpful for my exploration of this dungeon, so I seriously asked if she wanted to become my true partner. She excitedly shouted, I agree, I agree. At this moment, the trackers behind us were getting closer, and I saw a cave entrance ahead, so I ordered Owen to release fire magic. When we walked into the cave and extinguished the flames, we saw the relentless tracker, and this was exactly why I came here. At this moment, Owen had already prepared her bow and arrow stance. When the tracker entered our view, Owen shot the arrow without hesitation. I could feel Owen beside me trembling all over. This should be because it was her first time killing someone. Then I came out from the darkness to examine this corpse. But this tracker had carried no backpack to increase speed. He only had an information stone in his hand, and the stone was still transmitting voices. When we didn't respond for a long time, the other side also sensed something was wrong. Finally, the voice from the information stone said, the tracker has met with misfortune. Everyone gather at the goblin area. Then I searched the tracker from head to toe, but found nothing particularly valuable. There was a heavy pouch of gems, 2 short swords and a crossbow, plus a set of equipment he had worn. Owen put on the new equipment, which looked a bit loose overall, but after putting on the belt, it looked quite decent. With the new outfit, she now looked more like a proper female warrior. Then I picked up the information stone, and while studying it, voices came from inside again. Sheldon, who was pursuing the elf, was already dead. The elf's location was in the goblin territory. She was with a barbarian carrying a hammer and shield, and the bounty had been raised to 10,000 gold coins. Hearing this, Owen immediately looked up at me with uneasy eyes. I comforted her calmly and said, "Don't worry, I will take you away from here." Before this, when I killed the previous tracker, I had already decided to help her. The reason was simple: she had value to me. Then we used her spark to head to the second floor of the dungeon. If we operated near the entrance to the second floor, with our combined strength, there shouldn't be too much danger. My coordination with her was very good. Close combat and ranged attacks had always been the best partnership. While Owen was still worried about the unknown existence on the second floor, the information stone conveniently transmitted sounds. Catching the elf would not only bring 10,000 gold coins, but also priority enjoyment rights. These words came at just the right time, saving me from spending time convincing her. According to my memory of the game, we just needed to keep walking north to reach the entrance. After walking for a while like this, we saw the first goblin trap, but this appeared much later than I had expected. According to my situation when I first entered the dungeon, traps should have appeared much earlier. When I thought of this, I suddenly felt particularly depressed. Owen might have thought this was a chance to perform, so she confidently walked in front of me. The moment the goblins jumped out, she nimbly dodged the attacks, then instantly shot arrows at ultra-close range, easily killing several goblins. Her skills were much better than expected. Soon, Owen, who had finished off the goblins, looked at me proudly. I said, "Well done, watching you shoot arrows, you really do look like an elf." Owen blushed with happiness. Then she extended her small hand holding 2 spoils of war in her palm. It turned out she still remembered what I had said about splitting the spoils 9-1 during our escape, and confidently said that at this rate, she might also be able to harvest some wealth. In the subsequent journey, after a period of silence, the information stone transmitted news again. This time the bounty was raised to 20,000 gold coins, which meant there were definitely enemies within 300 meters. Perhaps instinctively worried about unexpected changes, Owen quietly moved closer to me. The quiet environment around us made me feel uneasy. Sure enough, just as I expected, Owen beside me suddenly pointed ahead and cried out in alarm. When she moved the flame forward, I finally saw that there was actually a group of zombies ahead. In my memory, these guys should only exist in the south. Had we wandered near the warning line? Although we had been heading north, whenever we encountered dead ends, we could only turn around, so we might have ended up in the opposite direction. At this moment, Owen no longer had her previous smugness, but stood timidly behind me. After I shared the general strategy with her, I slowly walked out. There were 3 zombies blocking the passage ahead. These zombies only attacked when approached within a certain range. When I carefully moved closer, all 3 zombies pounced at once. Although they were more formidable than goblins, they were ultimately just 9th tier monsters, so eliminating them was still manageable. And I also had a reliable partner. Then, we leveled up while heading north, and before we knew it, 3 days had passed. At this time, Owen discovered a trail of dark red blood. It didn't look like goblin blood, and this blood trail extended exactly in the direction we were heading. For some reason, I felt like I knew who the owner of this blood trail was. After we followed the blood trail for another stretch, I became even more certain of my thoughts. Ahead, there appeared sandals and a trap that had been thrown on the ground. I couldn't help but start cursing. Damn it, when I first entered the dungeon, I was at the entrance to the second floor. What kind of joke was this? If only I had gone in the opposite direction back then, my luck was terrible. The moment we entered the second floor gate together, our bodies suddenly plummeted from high altitude. The feeling at that moment was like being chewed continuously by a frog in its mouth and then spat out in disgust. Then I fell directly to the ground, while Owen beside me quickly maintained her balance and landed perfectly unharmed. Her physical condition was really good. This was the kind of agility that someone like me, a barbarian, could never possess. After looking around, I confirmed through memory that this was the goblin forest located in the northern part of the second floor. Behind us was a passage that could return to the first floor at any time. No life forms were visible around us for now. Each entrance on this floor represented different monsters. The north belonged to the goblin forest, the east belonged to the beast's lair, the west belonged to the zombie camp, the south belonged to Blackstone Mountain. The way to return to the city from this dungeon was that at the designated time, adventurers would be transported to the city by the dungeon. Those disunited people hunting us probably couldn't pursue us to the second floor. Therefore, I decided to persist on the second floor until the end, returning to the first floor just before it ended. We couldn't just sit and wait for time to pass, so we decided to explore the surroundings first. Perhaps because we were in the forest, Owen sighed that it felt like returning to their elven territory. Even knowing the surroundings were goblin territory, she was still happy like a child. At the same time, she used her elven keen perception to eliminate goblin traps at the front. But what was a bit strange was that although there were traps here, no goblins were found. The difference here from the first floor was that besides fixed traps, goblins moved in groups of dozens, and there would even be mutant, goblin archers mixed in. Of course, the closer to the periphery, the more mutant species there would be, but we planned to operate near the entrance, so those mutant goblins couldn't threaten us for now. We expanded our territory by throwing stones to eliminate traps, which was also to facilitate escape if problems arose. After expanding to a certain range, Owen discovered a goblin group in advance. I decided to kill this group of goblins. Then she slowly advanced toward the goblin direction, parting the grass as she moved. On the path full of branches and vegetation, her steps made no sound at all. Soon after, Owen stopped first. After she waved at me, at my signal, she directly picked up her bow and aimed at the goblins. I charged straight ahead. The monsters on the second floor were indeed different. Their numbers were 3 times that of the first floor, and there were newly added goblin swordsmen. But I wasn't afraid at all. Instead, excitement filled my entire body. This should be due to the warrior's combative heart beating within this flesh. Looking at the goblins charging from the front, I struck their temples with my tightly gripped short hammer. These goblins were instantly sent flying by me. Some goblins turned into halos and disappeared before even hitting the ground. But it was too early to celebrate. I had only taken out the front ones. At this moment there were goblins on all sides, front, back, left, and right, and the instinctive sense of crisis from behind me was even stronger. It was a goblin swordsman. If I had been a bit later, I might have lost my head. They gave me no chance to catch my breath. Normally, 5 or more ordinary goblins were already a great danger. If I were alone, facing this group of monsters before me, I would definitely get injured. But at this moment I had a very good companion. An arrow shot from the grass pierced through a goblin's forehead. It seemed Owen had mastered a good sniping position. I quickly stood up from the ground, then grabbed my shield and charged again into the center of the enemy formation. It was time to end this battle. Soon after, facing the first batch of goblin groups, we harvested 11 red gems. Compared to collecting 44 gems in a whole day on the first floor, this was already a very satisfying result. The only regret was that the goblin swordsman's equipment disappeared along with their deaths. But it also made us look forward to how much we could harvest by staying here for 4 days. Then we found an open space and decided to restore our strength before exploring further. When I asked if she needed to sleep for a while first, she really didn't know how to be polite. When I put down the heavy pack and handed her the blanket, her snoring sounds came in less than a minute. She must have been really tired because up until now, she had never made any noise while sleeping. We had been hunting continuously for 15 hours, although we faced more than 10 goblins each time. As our proficiency improved, the danger decreased accordingly, and we also gained many rewards. However, as the radius expanded, we also began to encounter adventurers. These were teams composed of 3 or more people, including teams with different races. Compared to goblins, I was more afraid of attacks from these adventurers. Now there was another reason to stay vigilant. Owen being too beautiful was also a big problem. I looked at Owen sleeping soundly and couldn't help but sigh. Although we had been camping outdoors for several days, she was still stunningly beautiful. I really hoped her beauty wouldn't attract other male adventurers. And while I was talking to myself, she, who had just been snoring, excitedly asked back, "Am I that beautiful?" After being coldly rebuffed by me, she once again began snoring soundly. After we entered the goblin forest, we quickly passed the 4th day, the 5th day, the 6th day, and now it was already the final 7th day. We had finally endured until the moment we could leave the dungeon. There was only one way to leave the dungeon and return to town: wait until the entrance completely closed. Then, at the designated time, the dungeon would transport all adventurers on that floor to the town. In other words, the higher the floor, the longer the time spent active in the dungeon. We planned to head to the first floor before the 7th day ended, then leave the dungeon. Once the stay time on the first floor passed, the entrance passage would also disappear, and our retreat would be cut off. Additionally, food was gradually decreasing. Although we could exchange red gems for food, it would add unnecessary factors. More importantly, Owen had fewer than 10 arrows left, which provided no guarantee for unknown battles. After hunting for another period, we decided to return to the first floor entrance. When we returned the same way, we discovered refreshed traps, which meant the goblin groups we had previously eliminated had respawned. Just then, Owen, who was walking ahead, stopped. A group of goblins was discovered not far ahead. We didn't engage in much communication. After I nodded, Owen moved through the grass as usual to find the next batch of targets. I also went to kill this group of goblins. When I roared among them, these goblins actually began to hesitate. They should have been suppressed by my momentum. In the moment they paused, I quickly took out my hammer and killed that goblin swordsman first. After multiple fierce battles, I had unknowingly mastered the essentials of group combat. Plus, Owen beside me was also gradually improving her combat power. 2 goblin archers were killed in advance by Owen before they could even shoot a single arrow. Killing them also took us quite some time. When we were about to pick up the spoils and leave, Owen discovered something strange. This was a light orb floating in the air, about the size of a fist. I could confirm this was a goblin's essence. For adventurers, this was a rare treasure. Depending on the type, the ability values would also differ. It could give the absorber passive skills and active skills. Even the different ways of cultivating essence could determine this character's fate. Although each adventurer could only absorb one type of essence, it was enough to make others take risks for it. This happened to be a goblin archer's essence. Under Owen's gaze, I decided to give it to her. At the same time, I had a bad premonition about this heaven-sent luck, because what had always accompanied me were unfortunate events. Just when I thought my rough destiny was beginning to improve, voices came from not far away. They said this essence was something they had set their sights on first, and told us to leave immediately. This was a human adventurer team composed of 4 people. When Owen was about to pick up her weapon, I directly threw her forward. In this process, she happened to come into contact with the goblin essence in the air, and the essence immediately emitted light, then wrapped around Owen's body and slowly dissipated. When they saw the essence being absorbed by someone, these 4 people pointed at us and started cursing. I said fearlessly, "If you want to fight, then come on. No matter how many of you there are, I'll keep you company." Although we were at a numerical disadvantage, I displayed a strong desire to fight, because once you're looked down upon, you'll be bullied. Then, under my aggressive attitude, these people actually chose to leave. After that, I demanded Owen head to the first floor entrance at the fastest speed. Although it wasn't clear whether they would follow behind us, what was certain was that their destination was also the first floor entrance. Because they were a team of 4, with their strength they could completely operate on the second floor. But they were loitering at the entrance, so they should also be planning to return to town on the 7th day. Hearing this, Owen picked up speed and led the way ahead, because before leaving the dungeon, danger existed at every moment. Just then, Owen discovered a group of goblins. When I planned to avoid them and head to the entrance, Owen said they were already running wildly toward us. After entering the second floor, goblins had never actively attacked us. This abnormality definitely couldn't be coincidental. When I planned to dodge in the opposite direction, an arrow shot toward me. The force of this arrow wasn't like that of a goblin archer. I guess this should be those people from earlier, deliberately luring goblins to attack us, then ambushing us from the opposite direction. They should be using goblins to weaken our strength before dealing with us. Thinking of this, I made a decision. I planned to kill these goblins first, so I demanded Owen directly use the essence skill she had just acquired. Goblin Archer Essence skill. According to game understanding, it should be an invisibility skill. Then I asked the invisible Owen to go find those 4 guys behind us, while I stayed to face this batch of goblins alone. Currently, there really wasn't a better solution. I instructed, later I'll give you a signal. At that time, shoot and kill the enemy's archer with 1 arrow. Then, with Owen looking completely confused, I directly ran back. Before long, I saw the goblins pursuing closely. So far, I still didn't know where that group of people was hiding. They hadn't shown themselves yet. They should wait until we finish killing the goblins before appearing. Perhaps this was their plan from the beginning. The goblins in front numbered about a dozen or so, and there appeared to be 2 goblin swordsmen. No arrows had flown over yet, which meant goblin archers were also hiding in the dark. The current situation was that I had to dodge goblin archers while also guarding against those human archers. When I used my shield to block arrows, the goblin swordsman behind me seized the opportunity and stabbed toward my back. Without Owen's help, facing these guys alone, bodily injury was unavoidable. Although the number of goblins was decreasing, the wounds on my body were increasing. And just when I finally had a moment to catch my breath, 2 arrows shot over simultaneously from front and back directions. One was from a goblin, one was from that group of humans. It was impossible to block both arrows simultaneously, so I chose to use my shield to block the arrow flying from the side. This sound was completely different from a goblin archer's. When I used my shield to block the human's arrow, the arrow from behind deeply pierced my left arm. My left arm instantly became immobile because this arrow hit my elbow and carried deadly poison. At this moment, only my right arm was usable. If I had to choose between the hammer and shield, I would choose the shield without hesitation, because the real enemies now were those humans. Although I could easily destroy these goblins with the hammer, I couldn't resist hidden arrows. When only 3 goblins remained, these monsters also sensed my terror and chose to flee instead of desperately resisting. Although I was covered in wounds, I had achieved victory in the first round. At the same time, accompanied by mocking voices, these bastards also emerged from the hidden forest, but only 3 appeared. That meant the enemy archer was still hidden in the dark. I didn't know if Owen had found this person. Regarding their appearance, I didn't show any panic, but looked at them with cold eyes. The red-haired man stepped forward and said to me, "After we subdue you, we'll slowly deal with that woman." Just then, I slowly raised my left hand, slowly raised my middle finger, giving them a contemptuous gesture, and this action immediately frightened the group in front of me. I could see the confusion in their eyes, but this gesture brought no change, because I didn't see Owen's arrow, had she not seen it, but I couldn't worry about that much. I directly picked up my weapon and charged toward the red-haired man in front. The red-haired man I was targeting retreated while urgently shouting another person's name. Then, a man wearing a straw hat stepped forward to block my attack. This person's strength was indeed formidable. He should be the strongest one in this team. No matter how strong, I couldn't retreat. I could only scatter them so Owen would have a chance for a killing blow. When I thought of this, an arrow suddenly shot over. While everyone present was startled, this arrow was actually blocked by the man with sword and shield. Then he told the others to concentrate on defeating me while he would resist the arrows. It turned out these bastards already had a detailed plan. And at this time, the red-haired man behind me swung his sword targeting my injured left arm. Fortunately, I reacted in time. The wound wasn't too deep, but my left arm could no longer function normally. I directly abandoned defense of my left arm and charged straight toward the red-haired man ahead. At the same time, I forcefully used my shield to bounce the Straw Hat warrior aside. At this time, another supporting arrow shot toward me. I didn't know if Owen had changed her sniping position. This time the force was obviously much stronger, and it also carried fire magic attributes. At the same time, unable to resist the flames, the shield man could only throw away the shield in his hands. The moment the shield disappeared, Owen unhesitatingly shot another arrow, and this time finally accurately hit the shield man's shoulder. With the injury, he could only drop the sword from his right hand to the ground. Seeing the battle situation was unfavorable to his side, the red-haired man reacted, told the Straw Hat warrior to hold me off, then ran toward the jungle direction. He should be going to find Owen, and I was also entangled by the person in front of me, so I could only trust Owen's abilities at this moment. When I struck the Straw Hat warrior directly with my shield, he actually didn't resist but dodged my attack instead, and I also followed the momentum and directly targeted the shield man behind, shattering his head with one blow. Now only the Straw Hat warrior remained. I could feel his strength was formidable. I really didn't know why he would mix with these trash, but this would also be the biggest mistake of his life. When I attacked with my shield, the Straw Hat warrior distanced himself from me, and this was also within my calculations. I took advantage of the momentum to abandon my shield, and directly reached out with my right hand to grab him. The Straw Hat warrior whose collar was grabbed instantly showed a confused expression. This should be a scenario he hadn't anticipated. At this moment, I pulled him back with my powerful right hand, then used my mouth to replace my immobile left arm, viciously tearing open the warrior's throat. The warrior left this world just like that. The battle here had just ended, when Owen appeared breathlessly from the bushes. I spat the mouthful of flesh on the ground and wiped my mouth with my arm. At this moment, Owen looked completely uninjured. She should have successfully dealt with that red-haired man. At this moment, the anxious Owen beside me looked at the wounded me with teary eyes. She took out a potion from her waist and handed it to me, and I didn't express much, directly taking the potion and swallowing it in one gulp. Before long, I could feel something boiling inside my body, and pain came from every blood vessel, and all the skin on my body also began to itch. This was a feeling that could drive one crazy. Fortunately, this feeling quickly disappeared. Then I asked what time it was now. Currently, there were less than 40 minutes before the first floor entrance closed. I said to Owen, quickly strip the clothes. And I didn't know how Owen understood this. She actually blushed and began taking off her own clothes, and I, speechless, explained that I didn't mean for her to undress, but to quickly strip the equipment from these corpses. After finishing this busy work, only 30-some minutes remained. From this moment, we could only hurry toward the first floor. After a while, the entrance to the first floor slowly appeared before us. When time was down to less than 40 seconds, we both finally successfully entered the first floor entrance. The feeling of returning to the first floor wasn't much different from entering the second floor. At this moment, Owen beside me was happy like a child and shouted, "How interesting!" Then I relaxed my aching body and stood up from the seat. At this moment, less than 10 seconds remained, but I suddenly remembered we hadn't distributed the spoils yet. I quickly thought of a place name. I urgently shouted to Owen, "Black Whale! After we get out, let's meet at the Black Whale Tavern." Suddenly, a bright light appeared before my eyes. System prompt, closing dungeon, character heading to Ravdonia town. When my vision regained brightness, I unconsciously looked up at the sky. Such bright light really hadn't been seen for a long time, but the surrounding noisy sounds disrupted my tranquility. After hearing their conversation content, I gradually believed this was the city outside the dungeon. Then I adjusted the clock time to 12 o'clock. No matter how long one experienced in the dungeon, according to city time it was only one day. When I finished doing this, I suddenly heard a familiar calling voice. I had an impression of this person, but I could never remember his name. From his self-introduction, I remembered he was Karak, the third son of Pa-I. In this world, all barbarian names had to be preceded by their father's name, plus which child they were in their own name. At this time, barbarian warriors emerged from who knows where, calling each other's names and greeting each other. They looked like their brains weren't very sharp, yet they memorized such long names so well. At this time I heard Karak's voice, saying they were going to exchange gold coins and asking if I wanted to go together. Then I cleared my throat and answered as loudly as possible, "I want to go too." But he said I looked tired and that my voice lacked strength. I thought my barbarian act was quite perfect. Then, under Karak's leadership, we went together to the inspection office. At this moment, Karak shouted that he wanted to prove his bravery as a warrior here. This place was like a supermarket checkout counter, with a group of people gathered here waiting for settlement. The lady sitting at the front desk had hand speed like a machine, rapidly converting gold coins. Other warriors' exchanges were only around 20,000 gold coins, but Karak actually exchanged over 40,000 gold coins. The barbarians around surrounded Karak, praising him as the outstanding one among warriors. At this moment, I slowly walked to the front desk and took out the 3 storage bags I had prepared. Under the receptionist's lightning-fast hands, my battle results were quickly tallied. The total was 182,413 gold coins, and when this number echoed throughout the venue, these barbarians instantly surrounded me, because this was their highest record ever. Then they discovered I still had warhammers, boots, shoulder guards, and other spoils that made them incredibly envious. I was probably the first person to enter the dungeon naked and come out evolved into a civilized barbarian. And amid their excessive praise, my body actually started getting excited. I was the greatest warrior. With my inner roar, the barbarians instantly fell into a frenzy of madness. The enthusiasm came quickly and left just as fast. Soon after, we sat in the center of the plaza, waiting here with everyone for the other barbarians. At this time, I saw Owen excitedly chatting with a group of handsome men and beautiful women surrounding him. This scene was truly enviable, because beside me were only these burly barbarian men. Just then, Owen also secretly glanced toward me. When our eyes met, I seized the moment and mouthed to Owen, "See you tonight." I didn't know if she understood what I said, but her face immediately flushed red as her mouth back, "Okay." At this moment, the female elf beside Owen and Karak beside me both exclaimed in surprise, "Do you know each other?" When I said we didn't know each other, Karak shouted loudly, "How could you, the strongest warrior, possibly know those despicable elves?" In that instant, I really wanted to shut this guy's mouth, but it was too late. Because his voice was too loud, the surrounding elves immediately glared viciously in our direction. Just at this critical moment, the last few barbarians also finished exchanging their gold coins and walked out. Staying here any longer wouldn't necessarily allow me to talk to Owen, so I decided to lead this group away first. When we walked to a certain distance, we actually witnessed a very heartbreaking scene. Although I had played this game countless times, I never expected the real game world would also contain such emotions. The joy of adventurers, family and friends, and the grief of losing loved ones. When I truly faced scenes that couldn't be seen through a display screen, my mood also became incredibly heavy. The scene shifted, and I stared blankly at this group of crazy guys. I decided I definitely wanted to act together with them for only one reason. I was afraid there might be newbie quests I didn't know about, but I never expected. The next destination would be directly to a bar, and it was the rhythm of drinking until drunk starting in broad daylight. Staying with them any longer would just waste my time, so I suddenly stood up and said I had somewhere to go, planning to leave first. Although they said I was the protagonist this time and couldn't leave, under my stubborn insistence they could only watch helplessly as I departed. After separating from them, I wandered aimlessly through the city. Although I had a destination, right now I just wanted to keep walking wherever my feet took me. The scenery here made me feel quite peaceful. The first time I saw this city was at midnight, but now it was daytime with streets full of people. Here there were no monsters, no one would harm me, and there were even laws and rules. Even if I collapsed and slept on the road, I'd be perfectly safe. Someone might even extend a helping hand first. Of course, I also knew this was incomparably backwards compared to 21st century Earth. But even so, it was still very peaceful here. I thought to myself, perhaps living in the city would also be a good decision. Lost in random thoughts, I unconsciously fell into a dream. When I opened my eyes again, it was already past 9 p.m. It was noon when we came out of the dungeon, so I had slept for about 4 to 5 hours. I slowly got up and headed to the Black Whale Tavern where I had arranged to meet Owen. Through inquiries, I finally found this bar with great difficulty. It looked completely different from what I'd seen in the game. When I pushed open the door and entered, what met my eyes was a chaotic scene. Just then, I heard excited calls. It was Owen and another female elf who had arrived early. Through Owen's introduction, I learned she was Owen's sister, but she kept staring at me with the eyes of looking at a criminal. I felt very uncomfortable, so I asked her what her purpose was in coming here. She looked me up and down with cold eyes, then questioned me in an interrogating tone. Last night you called Owen to the bar. What were your intentions? You didn't even show up yesterday, leaving her waiting here all night. This was an incomprehensible question, but her expression didn't look like she was joking. Coming to my senses, I asked Owen how many hours had passed since we came out of the dungeon. The answer I got was actually 30 hours. Crazy. It wasn't 4 hours, but 30 hours. No wonder my whole body felt so refreshed. It turned out I had slept for a whole day. I didn't make excuses afterward and directly apologized sincerely to Owen. Seeing this, they showed quite surprised expressions, because it was the first time they'd seen a barbarian apologize. Then Sister Trucia asked me again for my reason for meeting Owen. Actually, I could give many reasons, but I didn't want to tell her, so I said decisively, I don't want to tell you the reason. If you're really curious, go ask Owen yourself later. What I actually wanted to express was for her to leave quickly, and her angry expression showed she understood my meaning. Then Trucia suddenly placed a storage bag on the table. There are 350,000 gold coins in here, the value of the essence Owen absorbed. So she meant for me to take this money and get lost. After adjusting my emotions, I threw the question to Owen saying, when I gave you the essence, the compensation I hoped for was that you'd help me get the essence I wanted. If allowed, I'd like to continue teaming up with you in the future, and the loot split could be adjusted to 50-50. Simply put, I want to form a 2-person team with you. Hearing this, Owen's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement, but before long, her gaze dimmed. Trucia's voice came from the side. Apparently the elf race had rules. The first adventure for the coming-of-age ceremony had to be completed alone, but from then on she had to adventure with their sister. This was truly unexpected. Although she was a partner I got along well with, there was no reason I had to insist on her. Since that was the case, I had to calculate carefully. Under Trucia's confirmation, the 350,000 gold coins was half the market price for essence, so according to our original 9:1 ratio agreement, you still owe me 280,000 gold coins. But before I finished speaking, this detestable female elf said with a cunning look, I almost forgot about this. Then she took out another bag, which happened to contain exactly 280,000 gold coins. I was speechless. I had almost been taken for a sucker. This despicable female elf. Now I knew why barbarians hated this race so much. I then asked her to leave quickly on the grounds that I had something to say to Owen. At the same time, Owen also looked at her sister with longing eyes. For her usually obedient sister's behavior, this seemed to exceed her expectations too. Then she sighed and suddenly pointed at me with her finger. She actually made me swear not to sleep with Owen. I thought I had misheard. She was just not letting us sleep together. Was physical contact allowed? What a self-righteous female elf. I then swore by a warrior's honor, and for me who had crossed over to this place, I never cared about warrior's honor. And hearing my oath, Trucia solemnly thanked me for saving Owen's life before leaving. Then she walked out of the bar dashingly. With the sound of the bar doorbell, Owen directly slumped over the table, because in all her years she had never defied her sister. But seeing Trucia's smile when she left, she probably wasn't angry. Under my comfort, Owen raised her head again. Then she took out over 60,000 gold coins from her pocket saying, this is the property of the archer and red-haired man. Because there were too many things, I left them in the dormitory and will bring them to you next time. Having stayed with me for so long, she clearly knew what I wanted. Although I gave up teaming with her, I really felt a bit reluctant. Then she asked me how she should repay me. Apparently she still remembered her promise to repay the life-saving favor. So that's why her sister made me swear. She was probably afraid I'd make excessive demands. I didn't have any other requests for now, and having slept all day, my stomach kept growling. When I asked her what she wanted to eat, she hesitated for a while, then said she wanted to drink. It turned out that to drink the first return drink with me, she hadn't touched a drop at yesterday's celebration banquet. Return drink, this kind of culture did exist in the game. For different races who had always grown up in the sanctuary, the celebratory drink for the first safe return had great significance. Then she added, "We shared hardships together in the dungeon, so I must drink with you." But she didn't know this was also my first time. It turned out when I said in the dungeon that I was also 20 years old, she had taken it as a joke. Actually, I had just become a warrior like her, and was also entering the dungeon for the first time. Soon after, a large table of delicious food was finally served. We drank while ate, and chatted about many things. Because most of the time in the dungeon we only said necessary words, this kind of private conversation was also a first. It seemed her alcohol tolerance was average. After just one drink, she kept staring at me with charming eyes, and muttered to herself, "You look very handsome in today's outfit. You're amazing at drinking." Seeing her fairy-like demeanor, I thought of a way she could repay me, but I requested changing locations. Hearing this, her face instantly turned bright red. Then she said with an alluring manner, "How about we go to your room together?" At this moment I was carefully studying Owen's body. Of course I hadn't broken the oath with her sister, and although oaths in this world had no meaning for me, but Owen and I weren't on the same wavelength at all. I said, "Owen, spread your legs a little more." Right now I was forcing her to do stretching exercises, and she kept crying out as I tormented her. And these sounds actually drove the uncle in the next room half to death. The moment I released her, she curled up to one side like she had been reborn. After observation, I found that having absorbed the essence, her flexibility had improved by 4 points, but seeing her uncomfortable expression, the improved attributes didn't show obviously in her actual body. After learning my true purpose, she muttered disappointedly, "So it was just to check my abilities. Using abilities in the city would definitely get you arrested, so I could only do the examination in a hidden space." Dungeon and Boulder was a very unfriendly game, as could be seen from the character attribute interface. Generally, game protagonists would be divided into 3 categories: physical, mental, and ability. But in the game interface, clicking the plus button would reveal thousands of small details. For example, if a character's body value was fixed, and the value increase went to lower body muscles, then the carrying capacity would improve accordingly. At the same time, physical attack power would also increase. This meant that depending on different details, each character could do completely different things. Having played this game non-stop for 9 years, I was still completely confused about some detailed attributes. Like the Goblin Archer essence I obtained this time. Its attribute panel had persistence add 7. For this attribute, besides knowing it belonged to the mental category, all other effects were a mystery, and the only change in Owen, who absorbed the persistence attribute, after leaving the dungeon was that she had come to like cookies. While I was still immersed in these details, she gently tugged at my sleeve. Looking at her eyes, she had reached a certain degree of sleepiness. Although there were many details I still wanted to confirm, seeing her condition, today could only end here. I then blew out the candle and lay on the bed. She also felt no awkwardness and directly leaned against my arms to sleep. Although I remembered her sister saying not to sleep together, it definitely wasn't this meaning. Lost in random thoughts, I also entered dreamland. The next morning, Owen and I sat side by side on the bed, excitedly observing the equipment neatly arranged on the floor. These were all our spoils from this dungeon trip. Then, except for things we really needed, we found various trading companies and sold all other equipment at high prices. When we sold the last piece of equipment, we actually had 1.45 million gold coins in our hands. Minus Owen's 50,000 gold coins, my personal gain was 1.4 million. This was an incredible amount for adventurers entering the dungeon for the first time. After we finished dividing the accounts, I decided to escort her to Central Plaza before parting, walking all the way to the fork at Central Plaza. Unlike when we passed by earlier, now the place was bustling with crowds. Getting closer, I discovered soldiers were executing death sentences. And these criminals weren't violent criminals who murdered, robbed, or committed arson. Their crime was simply failure to pay taxes. In other words, because they had no money. With the soldiers' shouts, the executioner's axe instantly dropped the man's head into the wooden bucket in front, but the nearby crowd actually rushed toward the bucket with bread they had brought. Even more shocking was, they wolfed down the bread after soaking it in the blood. Faced with this sudden bloody incident, Owen was so frightened she started hiccuping. And these people were so crazy because of superstition. Drinking the blood of executed criminals would make their fortunes soar. Owen and I were both different races, with annual taxes of 700,000 gold coins. Although slightly different from the game, there was no choice. The taxes would increase every year afterward, so now was the time to invest in ourselves. Because besides exempting handling fees, the first year with lower taxes was the period of fastest growth. If we stayed too comfortably, in case we couldn't return to reality, the blood they were drinking might become my blood. If I didn't want to become like that, I had to frantically save money. At least I needed to become an adventurer who could move freely on the 6th floor of the dungeon. To survive in this world without being executed, I needed to understand all knowledge of this world. So after parting with Owen, I went directly to the library. The place was filled with the scent of paper and ink, very quiet. But in such an environment, I actually encountered another barbarian. She was Anna, the second daughter of Puyul. To be able to sleep so soundly in this environment, truly worthy of being the barbarian tribe's first female warrior. When I poked her back, she woke from her sleep and loudly called my name, ignoring the library's silence. And seeing another tribe member in the library made her heart even more excited. Feeling people's gazes, Anna lowered her voice. Her reason for coming to the library was actually because of a suggestion I made. Before entering the dungeon, when she led the barbarians astray, I suggested she think more before acting. This comment also made her realize that thinking about problems required knowledge. If she wasn't just opening books and snoring while sleeping, she really had strong awareness. From her description, I could feel her first dungeon adventure had also dealt her quite a blow. While other barbarians were boasting about monsters they'd killed, she actually came here to study. Then she said she discovered many words she didn't recognize and unknowingly fell asleep. After saying this, Anna directly stood up to go to the sanctuary to learn writing from the elders. Anna worried that if she didn't act when she thought of it, she'd forget her current decision. Then Anna remembered something and said, "If I can return alive from this dungeon trip, I'll repay your advice from that time. And if you need help, come find me at the Angry Bull Inn." After Anna left, I browsed the library for a while. This was a super massive library. It probably wouldn't be like the 21st century where you could know locations through computers. Just as I was troubled about how to find the books I wanted, I saw a library administrator who was dozing. Hearing my cough, she slowly opened her eyes. But before I could say what books I was looking for, she who had just been drowsy suddenly started casting magic. At the same time, weak light penetrated my body. When I alertly tried to dodge, she said, "From now on you can walk around freely. When you reach relevant areas, the books you want to see will automatically appear." After saying this, the librarian started dozing again. Then, as I wandered the library following the guidance, thinking of keywords for books I wanted to see, my vision would automatically find related books. I then selected the most attractive book from the shelves. The first book, The Destroyed World, was a book describing the initial history of this world's worldview. It told of how the world suffered a witch's curse for thousands of years, and humans could only survive in the last castle. And the royal family at that time forcibly opened passages to another layer to develop more resources. This passage was the current dungeon. The second book, Basic Understanding Commentary on Alchemy Volume 4, described the process by which magic stones from monsters become bread, water, steel, etc. Although I couldn't understand the principles, I still forcibly embedded this knowledge in my brain. The third book, The Sacred Relic War. Through this book I also understood why there had been great wars between barbarians and elves. And this fourth book, Evil Spirits of the Abyss, had great significance for me currently. In this world, evil spirits referred to malevolent beings from another dimension who came to steal others' bodies. I could understand what efforts the royal family and temples made to eliminate evil spirits. The summary after reading this book was, if I didn't speak of this world's taboos, I wouldn't be suspected of being an evil spirit. The next book, On the Death of the King, described the death of Rebishian III, called the First King. His death was 150 years ago, and this game began the day after the First King's death. That meant now was 150 years after the game-based world. No wonder the game knowledge I knew often went wrong. The last book was Dimensional Instability Observation Records. This was the book the blonde man who saved me mentioned about possible instability when entering while the dungeon entrance was closing. It turned out that because I entered at the moment the dungeon closed, I fell into the dark zone. When I looked up after reading this, the sky had turned dark. Now was the third day since leaving the dungeon. A month in this world was 30 days. So in 27 more days, the next dungeon would open again. Therefore, I needed to quickly find a partner who could replace Owen. But just as I was about to fall asleep, sudden knocking interrupted my sleep. It was already the next morning, and Owen was excitedly pounding on the door. The moment I opened the door, intense blue light enveloped my entire body. It turned out Owen had contracted new essence, and it was wind attribute that matched her fire attribute. The problem was she didn't yet know how to control it. In just that instant, my room had been messed up completely by her. What amazed me was that she made the room spotless in just 10 minutes. Last time in the dungeon when she told me she was good at laundry and cleaning, it was actually true. After we sat down again, I first congratulated her on getting new essence. Then I directly asked her, "There's no need to specially make time to come over for such a small matter, right? To prepare for the next dungeon, it would be better to spend time more meaningfully." She said disappointedly, "You're right about everything, but I can't control myself. I wanted to tell you this, Joy, first. Was it because I was her first partner, or did she have some strange fantasies about me?" But to maintain a more lasting partnership with her, I said, "I'll always stay at this hotel. In the future, no matter what questions you have, you can come consult me without any burden. Although we can't cooperate in the next dungeon, our friendship is still worth maintaining." When I said we were comrades who shared life and death, her face instantly brightened. After parting with Owen, to improve my personal strength in the shortest time, I came to the Angry Bull Inn that Anna had mentioned. This place was full of barbarians. It turned out a day's lodging here cost only 300 gold coins, and it was 10 warriors taking turns sleeping in a room with 5 beds. They even scheduled rotation times to save gold coins. Learning about this, I met Anna. When she asked why I was looking for her, I also said like a straightforward barbarian warrior, "I want to fight with you, because right now I need combat training." Although I achieved rich results in the dungeon, in terms of pure fighting technique, I was no match for these warriors. Under Anna's cheerful agreement, we came to the training ground. At this time, other barbarians who were still sparring all came over to watch us. Although I came to learn, I didn't want to lose too embarrassingly, but the barbarians who had just been cheering that I was the strongest warrior immediately excitedly shouted, "Now Anna is the greatest warrior in history," because it took less than 3 minutes from when I started getting beaten to losing my shield. Her fighting technique was indeed powerful. From this moment on, under my constant challenges, I was knocked down several more times, and she was very smart. Unlike ordinary barbarians, Anna was a strong warrior. Plus, with tribal bonds, she wouldn't betray me either. So I made the best choice at this moment. I said, "Anna, are you willing to become my partner?" But the split ratio is 8 and 2, because all team formation costs will come from me. But before I finished speaking, she suddenly interrupted me. I thought this ratio made her dissatisfied and hurriedly explained, "There are many other costs I'll cover." Anna boldly grasped my right hand. then said straightforwardly. She didn't understand what ratios meant, but she would trust me. Only then did I feel relieved. I had finally found a trustworthy overnight partner. The next day at the Barbarian sanctuary, the chief had been waiting early for our arrival. His decisive killing of the evil spirit was still vivid in my memory, so I didn't like coming here. But for soul engraving, specifically the art of immortality, I could only bite the bullet and come, because this was the technique I had to obtain before entering the dungeon next time. When I requested soul engraving, the tribal chief instantly stared at me with murderous eyes, because what I said wasn't content a young warrior could know. This tribal chief was really a terminal paranoia patient, but I had already prepared countermeasures for such patients. Because I had found information about soul engraving in the library, I immediately explained that I had seen it in books. Hearing this, the tribal chief said, "So you went to the library, how interesting. Including Anna, your generation actually has two remarkable people." From his praise I could sense his enthusiasm for the young barbarian generation full of learning desire. Then he said seriously, "If a warrior needs it, we have no reason to refuse soul engraving. But there's a big problem here. The cost of soul engraving is 800,000 gold coins. Soul engraving required adding many expensive medicinal materials. At high-level engraving, not only high amounts of gold were needed, but without corresponding materials, engraving was impossible. For me, who had already prepared countermeasures, this money was already ready." Then under their shocked expressions, I directly took out heavy bags of gold coins. At the same time, to eliminate their doubts, I adapted and told a new story about my experience with Owen. When I entered the first dungeon floor, I was lucky to encounter an already injured elf. In the secret realm, I ordered her around like a slave and harvested meaningless essence along the way. As compensation, I even extorted a large sum of gold coins from the elf's sister. To be able to exploit despicable elves, you're the first. Well done, Bjorn. Unexpectedly, my story made them quite satisfied. Not only the tribal chief beside me, but even other tribe members in the distance came over with excited smiles. The chief, still laughing, returned 200,000 gold coins to me, saying it was a gift for the great warrior. I actually earned 200,000 gold coins with one story. Then I also shouted sincerely, "I'll work harder to make these elves look bad in the future." I felt like I was gradually coming to like this race. The principle of soul engraving was to inject magic power into the flesh and grant it special abilities. In order for adult barbarians to see soul circuits, tattoos were applied during infancy. This was why all barbarians were tattoo fanatics. Besides that, to become a powerful defensive warrior, this immortality technique was essential. I had thought I could easily obtain the soul engraving, but the pain at that moment was extremely intense. It made me cry out in agonizing screams. I actually had to undergo this pain regularly. What an unpleasant place this was. After successfully absorbing the soul engraving, I immediately went to the weapon merchant. During sparring with Anna, I observed that the hammer-type weapons I used before weren't suitable for me. Plus, having acquired the immortality technique, what suited me better was an enhanced shield and more agile weapons. I ended up spending 220,000 gold coins on a one-handed weapon. Then there was no suitable helmet for the head, so I spent 170,000 gold coins on a custom one, plus 360,000 gold coins on armor. Now I only had 50,000 gold coins left. It had been a long time since I came out of the dungeon, and my daily schedule had become fixed. I woke up around 7 a.m. and had breakfast with Owen, went to the library to read until 4 p.m. Then around 5 p.m. went to the Raging Bullhorn Inn for sparring. From the 7th day of training, I also began sparring with other barbarians. Although it wasn't systematic training, fighting based on instinct and intuition helped me a lot. Through continuous practice, I could occasionally defeat Anna. Although Anna had decent skills, her attack patterns were too fixed, and I had given her suggestions about it. But she had already formed habits and couldn't change them in the short term. After sparring ended, I returned to the hotel, and after showering, it was around 9 p.m. At that time, Owen would arrive punctually to have a late-night snack with me. I wanted to tell her there was no need to travel several hours just for one meal, but every time I saw her radiant smile, I held back from saying it. After finishing the late-night snack, it was around 11 p.m. Through this repetitive schedule, now only 2 hours remained until the next dungeon. At this moment, Anna and I arrived early at the appointed place, which was the Adventurers Guild. If you wanted to be assigned to the same area after entering the dungeon, you had to form a team in advance for recognition. According to the administrator's instructions, when two people placed their hands on the crystal ball, it glowed with a faint blue light. At the same time, a prompt appeared, Level 9 Explorer, fee was 15,000 gold coins. So expensive, although it hurt my heart, I still obediently paid the fee, because the landing spots when entering the dungeon were all random. But after accepting this magic, we could start our adventure in the same place. After leaving the Adventurers Guild, we went to a nearby high-end restaurant. In my conversation with Anna, I learned that she actually ate only hard bread every day to save money. What a heartbreaking story. And to repay Anna for her sparring companionship, I treated her to the most expensive barbecue. As a result, she loudly vowed to be loyal to me and asked me not to abandon her. After finishing that touching meal, we came to the dungeon entrance, with 10 minutes remaining before the dungeon began. All around we could see passers-by different from usual. These people were all fully armed like me, but among them was also a group of unusual beings. A group of barbarians carrying only weapons, completely unarmed otherwise. From their stance, they should have just finished their coming-of-age ceremony. me. Anna beside me unconsciously sighed, reminiscing about her own past. But in my view, she hadn't changed much from a month ago. Just then, we heard the sound that entry was allowed, and the originally crowded square instantly became spacious. Anna excitedly said, "Should we go in now?" But I wasn't in a hurry to enter. I said I wanted to try something. The book said that entering the dungeon when space was unstable would bring miracles. Before I finished speaking, Anna said, "I don't understand such complicated content, I'll follow your instructions." But with my persistence, her expression gradually became uneasy. Only 1 minute remained before the entrance closed. The entrance size was similar to my first entrance. When the prompt said the gate would close soon, I instantly brought Anna and decisively entered the dungeon. After passing through the entrance, when I opened my eyes again, before me was endless darkness. Amid Anna's panicked cries, I calmly lit the torch I had prepared, just as I expected, when entering during the unstable phase of entrance magic. We actually arrived directly at the second floor entrance. The entire process of wandering in darkness was thus directly saved by us. I then activated the magic circle to enter the second floor. A prompt appeared: "You are the first person to open the teleportation gate. Experience points increased by 2, soul level increased by 1. Anna still couldn't believe everything before her eyes, because the team leader had told newcomers it would take at least 3 days to reach the second floor. But I didn't listen to her chatter at that moment, because the scenery before me was truly terrifying. Dark earth, suffocating air, every step here made sounds. We could even hear faint crying sounds. This should be the tomb of the dead. I felt something with high density entering my body through blood vessels. After I told Anna about this situation, I learned this was the reason for my level increase. The game dungeon and boulder also had levels, and depending on the level, soul power was different. For example, when I used skills, my magic value would increase with my level. Anna was happy for me, but she couldn't understand how someone like me could level up without killing any monsters. The reason I could level up should be achieving accomplishments. For example, being the first to open the entrance to the next floor would grant corresponding experience points. I had to keep this secret. I then asked Anna to keep the method of entering the secret realm, this time absolutely confidential. Experienced adventurers would quickly reach the second floor. If they saw beginners like us ahead of them, they would definitely question us. So it was best to keep a low profile. In this world, I feared those adventurers more than monsters. The scene changed. At this moment, I was doing something very embarrassing, although it was a method other adventurers were already using. But actually doing it was indeed very uncomfortable. I called this the Barbarian candle mode. The torches here were magical tools. Once lit, they would burn for 3 days. The Tomb of the Dead had more powerful monsters than the Goblin Forest, but there were no traps here. Therefore, for barbarians who like to charge straight ahead, this place was actually more suitable for us. At this time, Anna discovered 3 ghouls, probably because it was the first day, so the numbers were relatively few. Starting from the 3rd day, the number of monsters would double. Anna at this moment was clamoring that she hadn't moved her muscles in a long time. She excitedly charged straight ahead to face these monsters. She was indeed the first female warrior among the barbarian tribe. With just one encounter, she beat the opponents to a pulp. But the next second, Anna screamed and hugged my neck tightly. It turned out that even someone with her physique would be afraid of demons. This was a banshee. She wouldn't actively attack people, so we could ignore them. Just don't provoke them. Although I could understand her fear of such things. I really wish she wouldn't cling to me every time she heard strange sounds. Didn't she know how heavy she was? Every time she hugged me, I felt like I lost half my life. When she saw that the monster making noise this time was skeleton soldiers, Anna directly drew her sword and charged straight into the monster group. After that, we continued heading north for nearly 8 hours. We also began encountering new monsters, giant ghouls, twice the size of ordinary monsters. There were also mutated skeleton warriors and skeleton archers, but these monsters posed no danger to us. Because it was still the first day of the dungeon, only a few monsters would spawn. Also, my combat power had improved considerably from the first time. First, the size and weight of the weapon in my hand was perfect, so I could quite efficiently smash the heads of these skeletons. Next, the armor protecting my whole body allowed me to fight more aggressively. Finally, the helmet I had specially customized could easily block archers' arrows at critical moments. Although I was skilled at eliminating enemies, there was another companion who was even more formidable than me. At first, I didn't understand why barbarians like to shout loudly, but through this battle, I truly understood the reason. Because at this moment, I was deeply fascinated by this pure combat mode. This feeling was more exhilarating than being with Owen. This should be due to the bold character of barbarians. I was really growing to love this race more and more. Just like that, we had been killing monsters on the second floor for a day. Although we had some gains, I also got quite a few wounds during combat, but these wounds miraculously healed automatically. This scene made Anna beside me extremely envious, because this was the immortality technique I had branded for 600,000 gold coins. The first level effective immortality technique was natural recovery. Simple wounds could heal in just 1 minute, and it also increased stamina and stamina recovery speed. Although receiving the brand was very painful for me, the effect was indeed quite remarkable. Unconsciously, the terrain changed. The ground was no longer damp. It became hard, and we could hear the banshees' wails more clearly. This meant we had entered high-level territory, and would soon face level 8 monsters. At this time, we felt heavy footsteps from the distance. Then we saw a huge creature. This was an undead creature. In the game, this monster was specially enhanced on the second floor, which used to raise the game's difficulty threshold. Although Anna and I had prepared to deal with it beforehand, this guy was more terrifying than imagined. As I said before, we only aimed for the head, because attacking other parts was meaningless. Its arms were equipped with a sword and shield. To be precise, 2 weapons replaced its hands. At this time, Anna holding a large cleaver with both hands charged straight over. Then I also shouted loudly and followed, and used my weapon to attack this guy's side. But was this really the heavy feeling coming from the body? It felt like hitting hard rock, although this guy had thick skin. Fortunately, the attack just now successfully drew its attention. If so, Anna would have a chance to hit its head with one strike. When I thought the battle could end there, after Anna's full force chop, she was actually bounced back. I didn't expect this guy's defense to be so strong. In the game, this guy was already notorious among players because of its super strong defense. But when actually fighting, I didn't expect it to be this powerful. The part Anna hit recovered completely in just a few seconds. It should be due to its passive skill. Just as I was thinking, this guy suddenly roared loudly. This pressure was even stronger than when we first engaged. Then, to our disbelief, it actually used an active skill to summon ghouls. With the ground shaking, a group of undead ghouls desperately charged toward us. In this crisis, I didn't hesitate much, asking Anna to deal with these ghouls first, while I went alone to hold off the big monster. Although this big guy had passive skills, I also had immortality technique, so I didn't plan to dodge, but to face it head on and fight each other directly. Continuous hitting sounds rang around us. Just when I was fighting selflessly in this duel, Anna also joined the battle. It turned out that during this time she had already eliminated those ghouls. Her joining indeed relieved me of a lot of burden. When this guy was stunned, it was hit by a sneak attack from my hammer. Quite a bit of blood flowed from its ear area. But before I could rejoice, its wounds actually began to heal. This guy's recovery ability was too powerful. Should we abandon this area and go to the low-level monster zone? Just as I was having second thoughts, the monster's body suddenly lost balance and began swaying. It turned out Anna had found a gap and grabbed one of its legs and lifted it up. Muscles bulged, veins protruded. In my view, Anna at this moment looked more like a monster. I immediately joined the battle too, when I forcefully struck the other ankle that was in contact with the ground. With a muffled grunt, it finally fell heavily to the ground. Then we saw a delightful scene. This big monster was moving its body like an insect. It actually couldn't stand up anymore. This was truly a pleasant thing. I really liked this kind of battle. Anna also liked this kind of battle. So this was the true combat mode of Barbarians. At this time, a prompt appeared. Undead monster killed, experience points increased by 2. Although we didn't possess any powerful magic, just with brute force, we successfully killed a level 8 monster. The moment the monster disappeared, we saw a fist-sized magic stone. In this world, 1 level 9 magic stone could be exchanged for 1 bread roll. The value of bread rolls was about 20 gold coins, and level 8 magic stones were 5 times the value of level 9 magic stones. That is to say, the huge monster we risked our lives to kill was worth only 5 bread rolls. Adding the summoned ghouls, this harvest was a total of 300 gold coins. And at this time, knowing the value, Anna suddenly asked seriously, "How much was the bread we ate at the inn before?" I recalled. The cream pie bread we ate then was about 300 gold coins. Hearing this, Anna showed an evil smile and said excitedly, "Then catching 1 large monster means we can eat another cream pie bread." If according to the 8-to-2 split, 1 monster for her was just a small bite of bread, but she still cheerfully shouted about continuing to hunt. The disappointment about the lower than expected amount was brief. Seeing Anna show enthusiasm again, I unconsciously smiled too. In this aspect, being with barbarians was also a good choice. Although my previous companion Owen was also very good, Owen was more of a passive type after all. When I thought about these things, on the other side, Owen suddenly felt regretful about adventuring with her sister. After that, we continued hunting large monsters in the vicinity. Whenever we encountered large monsters, we charged at them. Then each grabbed a thigh and lifted it up to slam it on the ground. Then, like making rice cakes, we chopped wildly at its head, and the monster quickly turned into light and disappeared. Although our speed of obtaining magic stones increased considerably, we weren't satisfied with this, but worked even harder to kill our prey. Just like that, in just one day we actually killed 70 large monsters. Unconsciously, time reached the second day. Although starting from the second day these monsters would appear 2 at a time. Through the experience of facing over 70 on the first day, we had mastered many techniques. So it wasn't as difficult as imagined. We would knock down one first, then knock down the remaining one. Of course, if we couldn't kill them quickly, we would be surrounded by the ghouls they summoned. When left their range, these monsters wouldn't continue pursuing, so we just needed to run desperately. Only starting from the afternoon, situations with 2 monsters appeared less and less. When we saw more than 2 monsters, we could only give up. Just like that, between killing and fleeing, we ended the second day's hunt. But just as we were planning to return to our previous campsite, we encountered other adventurers for the first time. The 3-person team like us held torches wandering in the darkness, and just as both sides felt surprised, Anna beside me suddenly said in a murderous tone, "If there's nothing, get lost quickly." Hearing this, the other party didn't entangle much. They directly disappeared into the darkness looking dejected. Anna then said they already knew our location and we needed to find a new campsite because humans couldn't be trusted. At this time, I also remembered when I saw Anna at the library before, she also showed particular disgust toward humans. Something bad must have happened when she first entered the dungeon. Although we were searching for a new campsite, it was hard to find a position as good as before. But just then, painful groans came from not far ahead, sounds of begging for mercy. Normal humans wouldn't beg monsters for their lives, obviously. This was humans killing humans. Just as we were planning to flee the scene, with a cold voice, something like a flare shot toward the sky, instantly illuminating the surrounding scene. Thanks to her, I could clearly see the situation at the scene. 4 recently deceased bodies lay on the ground. There were no monsters around. There were only campfire and poison traces. Before us were actually specialized robbers who killed for loot. They were people who specialized in hunting fellow adventurers and then created high profits through their equipment. Of course, in this world, plundering other players was illegal and punishable by death. But as long as no one reported it, there was no way for law enforcers outside the dungeon to know. Just like when I killed 6 adventurers in my first dungeon, but still wasn't investigated. The current situation was a bit bad. The robber opposite actually wasn't wearing a mask, and Anne and I had also clearly seen her appearance. About 1.7 meters tall, thin and slender build, deep red hair reaching her shoulders, obvious tattoo under her left eye. From the current situation, if we could get out alive, we could completely accuse the person before us. And I had never seen such a professional robber, because I'd never heard of raiders appearing on the second floor. That meant she had never left any survivors. Currently, there were 4 bodies on the ground. Judging by their clothing, they all had high-level equipment, including a mage. These people should be adventurers active around the 5th floor, but she could easily kill 4 people without any injuries. This showed her strength had surpassed the 5th floor. Just as I was thinking about the situation before me, this woman crouched down and quite skillfully stripped the equipment from the bodies, then packed the items one by one into her bag, and even such a huge longsword could be stored smoothly. This showed this backpack was a quite expensive spatial storage bag. Rather than envy and jealousy, what first arose in my heart was infinite fear, because I could deeply feel the gap between us and her. At this time, the woman busy with harvesting suddenly said softly, "Barbarians, are you together?" I didn't answer. Anna asked me if we should duel with her. Anna was indeed a remarkable warrior. No matter how powerful the enemy, she always thought of fighting bravely. But against the person before us, we had not the slightest chance of winning. Therefore, there was only one way for us to leave here alive, and that was to run away. The moment the flare lost its light, I gave Anna the command to flee. While fleeing, I opened my compass to determine direction, because running to the 1st floor teleportation gate was our only hope. If we weren't wearing novice equipment, that raider would very likely treat us directly as prey, just as I was feeling fortunate. Another group of adventurers suddenly appeared before us. They were 4 people together. Although humans were hard to trust, from a certain perspective this might be a good thing, because for adventurers, raiders were a common enemy. If we explained the situation and gave them appropriate compensation, maybe we could get help. So I put aside my reservations and directly told them everything I saw, hoping to get their help. Obviously, the bald man at the front didn't believe what I said, but under my oath on a warrior's honor, they finally believed me. They agreed to accept us. They demanded that if we defeated the enemy together, they would take all the items. I had no objection to this point. The bald man at the front said he had cast a formation within a 3-meter range. Entering this range could hide one's form. This was a very powerful range control stealth skill. Although it also had a fatal flaw, that was people entering the formation couldn't move. To avoid the raider behind us, I still decided to enter the bald man's formation. But when we entered the formation, besides being unable to move, we were also completely powerless and couldn't even speak. At the same time, we heard the system prompt, "Character has been subjected to suppression." Seeing us unable to move, the bald man slowly said with a sinister expression, "We're really lucky. 2 barbarians actually walked into our trap themselves." In this world, humans really couldn't be trusted casually. They were currently in a quite smug state, even mocking, "Can't you move or speak?" From their equipment, their strength should be similar to ours. At this level, the essence skill they could possess was probably the golem's suppression skill. To break free from this skill, one had to take damage. Even a little damage would be enough. At this time, they said regretfully, after waiting so many days they finally caught a woman, but it was a female barbarian. So they didn't plan to provoke Anna, and planned to directly dig out our hearts. Through their conversation, I could truly feel the ugliness and desires of these people. Next, the short man in the grass hat took out a sharp blade. Was I really going to die here? Damn it, I had made so many preparations to survive, and I was going to die here. As he thrust down the blade, the direction of the stab was my neck. With death so close at hand, my brain was also thinking rapidly. If I wanted to live, there was only one chance. The moment my body received damage, I could break the skill and have hope. The sharp blade pierced my throat. My nervous system conveyed the stinging pain to me. My originally stiff body also got relief. I immediately leaned my head back, under the short grass hat man's dumbfounded gaze. I picked up the short hammer in my hand, and fiercely smashed it toward his face. Actually, my condition wasn't very good either. Something was constantly spraying from my throat. My whole body was weak, and my vision became quite blurry. But I couldn't just fall down like this. I barely supported my body that was about to collapse, then directly pulled out the blade from my neck, and threw it toward Anna, who wasn't far from me. Although it accidentally pierced her chest, at least her body could move now. Just as I couldn't support myself and was about to fall, Anna, like a god of death, swung the large sword she wore, directly cutting the nearby archer in half at the waist, then immediately turned and jumped, striking the other guy's head. The iron helmet that guy wore had no protective effect whatsoever. Blood sprayed from the cracked iron helmet. After seeing this scene, the bald man, who was a bit further away, fled desperately like he had seen a devil, and Anna didn't rush to chase this person. Because I was already lying on the ground covered in blood, my current state in Anna's eyes should be near death, because when I used my last strength to shout potion, she actually held me and said she would definitely avenge me. But fortunately, when I was about to die, Anna took out the life-saving potion and let me live. Actually, this was also thanks to the immortality technique I had branded last time, otherwise I would have died long ago. Seeing the wound on my neck slowly heal, Anna finally felt relieved. She even praised, "Being able to survive after having your neck pierced, you're the most remarkable barbarian warrior I've ever seen." After my wounds healed, we collected the opponent's equipment, then pursued in the direction the bald man had fled. Fortunately, it didn't take long before we caught this guy. It wasn't hard to see that Anna at this time hated him to the bone, but to escape the terrifying woman behind us, we had to borrow the bald man's skill. And just at this time, with a slight sound of something cutting through air, a poison needle fiercely pierced the bald man's throat. It turned out she had been observing us all along, because she said our battle just now had surprised her greatly. After seeing her, I also didn't hesitate at all, directly shouting Anna's name. We didn't need to say much to each other, I just called her name, and she charged ahead of me as if she had been waiting for this moment. Since we couldn't escape no matter what, we could only fight head on. The robber simply bent her waist and dodged Anna's attack. She even used the gap from dodging to block my hammer strike with her short sword. My full force blow left her completely unmoved. Just how much power essence had this woman absorbed? If we couldn't defeat her, we'd have to try to hold out against her as long as possible. But just as I planned to let Anna seize the opportunity, I suddenly felt completely powerless. How did she manage to do this? Had she pierced through my armor with just one short sword, even reaching my spine? At that moment, Anna shouted and charged forward again, swinging her great sword. But before Anna could fully execute her move, the robber had already swiftly slashed across Anna's body and instantly disabled her combat ability. In just one encounter, Anna and I become lambs waiting for slaughter. At this point, she told us to give up resisting because her short sword was coated with paralyzing poison. My mind went completely blank, and everything before my eyes turned pitch black. Equipment, strength, combat experience. There was a clear gap between us in every aspect. No matter how hard I racked my brains, I couldn't think of any way to overturn the situation. But just as I waited for death to arrive, she suddenly stopped her attack. She bent down and said to me, "If you can swear not to tell anyone about today's events, I'll spare your lives." Actually, when we first met, I already planned to make this proposal because I owe the barbarians a favor. Hearing this, I finally understood why she had been hiding nearby all along but hadn't made a move. We both fell into brief silence. At this moment, Anna, who was dying beside us, groaned. "Don't trust this woman's words, she's just toying with us." But even if she was toying with us, we had no choice at this moment. The robber said she would give me time to consider, but I agreed immediately because we had no alternatives. Seeing me make such a decisive judgment, the robber looked down at me with a peculiar gaze. Then she sprinkled something on my wound, and gradually the injured area healed. After moving her gaze across my body, she asked Anna the same question. But this straightforward Anna actually thought for a moment, and then refused the chance to survive. The robber didn't ask again, just nodded slightly. But from her actions, I could clearly sense that Anna would definitely die. I immediately shouted urgently at Anna, "Hurry up and swear! Didn't you promise to obey me? Trust me." Hearing my shout, Anna showed an extremely aggrieved expression. Fortunately, she finally made the oath with a helpless tone. When life itself was at stake, what use was protecting one's pride? After hearing the oath, the robber didn't linger and was about to turn and leave directly. Watching her departing figure, I asked, "What floor is this?" To this seemingly random question, the robber tilted her head and simply replied, "The 8th floor. An adventurer active on the 8th floor. No wonder her skills were so formidable. Even 10% of me might not be her match." But watching her disappearing figure, I secretly made up my mind. If there was a next time, the outcome would definitely be different. After narrowly escaping death from the robber's hands, we hurried to the 1st floor of the secret realm, where the probability of encountering high-level robbers was much lower than the previous floor. With the system's prompt, Anna and I passed through the teleportation array and appeared in midair. Sure enough, Anna still couldn't master this rhythm and returned to the 1st floor by falling down again. But when I asked if it hurt, Anna showed a listless appearance and muttered to herself, "Although it hurts, for a warrior who has already lost dignity, I don't even have the right to feel pain." It seemed that making an oath to beg for life was quite shameful for her, but I couldn't let her stay depressed. I encouraged her, "Warriors who survive are the strong ones, because only by staying alive do we have the possibility to defeat our opponents." Anna said, "Don't speak so lengthily because I can't understand, but I can figure out the general meaning. Being able to overcome such humiliation makes one a strong warrior. You are that kind of strong warrior." However, what I wanted to express earlier wasn't actually this meaning, but it didn't matter, as long as she could pull herself together again. So far, we hadn't been able to sleep for over 20 hours and were mentally exhausted, but I still couldn't fall asleep because my mood was as terrible as Anna's. It was like the feeling when I was rescued by the blonde man's team. The mage at that time refused to heal me. The male warrior behind threw the potion at me like garbage, but I could only crawl on the ground like a dog to consume the potion. At that time, I also resolved never to suffer such humiliation again. But today I experienced this kind of humiliation once more. In the limited circumstances, I made what I thought was the best choice. The decision I made was just to urgently avoid the immediate predicament. But since entering this world, I could only act this way. Every time I opened my eyes, someone's head rolled, and one after another, things that departed from reality kept happening. I could only passively act with safety as the priority. But if things don't change in the future, I won't be able to survive. If that's the case, then I'll change the plan. Having made up my mind, I woke Anna, who was still sleeping soundly, and said, if there was a way to become stronger but would involve considerable danger, what decision would you make? After hearing my words, she answered without hesitation, of course I take the challenge. If you can't become stronger, there's only death. Whether it's an easy path or a difficult one, no matter what you choose, life will encounter unpredictable things. If that's the case, then let's take the initiative. This time we'll go looking for trouble ourselves. We're going to the rift space in the secret realm. On the first floor of the secret realm, there was a quite rare place where 4 types of monsters would appear simultaneously. For ordinary adventurers, because it was too dark here, they had to use torches, making the cost effectiveness quite low. And to reach the second floor as quickly as possible, there was no need to come here specifically. So this place was very suitable for hiding something. At this moment, we discovered the huge stone monument blocking our path. This was a memorial erected for the first person to discover this place, exactly the same as what I remembered. So the secret conditions to trigger this place were very likely to be the same. I then emphasized to Anna beside me once more that everything that happened next must be kept secret. Anna then asked what rift space meant. Simply put, rift space was another space within the secret realm. To use gaming terms, it was called a dungeon. After entering each floor's dungeon and defeating all the monsters, the next floor space would open again. This rift also had a cooldown time. If you wanted to wait naturally for the rift to open, you'd have to wait several months according to the program schedule. But blindly waiting for the cooldown time was quite an inefficient decision. So I found a method to forcibly open the rift. There were 4 rift spaces on the first floor of the maze, and the dungeon we entered was called Blood Castle. The red sky as if the world was about to end, countless flocks of flying crows, and the black castle in the distance. Because I added an 8th level crystal core when opening the dungeon, I had anticipated coming to this blood castle. But seeing this scene with my own eyes indeed created a strong sense of oppression. Fortunately, this was a first floor rift space, so regardless of difficulty level, it was challenging. What mattered now was who would come here, because as soon as 5 people entered, they would automatically be matched into a dungeon group. Just then, the rift began to fluctuate. Anna also hurriedly shouted to me that someone was coming in. We both looked forward to seeing who our first teammate would be. Meanwhile, in the first floor maze, Owen was adventuring together with his sister. Owen felt that using just a short sword to kill monsters was too laborious, so she used spirits. But he was criticized by his sister. Didn't I tell you that even without bow and spirits, you must learn to protect yourself? At this moment, Owen's mind was full of Bjorn's advice, because Bjorn had said it was best to strengthen one's specialized skills. An adventurer's quality was to trust the team and do one's utmost in their own role. But Owen's explanations were quite foolish definitions to her battle-hardened sister. Although the reasoning was correct, companions in this world weren't that simple. So his sister once again solemnly warned Owen, companions are just companions. Don't give them too much trust. Owen was still making excuses in her heart that Bjorn was definitely someone worth trusting. The somewhat impatient Owen then quickly changed the subject and asked her sister to take her to the second floor to kill monsters. But for his sister, the benefits brought by the second floor weren't worth mentioning at all. She planned to take Owen to the first floor's rift space. In Owen's understanding, this place required very good luck to enter. Indeed, many unlucky adventurers had never entered a dungeon, but the rift's last appearance was 8 months ago, and its cycle's maximum duration was 8 months, so the first floor's rift space would appear soon. Owen replied half doubtfully, I see, but Bjorn never told me such things before. In his sister's view, no matter what she said, Owen always used that stupid barbarian for comparison. But in her eyes, the barbarian was at most just a beginner with slightly better luck. The barbarian right now should be struggling to kill monsters on the second floor after experiencing various wrong decisions. Thinking of this, his sister said to Owen, trust me, in another year you and that barbarian will have a huge gap. Before her words were finished, the sound of tearing space suddenly came from around them. Looking in the direction of the sound, not far from them, a deep red spatial rift was slowly revealing its true form. The 2 elves who reacted in time rushed forward at the fastest speed, but the moment they touched the space, a sense of emptiness came from their palms. They brushed past the rift space. The reason the rift disappeared so quickly was that 5 members had already gathered inside the dungeon. Meanwhile, Anna and I were waiting for other members to arrive. Actually, I knew the entry method and strategy for clearing this dungeon like the back of my hand, but I delayed until the last moment to decide to come here, because in this world adventurers were more terrifying than monsters. When we looked toward the tearing space, along with loud laughter, we first saw a short, stubby leg. Then his entire body was quickly spat out by the rift. Our first team member was from the dwarf group. Immediately after, through other rifts, the remaining 2 members were also successively spat out by the crevices. But what surprised me most was that one of the later arrivals was actually a mage. There was actually such an existence on the first floor of the secret realm. Unexpectedly, the current team composition was quite reasonable. Hearing my surprised voice, Anna hurriedly asked if mages were that impressive. In her impression, the library administrator was also a mage, but didn't seem particularly powerful. What she didn't know was that the other person was merely a 9th level mage. In this city, mages were very important resources, so they also had to prove their strength before entering the secret realm. In other words, her ability to enter the dungeon already proved her capabilities. To my explanation, the mage across from us praised, your knowledge is quite extensive. Then she introduced herself. I'm a 6th level mage named Lena. Although she wore a smile on her face, I felt she had a condescending attitude. Well, in my memory of the game, mages were all very arrogant. She then said to the man behind her, he's a professional porter hired with money. The dwarf beside us also introduced himself. I'm Murad, an adventurer with 3 years of experience. No wonder his equipment colors were so bright. He already had had 3 years of adventuring experience. Anna and I then briefly introduced ourselves as well. After simple pleasantries, I said to the mage, someone of your level shouldn't need to adventure on the first floor. Lena only gave a token explanation. I just heard that a rift would appear recently. Then she said, the loot ahead will be distributed among the 4 of us, excluding the porter. Everyone follow my instructions. The little dwarf quickly agreed. The mage's gaze then turned to Anna and me. Actually, this question didn't require much consideration. Since there was a mage in the team, I had to keep a low profile, because the mastermind who persuaded the royal family to eliminate the evil spirits was a mage. But just as I was about to agree, Anna actually directly refused the mage's proposal. Her next words stunned me. What's so great about mages? I hope Bjorn can lead us. He's a wiser warrior than anyone. I'd already agreed with the mage's opinion. Why did Anna have to do this? Although I wanted to immediately cover her mouth, doing so would seem even more suspicious. Feeling others' puzzled gazes, Anna explained, he reads in the library for 6 hours every day and is also a great warrior. At this moment, I was embarrassed to the extreme and really wanted to find a mouse hole to crawl into. Under Anna's praise, they looked at me with strange eyes. Fortunately, they treated Anna's behavior as a farce. The little dwarf even said with a smile, being able to receive your wife's worship is something worth blessing. At these words, Anna showed a shy expression. Fortunately, with the dwarf's topic change, the conversation successfully shifted elsewhere. At this moment, the mage said, everyone hurry up and set off. I want to collect specimens, so there will be a lot of investigation to do. But the little dwarf tilted his head and retorted, besides each other's names, we don't know any other information. I felt the same way about his words. For any team, you need to know each other's abilities and what each person can do. But the mage said decisively, these are all unnecessary behaviors. All monsters in Blood Castle are below level 7. I alone am sufficient to face the monsters. For research purposes, I will monopolize all the loot. How could there be such a shameless woman? Was the situation going to develop in a bad direction again? During the process of playing this game, internal conflicts occurred countless times. For financially well-off mages, research was the top priority. But adventurers entered the maze entirely to make money. What the mage said she would take was the most valuable thing in this dungeon. The dwarf also showed an angry expression. His voice became quite low as he said, do I look like an idiot? As his words ended, the surrounding air instantly became cold and heavy. The human man also put his hand on his sword hilt. It seemed he wasn't just a simple porter either. Soon after, it was the mage who first broke the heavy silence. She said that besides the loot, she would distribute all the magic stones to everyone. But this statement further angered the little dwarf in front of us. Although she tried hard to hide it, her face clearly showed panic. The mage then said she would share the loot, but the essence must belong to her. To this, the little dwarf agreed, deciding that all future loot would be determined by dice rolls between the two of them. They actually treated Anna and me like air. Having finally opened the rift, we couldn't go back without getting any benefits at all. I said, the essence and premium equipment can be given to you two, but we own the skill stones. Upon hearing this, they both showed quite sharp gazes. The mage said even without you two we wouldn't have any problems. These people had just looked like good people but instantly changed face when faced with interests. I said, I can give up the skill stones, but besides equipment competition, give us 2 priority rights for things other than monster drops. As expected, the dwarf and mage easily agreed to my request. In these guys' eyes, there probably wasn't anything worth their attention besides monsters. After the negotiation ended, the mage and little dwarf acted as if nothing had happened, then showed kind smiles again just like before. What terrible adventurers. I must become stronger. Regardless of whether those guys would kick down the ladder, I also had to climb up step by step. Only this way could I protect my rights like them. Black blood pools, dark red skies. This was why it was called Blood Castle. Blood Castle was divided into 4 chapters. The first stage was the transition bridge at the castle entrance. The second stage was the defense battle of the outer city walls. The third stage was the underground prison of the inner city walls. And the final demon worship chamber in the Lord's Hall. After walking up the mountain path along the castle between the ridges, we reached the castle entrance. We faced 2 winged, demon-shaped objects. They were 8th level magical beast gargoyles, usually motionless like bronze statues. But the moment enemies entered their line of sight, they would immediately pounce. Although the general strategy was to sacrifice one person to absorb all petrification skills, then the rest would kill the statues to break the curse. But with a mage, things were different. When the little dwarf and I approached the statues, they suddenly opened their eyes and spread their wings. At the same time, my lower body instantly turned to stone. But the duration wasn't very long because Lena beside us cast curse removal magic. Without petrification skills, the gargoyles became lambs for slaughter. Anna and I were responsible for one. The little dwarf handled the other alone. The short little dwarf went crazy, swinging his hammer and smashing the statue's legs. The moment the statue fell to the ground, he used his hammer to happily smash the skull as if he'd been waiting for this moment. So this was the dwarves' fighting style. Straightforwardly attacking from below, quite manly. When both gargoyle monsters disappeared as points of light, magic stones also dropped. These magic stones floated into the air by themselves and flew into the porter's large backpack. The mage explained, I'll temporarily keep the magic stones for you because I don't want to waste time on such matters. Then, under the little dwarf's lead, we opened the door to the next stage. From this moment, the dungeon officially began. It was very dark here and needed lighting. With the mage's spellcasting, an orb floated in Lena's palm. The originally dark space was instantly illuminated. As if attracted by light and sound, a group of rotting corpses stood up from the walls. This was a group of no-level monsters that gave no experience points and didn't even drop magic stones. Unless they dropped essence, the corpses wouldn't disappear. Their attack method was just biting and not letting go. To save magic magic power, the mage didn't take action this time. Although without the mage's help, clearing these monsters didn't take much time either. After our fierce operation, these monsters were also cleaned up completely. When we killed the last monster, it dropped a zombie commander's horn. When Anna curiously asked what this was, the little dwarf beside us said with a smile that we'd know its purpose later. This time, connecting to the next stage was an iron door. The little dwarf also consciously asked the mage for help. Just a simple magic spell actually blasted a big hole in the huge iron door. One had to admire, the mage's attack power was indeed powerful. After passing through the iron door, we came to the transition bridge at the castle entrance, but this bridge was cut off. This wasn't destroyed by time, but was originally designed this way. At the mage's suggestion, Anna blew the horn she had obtained. As the horn's sound rang out, the broken bridge on the opposite side also began to slowly fall down. But it wasn't just the falling bridge that was moving. Bloodwater actually began accumulating in the moats around the city walls. But in this bloodwater, countless hands were actually struggling. Soon after, these monsters also revealed their true forms. No-level stone monsters. It turned out this stage's task was simple. Just hold out until the broken bridge completely fell. Although they were no-level stone monsters, facing so many monsters on the narrow bridge was still quite troublesome. Any carelessness risked falling down. At this time, the mage confidently said to us, "All come close to me." With her loud shout, she cast a spell. A fierce whirlwind arose with us at the center. These whirlwinds were like blenders, instantly grinding all these stone monsters to pieces. Seeing the stone monsters cleared in an instant, we all made sounds of surprise. The mage said, "They're just stone monsters." Although she spoke humbly, her eyes were full of pride. Although I had anticipated her strength would be good, I never expected she would be powerful to this extent. Soon after, the slowly falling wooden bridge finally connected with the stone bridge. Just like that, we easily finished the first chapter of Blood Castle. But this feeling didn't bring me joy. Instead, it brought a sense of emptiness. Based on my past experience, the easier the early stages, the harder the later stages would be. After easily passing through the transition bridge at the entrance, we entered the outer city. According to past gaming experience, countless battles were needed here. But with the mage, everything became quite easy. Just one group attack skill could sweep away 90% of the monsters. The remaining 10% were 8th level monsters with swords and shields. For dealing with this monster, Anna and I had quite skilled techniques. I lifted my left leg, Anna lifted her right leg. 3, 2, 1, taken down. The little dwarf was dumbfounded, which proved how terrifying our efficiency was. While we were enthusiastically killing monsters, Mage Lena wasn't resting either. For these monsters with super strong regeneration abilities, she actually used targeted wound deterioration curses, without regeneration passive abilities. The monsters became somewhat tough meatballs. The drop magic stones also quickly floated in the air and automatically entered the porter's backpack. Anna exclaimed, "Now I finally understand why everyone says mages are impressive beings." The little dwarf agreed. Indeed, with a mage, the range of things we can do increases a lot. Their conversation happened to reach Lena's ears. She said, "You don't need to praise me. I just have some talent and worked a little harder." But she couldn't hide her smug expression at all, and I gradually understood her personality, pretending to be modest while loving to show off, full of enthusiasm for magical research. For people like her, you had to flatter them more. Soon, with everyone's cooperation, we quickly collected all the research materials she needed. From her actions, she seemed to have done a lot of homework beforehand, but she missed the most important female statue. Obviously, just destroying the statue would drop that legendary item. If that's the case, I need to find a chance to monopolize this item myself. Some experienced game players must check whenever they see strange objects. I also belong to this category, so in 9 years of gaming experience, I discovered countless hidden secrets. But for a beginner barbarian to know information that even mages didn't know would bring trouble instead. So with my tacit consent, our group marched grandly into the castle interior. In the initial design, no monsters were placed here. This was just the path to the underground prison. To save the mage's magic power, the little dwarf took out a torch and held it in his hand. Because of his short stature, he now looked like a mole miner. This was the underground prison. The main monsters that appeared here were fallen wizards, dusk souls, hungry dead, etc. At this time, Anna pointed at the small skulls on the wall and curiously asked what kind of monsters these were. Seeing a chance to show off, the mage immediately teleported in front of Anna and introduced the monsters with a proud expression. The monsters in the corner are small skulls, monsters with extremely weak attack power and no experience whatsoever. But Anna couldn't stand the arrogant mage. Just then, an eerie howl suddenly echoed through the prison cell. Anna, who had been consumed by resentment just moments before, instantly transformed into a frail little woman. But she forgot that her strength was far greater than that of ordinary adults. The mage said that the dusk soul would bring terrible consequences if it latched on to someone. How childish, seizing every opportunity for revenge. Watching the frightened Anna, she even displayed a satisfied expression. I quickly tried to smooth things over, knowing that the mage had spells specifically designed for this type of creature. Fortunately, although she enjoyed throwing little tantrums, she didn't drag her feet when it came to serious matters. She immediately shot a brilliant red light from her staff. It instantly pierced through the demon's body, but before long, countless creatures surged forward with intense hatred, apparently sensing the death of their kind. But faced with this scene, Lena showed no trace of fear. She chanted an incantation, flame baptism, and fire erupted from her staff, filling the entire corridor. The swarms of creatures were instantly annihilated, leaving us utterly amazed. Then we heard Lena's voice. "We should get moving, shouldn't we?" When we entered the underground prison, our entire bodies felt a bone-chilling sensation. This place not only housed various high-level monsters, but also contained all sorts of bizarre experimental tools, giving off the atmosphere of a mad scientist laboratory. While everyone else felt quite uncomfortable, the mage remained remarkably calm and composed. She even mentioned that since she enjoyed anatomy, the scene before her didn't affect her much. Hearing this, I couldn't help but think of the sleazy, greasy man. I hoped her interest in anatomy didn't extend to barbarian hearts. Subsequently, under the mage's guidance, we successfully found the mechanism. When opening the door, she specifically warned us that upon entering the next passage, we would encounter countless corpses. To avoid unpredictable situations, we prepared extensively in advance. We even left the porter's backpack behind. As the mechanism valve clicked open, a putrid stench of decay wafted out. Before our eyes lay countless corpses, with broken limbs and heads piled on the ground. Their decay and accumulated smell were quite pungent, even triggering headaches. The dim surroundings reminded one of a long-abandoned sewage treatment plant. In this situation, the porter was the first to react. He supported himself with his equipped blade, continuously vomiting up his stomach contents. The next to react was surprisingly the mage. Having anatomical experience, she might have had resistance to visual shock, but she was quite vulnerable to smell. What was surprising was that I could still hold up. If I had seen this scene before my transmigration, I should have fainted long ago. But this barbarian body was truly robust, able to resist the pungent smell of decay. Subsequently, our group walked through the dark underground, each step making sponge-like sounds. As the light approached the center, a massive hill of corpses gradually emerged from the darkness. Even more shocking was that this hill actually spoke to us, like a malfunctioning tape recorder. It said in a female voice, "Daddy, save us." Originally a quiet existence in the game, it had now become a living creature. A pile of corpses actually stood up, and even reached out its claws toward us. There was no time for hesitation now. When I tried to call out to the team, even the trustworthy dwarf was too frightened to move. These guys were usually so arrogant, but at the crucial moment each one was more unreliable than the last. The anatomy expert, even a powerful 6th-tier mage, the dwarf with 3 years of adventure experience who had encountered countless monsters, the human swordsman who looked quite capable despite being just a porter, although they had treated Anna and me as rookies during our novice period. At this moment only Anna and I remained conscious. Anna couldn't help but loudly berate the group. "What are you all doing?" Just then, a corpse was hurled toward us like a shot put, and just before impact it exploded in place. The scattered rotten blood and flesh stuck to everyone's bodies. The dwarf nearby was in terrible condition. The dwarf instantly lost all combat ability, while our trusted mage was still vomiting. These guys were really unreliable, no wonder things had gone so smoothly earlier. I said, "Anna, take the dwarf and retreat to the back to protect the mage." I had no choice but to draw this massive creature away myself. If things went badly, we might all die here. The corpse cluster's attack method was simple. Throwing corpse bombs at distant enemies, then dragging close enemies down to devour them. Like tentacles, hundreds of arms grew from its entire body, so we couldn't get too close to the corpse cluster monster. The mage hadn't recovered yet, so I had to buy time no matter what, at least until the mage regained consciousness. Whenever corpse bombs flew toward me, I would roll to the side while increasing distance, then curl up behind my shield, protecting myself from the acidic bodily fluids. After repeating this cycle 3 times, I heard the familiar sound of a magic incantation. As Lena's voice ended, flame baptism burst forth. I didn't look back, but focused all my attention on the corpse cluster. As hundreds of voices screamed in agony, the corpse cluster's entire body burned fiercely. Its outer shell was peeling away. Then, a massive skeleton soldier appeared before us. "Anna, join the battle now." Although the corpse cluster is a miraculous monster, since it's already been skinned, Anna and I can handle it together. Through our remarkably coordinated teamwork, when its chest was shattered by our attacks, it also dissolved into points of light and disappeared into the air. But before long, the vanished light points reassembled, faintly revealing a black aura. Seeing this, we were shocked. This mutated beast had actually dropped a rare essence. In this world, dungeons in Secret Realm were like massive treasure vaults. The monsters appearing here not only provided massive experience points, but the loot they dropped was treasure coveted by all adventurers. Most importantly, the probability of essence drops in dungeons was also greatly increased. Actually, considering the odds, it was stranger that the essence had only appeared now. Regardless, its ownership now belonged to us. First, Anna and I had essentially solved this boss after entering here. Plus, there had been an initial agreement about having choice rights. But I had originally wanted to obtain 2 different essences, the Death Essence with regenerative abilities, and the Chimera Wolf Essence that could amplify muscle strength. But in this situation, we had unexpectedly encountered the elite boss golem that only appeared once in the Blood Castle, and it had dropped quite a rare essence. Although its difficulty was very high, we couldn't blindly celebrate, because besides enhanced special abilities, the corresponding penalties were also severe. Corpse Bone Essence, its basic attributes were very suitable for tank classes. Although decreased cognition would lead to body sluggishness, the increases in other attributes were also very high. Bone strength increased by 55 points, stamina increased by 21 points, pain tolerance would be very useful in reality, and it even increased muscle strength and poison resistance. But it had a fatal flaw. Its skill, A-rank skill, Flesh Explosion, a skill that caused damage through violent bodily explosion. Although it would cause considerable damage, it used the character's health as a cost, so it also caused continuous self-damage. It even had acidic bodily fluid, so if injured, the acidic blood would splash onto equipment, greatly reducing equipment durability. So while this essence was powerful, it also had many side effects. The effective time for dropped essence was 30 minutes. Setting it aside temporarily, let's first check on their injuries. We then approached the dwarf. Through this encounter, I reconfirmed one thing: this world's details differed greatly from the game. For instance, with the dwarf's abilities, he should have been able to defeat this monster easily, but mental factors caused him to completely lose combat ability. Meanwhile, the mage nearby was gradually regaining her composure. I had to start negotiating, first establishing my contributions. I said, "We just took down the golem." The mage said, "Good, fortunately I managed to use magic." This cunning human, not even mentioning the life-saving favor, but immediately claiming her own contributions. If I listened to her, I might not even get table scraps. We saved you all. This level of effort could be considered doing more than one person's share. Therefore, we should reserve the loot dropped by the final boss. At my sudden demand, the entire place fell into silence. But before long, the dwarf was first to speak. "I agree with your suggestion, because without you two, I would have lost my life long ago." The cunning mage remained silent for a moment before opposing my opinion, but then added that if truly premium loot dropped, she agreed we should have equal opportunity to compete for it. While somewhat disappointing, at least we had gained bidding rights. Now for the main topic. I said, "The boss we just killed dropped an essence." Perhaps not expecting such a rare essence to drop, the dwarf and mage unconsciously opened their mouths wide. The mage exclaimed, "Golem's essence is even harder to obtain than final boss essence. Such specimens are hard to find in the market, and their value to researchers is quite precious." Her reaction matched my expectations. She displayed a very regretful expression. Since that was the case, I should begin real negotiations. I said, "Lena, I have a suggestion. If you're willing, I can give you the essence. But if the final boss drops an essence, the ownership rights should belong to me." The meaning was simple: trading with the uncertain possibility of dropped essence. After considering briefly, the mage immediately showed a blooming smile and eagerly agreed. Then she took out a small vial from her backpack. To use such an expensive test tube for a 7th level monster's essence. This proved the importance of this harvest to the mage. While it seemed like my loss on the surface, if the Blood Castle's final boss essence could drop, it would be a priceless existence. Therefore, this gamble was still worth attempting. After regrouping, we resumed our perilous dungeon journey. After traveling some distance, we arrived at a stone chamber's entrance. When the mage studied the stone statue at the entrance for a few moments, a magic book actually fell from a crack in the ceiling. Subsequently, amid the dwarf's flattery, she once again displayed her proud demeanor. This book was called Network Log, a magic book containing dark magic. Regular magic books required magical protection to be taken away, but this book was different, so it sold for very high prices in the market. Damn, I had originally planned to secretly come take this later, but this mage had done quite a bit of research. I could only watch helplessly as she took these things alone. Looking at her unnatural smile, she probably knew this book could actually be taken out of this dungeon intact by ordinary people too, but why didn't she know about the one hidden in the blood pool? Subsequently, we gradually cleared the surrounding monsters step by step: giant stone gargoyles, chimera wolves, and the second intermediate boss, Bentara. Our luck was also quite good. Bentara's essence dropped again. This really didn't seem like luck I should have. The 7th level beast Bentara possessed 3 attribute forms: hatred, sorrow, and desire. The sorrow type would spray mist that caused enemies mental confusion. The hatred type used extremely vicious methods to reduce enemy attributes. The final desire attribute before us, while having blood-sucking abilities during combat, could have that skill purified through the mage's curse. Therefore, this attribute type of boss was considered the easiest to deal with. Had I finally escaped bad luck? After killing just a few elite monsters, premium essence dropped again. At this time, the dwarf and mage each offered me congratulations. According to our pre-dungeon agreement, this essence also belonged to Anna and me. In fact, only the final boss remained now, and no one could be certain whether more essence would appear, but I still decided to give this opportunity to Anna. From an adventurer's perspective, Anna was more suitable for this essence than me, because the blood-sucking attribute suited sword-wielding warriors well. Moreover, my development direction would eventually abandon offensive weapons. More importantly, Anna was a trustworthy companion. Given her honest nature, she probably wouldn't leave me in future adventures. Therefore, it would be more efficient to use a strengthened Anna to choose essence more suitable for me. Anna excitedly said, "Thank you, Bjorn. I will definitely repay your kindness." Then she hurried forward to collect the essence. But there was one thing I hadn't told Anna beforehand. The subsequent change was also dramatic and immediately manifested before us. Anna said, "Something feels strange. Bjorn, why did you suddenly become so tall?" Anna was stunned. Anna, originally about 2 meters tall, instantly shrunk to around 1.7 meters. This was the basic effect of Bentara's essence. While greatly increasing bone density, it would shrink the recipient's height. The mage's explanation wasn't finished yet. Anna cried out, "I'm doomed. No one will consider me a warrior looking like this." Seeing the frantic Anna, the mage added, "But you become prettier. Nobles would be quite pleased seeing you." Honestly, except for the tattoos on her body, she now looked purely like a slightly tall human female. Before she despaired, I had to quickly step in to mediate, so I pointed to the 8th level monster ahead and reminded her, "Don't rush to feel discouraged, test your current strength with that undead creature ahead." The others seemed curious about Anna's changes too, all standing aside waiting for her performance. Anna then agreed, immediately wielding her blade to face the monster. however with just one casual swing. She actually cut the 8th level monster in half at the waist. A monster that previously required dozens of strikes from Anna and me to kill was now slain with one blow. At this moment, I was genuinely happy for her. I said, "Anna, you're no longer an ordinary warrior." Anna said incredulously, "I've become a stronger warrior." Fortunately, she regained confidence, although being shorter felt awkward. If she adapted, she would become quite powerful. Subsequently, after killing all the monsters, we arrived at the Blood Castle's final boss entrance. The dwarf and mage were already exchanging farewell words, but listening to their flattering dialogue, I felt somewhat regretful too. Today had indeed brought me too much luck, or perhaps excessive luck. In my life, I had never seemed to have such a lucky moment. A body plagued by illness, love that couldn't be confessed, even the absurd matter of being transported into a game. If considering what worst thing might happen at this moment, what would it be? Wait, was this door handle's color originally like this? I said, "No, don't open the door." But it seemed too late. As the door opened, the ground began shaking violently. The Blood Castle's master awakened from slumber. In the center of the spacious stone chamber sat a blood-red figure. The dungeon's boss had actually been replaced. He was a monster that only appeared on the 6th floor and above. Not even an ordinary vampire, but a mutant upper-tier vampire. He was the intelligent and charismatic vampire Duke Campbell. Monsters in the game world were roughly divided into 4 types. First, mutants, like inspectors or archers appearing in the goblin system. Second, upper-tier species. Desbiend we encountered earlier belonged to this category. Third, rare breeds like Golem, monsters that only appeared in specific dungeons. And finally, upper-tier mutants, monsters with independent memories and individual names. So we could only desperately flee. Vampire Duke Campbell was a solo active boss, also a 5th level monster. Not only proficient in close combat but also in dark magic, an upper-tier mutant guardian. This was an unprecedented case, appearing in a first-floor secret dungeon. Even with my 9 years of gaming experience, I had never seen this guardian. I only learned of such monsters from videos others uploaded to forums. While thinking and desperately fleeing, the mage kept asking questions in my ear, even asking how this novice rookie knew there was danger inside before the door opened. I planned to deflect the topic and tell her to talk less and focus on escaping. She casually said, "I'm being carried while fleeing, so I have time to talk with you." This was infuriating. Speaking of which, what made me notice the anomaly was the door handle's color. During gameplay, I had attempted countless challenges following guides, but whether due to not triggering special conditions, I could never encounter this guardian. Only after repeatedly watching recorded footage did I discover this small difference. Also, once entering a dungeon, you couldn't leave the challenge dungeon without defeating the final guardian. Just as the dwarf was about to encourage us to fight it head-on, the vampire Duke suddenly appeared before us, still in wraith form. This was why I most hated magic using guardians. They didn't play by the rules. With the vampire's appearance, Mage Lena's reaction was quite quick. She also knew that the dark magic used by vampire Dukes, Wraith, the magic that most afraid of sunlight type. The Wraith skill allowed rapid movement through phantomization, though the main body remained immobile in place. But the main body could descend to the Wraith's location at any time, making things quite difficult to handle. Fortunately, Lena responded quickly, forcibly dispersing this Wraith, so it could only use its main body to personally chase us. This at least bought us several minutes of escape time. Just when I felt fortunate, I heard unexpected bad news. Mage Lena had actually fainted. In my knowledge, vampires didn't have essence that has this type of effect. Could there be other essence skills I didn't know about? Regardless, we had to first escape this underground prison. The dwarf and others agreed with my statement, but with the mage unconscious, no one could lead the correct route. In that case, even if it exposed my suspicions, survival was most important. Subsequently, amid the dwarf's incredulous expression, I led everyone in desperate flight, though everyone's breathing was rapid. Perhaps because everyone had good stamina, no one fell behind. But the problem was the thick smoke behind us that we couldn't shake off. Wraiths particularly feared sunlight. Fortunately, it was still daytime. We could also see the sunlit entrance. At this critical moment, we lucky reached the surface. The dwarf said, "You really memorized the entire route after just one visit? Hard to believe you're a novice barbarian who only completed his coming-of-age ceremony last month." This was followed by the dwarf's incredulous questioning. When I didn't know how to explain, Anna ended this awkward situation for me. Because in Anna's eyes, whatever decision I made was the wisest and greatest barbarian warrior. After brief relief, everyone fell into crisis again. Because the sky was beginning to show sunset, the sun was setting. If night came, the vampire would still appear before everyone. The key point now was confirming when the mage would awaken. Also, during the brief gap, I had to retrieve that treasure the mage had missed. I had to shatter the goddess statue to find this item. Goddess's tears. This was commonly called a holy relic in the game, though it was a one-time use item. Its purpose was both healing and delivering fatal strikes to enemies. Fortunately, after I retrieved the key item and returned, Lena had also awakened from unconsciousness. She believed she had been affected by the vampire's sheer damage skill and entered shock. If she rested for about 20 minutes, her injuries could recover to a certain extent, but she could only use about 5 7th tier magic attacks. With this level of attack, she definitely couldn't defeat the vampire. So I directly asked decisively whether she knew other attack magic, such as solar system attack magic. But the reply was a cold voice. because asking a mage about their hidden techniques was extremely rude behavior, though I roughly understood the situation. But the current me was a barbarian who was rude to everyone except the king. When I looked at the mage with rude and arrogant eyes, the mage could only sigh helplessly and say, I can also use dark orb attack magic. Though similar to fireball, it's 6th tier attack magic in power. The drawback is needing about 30 minutes of injury recovery before casting this magic once. This was also one of our trump cards, so I commanded, we'll try to hold out for 30 minutes, you don't blindly come out to help us. The mage was about to agree, but immediately reacting, she suddenly questioned loudly, why are you a novice barbarian playing the captain role? This mage's insight was indeed remarkable. When the dwarf and porter were confusedly following my commands, she, having just awakened, noticed this discrepancy so quickly. She glanced at the porter, dwarf and Anna in turn, but everyone seemed convinced and nodded in agreement. The dwarf also earnestly said, I have good judgment of people, he's trustworthy. Just as our little episode ended, a cold wind blew. The shadows covering the ground grew thicker, night had arrived. Now there was no retreat. Recovering magic power still needed 30 minutes. We could only do one thing, hold out until that moment no matter what. With darkness falling, the vampire that had been gazing at us like a descending deity became serious. With terrifying roars, deep black claws and wings slowly grew from within its body. This was exactly the same as in the game. No matter how intelligent monsters were, talking with them was only symbolic. Then they would immediately enter attack mode. The original plan to buy time through conversation also fell through. At this time, facing the opponent's attack, the dwarf bravely stepped forward. The vampire's killing intent was numbing, but surprisingly, the dwarf blocked it completely unharmed. Even when attacked, he showed no weakness, which was truly admirable. This should be the real foundation of having over 3 years of adventure experience. The dwarf fully displayed all his cards, the first 7th level bull monster essence, balance, a skill that would never easily fall as long as feet stuck to the ground, plus it had shock absorption function, making this essence quite suitable for tank classes. As battle began, I exchanged glances with Anna. Anna and I simultaneously positioned ourselves to attack the vampire from both sides, but the vampire was not to be underestimated. Judging by its reaction, it possessed considerable combat intelligence. Before Anna's attack arrived, it had already predicted all attacks and dodged. Little did it know I was waiting right at its landing spot, but my attack had absolutely no effect on it. Instead, my arm went numb from the shock. This should be the backlash effect the mage had experienced earlier. At this moment, the vampire that had dodged to a distance began slowly phantomizing, instantly splitting into hundreds of crows. They flapped their wings, rushing toward us rapidly, though the dwarf used his skill to block at the front. These crows began exploding on contact with people. Though the explosion power wasn't very great, the splattered blood was more troublesome. This was the vampire's sacrifice mark. It could treat all life forms splattered by blood as offerings, enhancing the caster's physical abilities. Besides this skill, the vampire had 2 other major skills: Eternal One, whose regenerative ability greatly increased proportional to lost blood, and Blood Ritual Master, which directly stole partial abilities from blood-sucking targets. These 3 skills could display formidable power in close combat. Moreover, besides these essence skills, it could also use dark magic. It could transform into darkness to avoid attacks at any time. Could also phantomize into crows, bringing explosions. Even summon immortal creatures to fight using sacrificial blood. Truly worthy of being a high-level boss with an independent name. The strength it displayed had far exceeded any monster we'd encountered. We had only held out for 3 minutes at most, with a long time remaining before magic could be used. Just then came another piece of bad news. The dwarf serving as main defense finally couldn't withstand the vampire's attacks, completely losing combat ability and fainting directly. The battle situation instantly tilted to the other side. Anna and I were already covered in wounds. With the main tank down, we had almost no chance of blocking it. At this time, I quickly made a judgment. I immediately demanded Anna take the dwarf and retreat to the rear. From this moment, I would face this boss alone. From this moment, I had to become the vampire's human punching bag. It really hurts, keep stabbing. While being beaten, I continuously drank healing potions. This scene was completely witnessed by the nearby mage. In her understanding, my actions completely exceeded normal human comprehension, because fighting while consuming potions was a combat method she had never heard of. Fighting while drinking potions was absolutely impossible by common sense, because the pain from potions was beyond imagination. The degree of pain increased with the severity of injuries. Moreover, steam was already rising from my body as the mist turned to vapor. Shock death wouldn't be strange in this condition. Yet I could still manage to block attacks. I was covered in wounds. That I could still move was already a miracle. But for fatal attacks aimed at vital points, I could accurately block them. The mage also recalled her teacher's teachings. The true value of barbarians wasn't in their excellent physical abilities, but in their spiritual strength. Thinking of this, the mage felt deep shame about her own behavior. A barbarian who had just completed his coming-of-age ceremony for survival was calmly making judgments and optimal actions, while she, as a mage, could only hide behind and watch helplessly. The current situation was that once the barbarian fell, everyone would surely die here. Therefore, she had to make corresponding decisions quickly. Mages weren't just beings who used magic from behind. Analyzing situations through mastering various knowledge and pointing out effective paths for the team was also part of a mage's job. To preserve everyone's lives, she had to make the optimal choice. Though quite regrettable, it couldn't compare to her own life. The mage slowly raised her magic power and cast a skill. Increased hit rate, increased range judgment, automatic trajectory adjustment. She immediately finished the incantation then forcefully threw the test tube in her hand. The test tube flew in a perfect arc to the distance. When the test tube hit its target, it shattered and emitted intense light. Then came the system notification. Congratulations, Bjorn has successfully absorbed golem essence. Pain tolerance increased by 70%, muscle strength increased by 15%, attack intensity increased by 55%, character level increased to 2. At that moment, my mind went completely blank, and I couldn't even see clearly what was in front of me. If someone had asked me whether it hurt, I really wanted them to come and experience it for themselves. The feeling was like having my entire body stabbed randomly, then having salt water poured on the wounds. Although I wanted to give up all resistance and accept this fate, I still pulled myself together, just like standing at a crossroads when I had to make a choice. At this moment, I couldn't withstand all the attacks, so I would abandon my arms and legs, because they weren't parts that would immediately cause life-threatening danger after being attacked. But no matter what, I had to prevent vital areas from being attacked. And just then, I instantly felt the pain decrease somewhat. My body, which had originally reached its limit, actually gained new vitality. Even the vampire's claws couldn't penetrate my bones anymore. Could it be that they had fed me Golem's essence? Just thinking about having to drastically change my cultivation path in the future made me feel inexplicably sad. But if judged from a short-sighted perspective, this was actually a pretty good situation. At this time, the vampire rushed at me even more enthusiastically, and I kept dodging accordingly. The situation didn't change much. What used to be flesh lying there taking a beating could now stand up and take a beating. The changes after eating Golem's essence were only this much. And just then, a glass bottle came flying rapidly from the distance. As the liquid inside dripped onto my body, the torn wounds healed much faster than before. From the looks of it, this mage had also realized her own life was in danger. High-level potions were indeed different. With this level of regenerative ability continuously recovering, I could actually compete with this vampire. I simply charged aggressively toward the guy in front of me. So what if flesh was cut and muscles were torn? The acidic blood would cause damage to the vampire, and my wounds would heal in a few seconds anyway. And at this time, with the porter's assistance, Anna also rejoined the battle. But the battle situation that had just improved was only temporary. This must be the level gap. The vampire, having adapted slightly, immediately took control of the fight. What was originally one meat shield had now simply become 2 meat shields. When we were desperately getting beaten up, I finally heard that long-awaited voice. Bjorn, the Dark Orb attack magic is ready. Finally, this was the moment I had been waiting for. I used all my strength to push the vampire forcefully, then immediately gave the dwarf the attack command. Not to say the agreement, this was a command that had never even been mentioned once. Fortunately, in times of crisis, everyone was observing subtle changes. The dwarf didn't disappoint me either. Having recovered slightly from his injuries, he immediately deployed his unique essence skill, Lightning Banishment. Its effect was to attack the opponent through intense electrical current from part of the body. The current from the hammer shot toward the vampire in the form of a sphere like a cannonball. A powerful electrical explosion swept across the entire scene, putting the enemy into a brief state of unconsciousness. This was exactly the opportunity I had been waiting for, among so many crises. For this moment, I had been carefully saving something I hadn't used, the goddess's tears. I quickly ran to this guy's front and stuffed it into the vampire's mouth, then gave him a punch. At the same time, the sound of something shattering came from inside the vampire's body. The effect of this holy relic was to temporarily seal all of the enemy's resistance. Blood was flowing madly from the corner of the vampire's mouth, and I hadn't even had time to celebrate when I actually heard the sound of the mage finishing her spell incantation. I hadn't had time to dodge yet, and along with my chagrin, an energy ball like a blazing sun had already shot right in front of my eyes. I only remember smelling the delicious aroma of roasted meat. Then I slowly lost consciousness. When I opened my eyes again, I saw the dim sky and couldn't hear any sounds around me. Could it be that they were also caught up in the black orb and all passed out? I forced myself to turn over and check the surroundings. What was the situation? The vampire, covered in wounds, was still not dead. His arms were torn open, and bones could be seen on the upper part of his excavated chest. He even seemed to have no consciousness. But what I couldn't accept was that his wounds were healing. What a perverted essence skill. The vampire's essence skill was immortal. As long as his heart remained intact, he would never die. At this rate of regeneration, it wouldn't be long before he fully recovered. It seemed everyone except me had fallen. Therefore, I had something else I needed to do. I had to kill Vampire Duke Campanile before he regained consciousness. I dragged my broken body and walked slowly. Although every step brought indescribable pain, I still ignored everything. This guy was covered in wounds, but only his heart was safe and sound. He must have used his arms to block the black orb to protect his weak point. What a cunning guy. Then I raised both fists and pounded fiercely at his heart, but my punches actually couldn't break his bones. And then I suddenly remembered one of Golem Essence's skills, A-rank skill, Flesh Explosion, a skill that brings damage through intense explosion of the body. Then when placed on this guy's chest, it began to explode. Although the explosive power wasn't very great, due to the acidic properties in the flesh and blood, this guy's chest cracked somewhat. I hadn't expected to succeed in one try anyway, so I continued to cast Flesh Explosion repeatedly. During this process, I also instinctively developed a feeling. My limit would soon arrive. Even if I could kill the vampire this way in the end, I would definitely die too. But I still wouldn't stop. This absolutely wasn't a sacrifice made for my teammates. Some people might think I was like a madman, but I'd become certain that killing him might give me just a tiny possibility of survival. But at this moment, a new problem arose. My hands had been blown off by me. Then I pressed my heart tightly against this guy's body and cast Flesh Explosion once more, and this time it finally didn't disappoint me. His body turned into a pillar of light and disappeared before my eyes. Although I had defeated this guy, my life had also come to an end, and thinking about my death, I suddenly opened my eyes wide. What appeared before me was Anna's caring gaze. What was this situation? Could it be that I hadn't died? But around me, apart from Anna, I couldn't see any other companions. When I asked about the whereabouts of the dwarf and the others, Anna actually said they had already left this dungeon 3 days ago. I had been unconscious for 3 days. Adding these 3 days, it was exactly the 7th day since entering the first floor. Then I first checked my own condition. The hands that had been blown up in my memory were perfectly intact. I couldn't see any other wounded areas either. Apart from being a bit hungry, I was generally in good condition. But there was one problem. I said, "Anna, why am I naked?" Anna said, "The tattered things were an eyesore, so I tore them off. You don't need to be shy, Bjorn. You really are a great warrior." I hastily changed the subject and asked if anything special had happened during this time. It seemed that all 3 of the vampire's top rewards had dropped. The ranking equipment was taken by the little dwarf, the enchantment stone was taken by the mage, and the fact that I was still alive meant that I had absorbed its essence. Later, from Anna's recollection, I learned the original plan to determine the distribution of spoils through dice rolling was directly skipped under the mage's unreasonableness. She even said she needed to take at least these things to compensate for the losses. And when the mage left, she was particularly angry because Bjorn had gotten the most valuable thing, so everything they took was justified. According to Anna's recollection, it seemed only that woman knew I had absorbed the vampire's essence. Plus she had invested all of Golem's essence and the high-level potions she brought on me. Analyzing it this way, this mage had indeed lost quite a bit. Although I had no objection to the distribution method of the spoils, Anna still had great opinions about them. So I decisively said to Anna, "Thank you. Having you here puts me at ease." Although the mage took away many hidden treasures through the strategy, there was one treasure she definitely couldn't find. Then we finally returned to Rafdonia. The long-missed sunlight, the noisy crowds, but at the same time it proved once again that I had escaped death once more. I couldn't help but look forward to it. After all this hard work, there would surely be considerable gains. But what surprised me was that the converted magic stones were only worth 230,000 gold coins. But there wasn't much of a problem, because in this adventure I had absorbed 2 rare essences. But just as I was about to leave with the gold coins, the cashier actually pulled back his extended hand and said with a questioning look, "As a 9th level adventurer, this amount is too much. And what's in the backpack?" What was going on? This was something I had never experienced when playing the game. And before I could even react, a group of guards actually surrounded me at the front desk. Having barely made it back alive, what was this situation? They were actually going to take me to an interrogation room. At the same time, at the entrance to the Rafdonia secret realm, Owen stood in the center of the crowd, dragging her weary body. Perhaps because of the stark contrast in environment, memory fragments from this period intersected in her mind. The monsters on the 3rd floor were much more powerful than she had imagined. The 7th level beasts she saw for the first time in her life were all particularly strong. Although her sister was doing most of the fighting, the occasional 6th level monster still gave her quite a hard time. But imagining telling Bjorn about these novel situations, she couldn't help but develop an expectant expression again. Although she was worried it would be like last time, she still wanted to see him as soon as possible because she wanted to show off her newly acquired essence. Then she also came to the exchange closest to her. This harvest was about 180,000 gold coins. For a 9th level adventurer, this was quite a lot of income, but she had a wealthy sister. So all of this seemed perfectly natural to the cashier. Having exchanged the gold coins, Owen hurried back to the residence, humming a little tune while cleaning her slightly dirty body. She imagined treating Bjorn to a delicious feast with her earnings. It was simply too joyful. Her steps toward the meeting became even more lighthearted. But room 302's occupant hadn't returned yet. How could this be? Nothing would have happened to him. He should return soon. But just like that, a whole week had passed. The innkeeper also began organizing Bjorn's room. Although she was angry about arbitrarily organizing someone else's room, the innkeeper's words also pulled her back to harsh reality. It had been so long since the dungeon closed, and he still hadn't returned. The only reason they could imagine was that he had died inside. Owen curled up alone in front of the inn, unable to believe the reality before her. Although adventurers dying in dungeon was a normal thing, she simply couldn't imagine what Bjorn's death would look like. Having gone through countless internal struggles, Owen developed a determination she had never had before. She would become strong enough to protect the people she cherished. On the other side, this was the 7th day I had been imprisoned as a robber, and I was now located in the underground interrogation room. During this period, the one interrogating me was the man across from me. The first question of the interrogation: where did the crossbow come from? Have even barbarians evolved to use bows and arrows now? These were all items from the robbers who tried to kill me, but the other party wouldn't listen to my explanation at all. They had arrested me merely on suspicion of looting. Normally, no matter what items adventurers obtained in secret realms, if there was no evidence, they usually didn't interfere. But later I learned that internal regulations had been changed a few days ago. To reduce robber behavior, they started with thorough investigations of easy-to-bully 9th level adventurers, specifically targeting guys with large amounts of magic stones and no special background for interrogation. Did having no background mean I deserved this treatment? Then I described in detail the incident of being attacked by 4 robbers, but I didn't mention a word about the short-haired robber situation, because barbarians who broke oaths might be suspected of being evil spirits. The interrogator said, "You were stabbed and still survived. Where is that scar?" But the problem was my scars had healed. Could it be because of the vampire essence's natural regeneration ability? Finally, to avoid more suspicion, I still mentioned things related to the Rift dungeon. But what replied to me was endless mockery. A vampire boss on the first floor of a dungeon? Truly a barbarian, even lying doesn't use the brain. I also got angry and said, then call a mage to verify the truth through memory magic. But the problem was, in their regulations, only 7th level and above adventurers had the right to request a mage. I even mentioned I was willing to pay the high fees, but his answer threw me into even greater anger. It's money that can be recovered after death anyway. Is there any need to waste it on meaningless things? This was the content of the first day's interrogation, and the situation after that gradually reached the worst point. Faced with my repeated protests, the investigator helplessly brought in a low-level mage, but it had no effect on me. From the guild standpoint, ending my case would require a high-level mage's help, but how could they possibly request a high-level mage for a 9th-level adventurer? In his mind, quickly beating me into confessing was a more efficient method, but I would never give false testimony out of fear, so I also mentioned the names of the dwarf and mage Lena, but he consistently pretended not to hear. During this process, this morning brought the 7th interrogation. He finally discovered decisive evidence. At this moment, he held in his hand a communication stone from the alliance of that person who had tried to sexually assault Owen. He said, "This isn't your first time engaging in looting behavior, because we checked through the communication's unique number and found this belonged to a dead adventurer, and that alliance leader also gave false testimony." Having obtained evidence, they also made a decision. In 3 hours, Bjorn would be executed. Now it had exceeded the stage where things could be resolved through dialogue, but blind jailbreaking would only confirm that I was a robber. Therefore, there was only one way to survive. No matter what, I had to prove my innocence. The key was to create a situation where the Adventurers Guild couldn't silence me. Flesh Explosion, one of the few attack skills that used the character's life force as a cost. I didn't know if it was because of the vampire essence, but now using the skill didn't cause much pain, and my hands also began healing rapidly. The guard was terrified. Before he could make a fuss, I knocked him out instantly with one kick. I first had to get out of this basement. I quickly searched and pulled out the keys. At this time, the other prisoners watching from the iron cells began going crazy. Among these guys, there should also be real criminals, but a poor wronged barbarian wouldn't care about those details. Come on, beasts of the dungeon, you are free. Soon after, the Adventurers Guild Hall was packed with administrative staff and adventurers at the counters. At this time, a door was suddenly smashed open. Prisoners shouted and surged madly into the hall. Compensation will be paid by the guild. Adventurers, please lend us your strength. Naked but fearless prisoners charging forward. Adventurers drawing weapons to fight. The originally peaceful office hall had an inappropriate bloody incident. Anyway, those escaped prisoners would be recaptured before long. Because unlike adventurers, the escaped prisoners didn't even have proper weapons. And as the mastermind of all this, I was rushing non-stop toward my destination. Because my goal wasn't just jailbreaking. The guard said, "The minister is upstairs. We absolutely cannot let the escaped prisoner through." And that minister was my target. Flesh Explosion. Whether adventurers or escaped prisoners, dozens of people who got my blood on them all cried out in agony simultaneously. To increase the plan's success rate, I could only sacrifice these people. Sacrifice Mark, the vampire essence's second skill, using people within a 100-meter radius who were stained with blood as sacrifices to temporarily enhance the character's physical abilities. When the energy from these sacrifices flowed into my body, I finally understood why the contestants in competitions liked taking stimulants so much. At this moment, my body was full of power. The originally arrogant soldiers now couldn't withstand even one punch from me. The stimulant effect was really good. This adventurer branch, I heard only imprisoned low-level adventurers. Therefore, they never imagined someone like me would appear. Breaking through layer after layer of barriers, the office of the Adventurers Association minister finally appeared before me. Worthy of being this branch's leader, he had already laid an ambush to one side, preparing to give me a fatal blow. However, the minister thought he had succeeded, but didn't know my blood was acidic. At this time, a woman's scream caught my attention. It turned out there was another person besides the minister. Seeing my gaze fall on this woman, the minister, enduring the pain, said urgently, "Don't touch that lady. She's the regional director's daughter." And not having grasped the situation properly, he also threatened that if I harmed her, I definitely wouldn't have a good end. But he was really noisy. Better let him lie quietly for a while. Although I hadn't planned to do this originally, if the regional director's daughter was also here, that was another matter. She said, "You maniac, doing such things yet remaining so calm. Did you already know I would come here today?" Casually covering this self-important woman's mouth, I said, "Stop your chatter." I threatened the guards who came rushing over, "If you don't want this woman to die, bring the investigator responsible for me, the Crystal Alliance leader on the first floor, and the Mage Tower mage over here." The chessboard had been laid deep enough, so now it was my turn to slowly turn the tables. My name is Bjorn. I am a 9th-level adventurer who was framed by the Adventurers Guild and whom they tried to kill. I swear to God that I am innocent. Although the Adventurers Guild wants to frame me, I am absolutely innocent. Only by making things this messy could there be a glimmer of hope for victory. At the same time, inside the Mage Tower Association, an old man was saying to Mage Lena, "A madman has appeared at the Adventurers Association. Please have the Mage Tower go provide support." Indeed, a madman. He released the robbers trapped in the branch dungeon and took the regional director's daughter as a hostage. Lena had never heard of such a madman, so she became interested. She happily agreed to the old man's assignment, but when she arrived at the scene and saw the man before her, her body shook with fright. That madman was actually Bjorn. She couldn't help but start cursing at me, but for me, Lena's arrival actually made things go more smoothly. I said, "Quickly use memory confirmation magic on me. As long as you read the memories from my brain, everything will become clear." But this cunning girl was still bargaining with me at this crucial moment. She wanted me to agree to one request from her in the future before she would cast the spell. Although I didn't know what it was, as long as it was within the realm of possibility, I could agree. But even a 6th level mage's power couldn't break through my mental barrier. Could it be because I was an evil spirit? I immediately changed the subject and had her start using recording magic from this moment. Just then, the guy who had been interrogating me all along arrived at the scene. They indeed had some ability. They had actually captured all the first floor escapees so quickly. But seeing me on the balcony, he pointed at me and shouted in panic, "This barbarian is the ringleader." But everyone already knew these things. Things had reached this point, so the helpless minister could only hold his forehead and say, "I heard he was wrongly accused. You are the person in charge of this case. What is your basis for determining he is a robber?" An unexpected reversal. As the investigator, he immediately judged that the current situation was unfavorable to him, so he began making excuses. First, this 9th level adventurer possessed magic stones completely incompatible with his level. So feeling suspicious, I checked the other party's backpack and found it packed with various equipment that had been plundered. And I discovered the communication stone was a relic of a deceased member of the Crystal Alliance. And their leader also provided valid testimony that Bjorn had killed innocent people and plundered their items. The minister questioned, but even so, this is still unverified testimony. But having no way out, he pointed at me and said, "Because this barbarian has been lying all along, claiming his neck was stabbed, but there isn't even a trace." He actually said this was because he had eaten the essence of a mutant vampire. Minister, does this sound reasonable? A vampire on the first floor of a secret realm. What an unreasonable lie. He must know that memory magic won't work on him, so he's saying such ridiculous things. Therefore, I couldn't request a noble mage tower mage for such a person. After stating all these investigative grounds, his original unease unconsciously turned into confidence. But he hadn't been smug for long when the mage at the side gave him a blow. The mage said, "Mr. Bjorn indeed absorbed vampire essence in the first floor rift," and she actually guaranteed with the mage tower's reputation that she herself was at that scene. How was this possible? They must know each other, so they were using this method to cover for each other. But his muttering was heard clearly by Lena at the side. Lena said, "Are you saying I'm lying?" Mage Tower mages were close to being nobility in this world. Although they had many schools, they were all one collective, so mages strictly protected each other's interests. A mere basic employee actually dared to doubt a Mage Tower mage. Wasn't this just seeking death? Seeing his subordinate about to be charged with a huge crime, the minister stepped forward to ease the atmosphere, but his bias was still clearly visible. He said, "Seeing a vampire on the first floor of a secret realm indeed doesn't make sense, and there are indeed no records of such things happening in history." But before he finished his explanation, Lena directly interrupted him and said, "As the leader of an adventurer branch, this isn't something you should be saying. Ever since dungeons were born, they have remained full of unknowns to this day. You haven't even verified it yet, you dare to definitively say it's impossible." This mage was indeed remarkable. She showed no mercy even toward the minister. And just then, a low male voice interrupted the scene. "So you're that barbarian. You've done something quite laughable today." The Adventurers Association's operational system was quite simple. There were hundreds of branches in the city, each with a branch manager, and 13 regional directors managed them respectively, with only one general director above these people. Therefore, the 13 regional directors could also be seen as the second in command of the Adventurers Association. For someone like me, a 9th level adventurer, it would be difficult to even catch a glimpse of such people from afar. But for people like them, things wouldn't always go as they wished either. And accompanying him was also an unwelcome guest, someone who could shock the fat-headed investigator. It was Crystal Alliance leader Haseing, who had his genitals cut off by Owen and also provided false testimony. "So you're the one who gave false testimony?" He wanted to make excuses, but Lena at the side gave him no opportunity and directly used memory reading, and declared, "This person lied before. With the Mage Tower Mage's certification, his lies would be self-defeating." And seeing things had reached this point, the regional director could only sigh and rub his forehead, saying, "You're called Bjorn, right? At this moment, I pardon you as innocent." I said, "That's as it should be, but this isn't enough. I also want to pursue the necessary responsibility of these guys." The regional director said, "He gave false testimony causing serious chaos. We will thoroughly investigate and directly sentence him." I said, "In that case, go investigate his Crystal Alliance thoroughly too." Seeing this, the investigator hastily said he was only acting according to regulations and hadn't intentionally harmed the other party. But before his defense was finished, the regional director said, "Are you trying to transfer your incompetence to the Adventurers Guild? From this moment, we will thoroughly re-examine all the judgments you have made." continued. If there is any improper behavior, the punishment you receive won't just be dismissal, there will be more severe penalties. Watching these two guys being led away dejectedly by the guards, the cunning regional director directly shifted the topic to compensation from me. And his so-called compensation was actually just upgrading my adventurer level to 7th rank and replacing all my confiscated items with new ones. Did this guy take me for a fool? How could adventurer level upgrades be used as rewards? With the 5th level essence I absorbed, I could naturally become 7th level. And he defended by saying, "Because you're just a newcomer who's only been at this for 2 months." I said, "In that case, find any 7th level adventurer and I'll show you just how strong this newcomer is. I don't care if you're a regional director or the second in command here, I'm an extremely domineering barbarian." And just as I was about to explode, Lena at the side directly said, "That's because there's no precedent. In just 2 months, a newcomer obtained a mutant vampire's essence. Such a situation naturally couldn't exist in history. You did what you should have done and still want credit. This is indeed a bit laughable. A mage's words indeed carry different weight. A goal that a barbarian couldn't achieve through anger, the mage achieved with just a few words, leaving the Adventurers Association's second-in-command speechless. Since we held the advantageous position in negotiations, I should properly demand real compensation. My demand was simple. 5 million gold coins. Although it was a bit excessive, I was a barbarian. Why care about so many details? But unexpectedly, the district chief directly agreed to my request. Just when I was secretly rejoicing, Lena added that her service fee was 1 million gold coins. I didn't know if it was because Lena was present, or because of the mage tower behind her, but the compensation negotiation ended smoothly. By the time everything was finished, it was already getting dark, and after a week of exhaustion, I was brought by Lena to the legendary mage tower. This was the personal research laboratory of Lena, a mage from the Artemian school, but I hadn't expected that the research lab used by this clean and tidy-looking mage would be so messy and chaotic. Just as I was marveling at this, she suddenly took out a bottle of strange liquid and handed it to me. I was even curious whether there was clean water inside, because not long ago this bottle might very well have contained some bizarre solution. Then I gave up the idea of drinking water and asked directly, "Why did you bring me here?" She said, "Didn't you promise to help me with a favor?" I thought carefully. In this world, establishing a friendship with a mage wasn't necessarily a bad thing. So I reminded her once again, as long as it's within my capabilities. I want to conduct exclusive research on the essence you absorbed. This will definitely help you too. Because this is an unprecedented situation, we might discover its special properties. When she said this, her eyes began to change slowly. It was the passionate gaze of a scholar. She had originally planned to research Golem's essence, but now an unprecedented mutated vampire essence had appeared. Seeing that I hadn't answered for a while, Lena immediately added that this suggestion wouldn't cause you any harm. No wonder she had demanded confidentiality about my situation when she wrote the agreement after collecting the money earlier. At the time, I thought she was personally preparing even these details for me, and I wanted to thank her properly. Turns out the real purpose was for this moment. Since she assured me there would be no harm, I had no reason to refuse the suggestion. Seeing that I agreed readily, her face showed a blush, and the research time would be once a week, about 3 hours each time. She wanted to set the duration for as long as half a year, but half a year was too long for me, so I directly said to change the duration to 3 months, and I wanted the research results shared with me. Seeing that her research time was about to be shortened, her previously blushing face immediately changed to a negotiating expression. She said, "It was with my help that you were able to survive until now, and you even got 5 million gold coins for free. You should be more grateful to me. To establish a long-term friendly relationship, I needed to let her see what kind of person I was." I said, "Since you've already mentioned money, there's an account I need to settle with you." When initially establishing friendly relationships, those who only accommodate others in the early stages often aren't seen as kind, they only make others look down on them. I continued, "You fed me Golem's essence without my consent." She naturally couldn't understand the situation, because in her eyes I had absorbed someone else's hard-to-obtain essence for free. But she forgot the most important point, that I hadn't agreed to absorb this essence. And at that time, it was she who abandoned the essence for me to absorb in order to improve her own survival chances, she wanted to argue. But she forgot that I was an unreasonable barbarian. How could I possibly listen to her arguments? I said, "I don't understand other things, I only know I don't like this essence. So you need to give me 10 million gold coins. I heard that removing essence at the temple requires this amount." Unlike the negotiation just now, her face became quite red at this moment. She said, 10 million gold coins? Why don't you just rob a bank? And I also heard that adventurers can barely obtain even ordinary essences, yet you're asking me to pay. That's just your personal prejudice. You can ask other adventurers what they would do if someone fed them essence they didn't like. Believing herself to be without any fault, she angrily walked toward the crystal ball behind her. Then after operating it like dialing a phone number, she actually contacted someone. "Hello, Mr. Patslin? I'm Lena, a mage from the Artemian school." A kind voice immediately came from the other side. "Miss Lena, I remember you. What can I do for you?" She didn't exchange pleasantries and went straight to the point. "If someone fed you an unplanned essence without your consent, what would you do?" The other party hadn't expected such a strange question. After a moment of silence, he said, "I would probably be very angry." This was completely beyond Lena's expectations. She said, "You would be angry? What if it was a level 7 essence and a rare dungeon guardian's essence? Would you still be angry?" The other party said, even so, I would still be equally angry. If it's an unplanned essence, it would only have negative effects on me. A mage like you probably wouldn't understand. If you randomly use essences to make up numbers, you could never become a top adventurer. After hearing the adventurer's answer, her face began to turn pale, and she even glanced at my expression from time to time. She continued talking to the other side. Suppose what you just described happened. What compensation would you demand? The other party said, I would first demand about 15 million gold coins in compensation. Hearing this, Lena cried out in shock. The other party seemed to notice Lena's extreme reaction and explained, because the cost of removing essence at the temple is exactly this price. I don't know why those who serve the gods are so greedy for money. Hearing this, Lena seemed to realize her position and began trembling uncontrollably. Lena said, if there was no money for compensation, how would you handle it? The other party said, if that kind of thing happened, and the person responsible was right in front of me, I'm afraid I would break their neck. After the communication ended, Lena's laboratory fell silent. This was probably completely beyond her expectations. Being acquainted with the mages of the Mage Tower, this adventurer named Patslen was definitely someone with ability, so he knew the importance of essence combinations. But if she had asked a 9th level adventurer desperate to make a living, she probably would have gotten a grateful response. This was her decisive mistake, just as I was about to claim victory. A bold voice came from the doorway. So it's the barbarian who defeated a mage through argument. You're even more amazing than I heard. The person who entered was a white-haired old man with a face full of wrinkles. I vaguely guessed his true identity. He said, pleased to meet you, young barbarian. I'm Lena's teacher. My name is Diante Bazillion. So he was the super mage who could enjoy the 5th floor of the Mage Tower alone, perhaps an existence even more terrifying than the district chief. Lena was shocked, because she had clearly set up soundproofing magic, but her magic was useless in front of him. He said, my youngest student brought someone for the first time, and it's a living barbarian. How could I resist my curiosity, because most of them are corpses after death, or beating hearts? These were clearly threatening words. And just as I was seriously on guard, this old man burst into bold laughter again. Your expression is cute, I was just joking. Bastard! Is this what mages call a joke? If so, then I'll have to show you what a barbarian who can read the atmosphere is like. So I also laughed boldly and replied, your name is Diante, right? I really want to smash your skull. But why wasn't he laughing? Oh right, I hadn't said the next part. Of course I was joking. Relax your expression, smile a bit, you old geezer. No matter what harsh words you say beforehand, saying it's just a joke isn't that your way of joking. Lena said, Bjorn, are you crazy? Seeing Lena curse so rudely for the first time, I also felt the joke had gone a bit too far. But just as I didn't know how to end this, he laughed and said, you're quite a remarkable fellow, don't worry about it, I won't take it to heart. But his mouth was still trembling slightly, clearly quite angry. But so what? I'm an impolite barbarian anyway. I said, to be able to accept my joke so readily, you're the first mage I've met who's so bold. Then, with Lena looking completely bewildered, we pretended to exchange some harmless jokes. Not long after, the old man took out a ring and said, this is Frost Soul Ring number 9425. Can 10 million gold coins be replaced with this? Although the number was a bit low, it was at least a numbered unique item. Numbered unique items could only drop from guardians in dungeons, and each one had inherent special abilities. But he so easily gave me the Frost Soul Ring, I pretended not to understand and asked, what is this? The old man explained unhurriedly, this can seal 1 extra essence skill for the wearer, like the golem essence you absorbed, and its acidic corrosion skill is quite a troublesome ability. What surprised me was that this great mage of the Artemian school seemed unaware of this ring's true function, so I pretended to reluctantly accept his suggestion. When I walked out the door and left the Mage Tower, Lena apologetically said to the elder with a wronged expression. The elder comforted her, no matter, that ring was something that couldn't be sold anyway. Its market price is around 1.5 million gold coins. When that stupid barbarian learns the ring's true value later, he should feel quite bad. Little did they know that I, who had walked out of the Mage Tower gate, was also inwardly despising these so-called great mages. They claimed to be the crystallization of wisdom in this world, just like Lena in the Blood Castle dungeon who didn't know about the goddess's tears, and her teacher, the old man who didn't know the ring's true purpose. Then I dragged my tired body to the lodging place. But what was this situation? The innkeeper looked as if he'd seen a ghost when he saw me, and this guy actually treated me as dead, and had cleared out my room without permission. And only after my questioning did I learn he had thrown away all my luggage, even though I had clearly paid for an extra week's stay. Looking at the innkeeper who promised to compensate me, I couldn't help but feel the urge to beat him up, but this emotion made me shiver. When did I start naturally having such thoughts? When I first entered this world, although I saw someone dead beside me, my body and mind were quite calm. When I first killed someone in the secret realm, although it was something I had to do, the entire process was quite skilled. Not long ago when I escaped from prison, I also only considered for a moment, then made crazy moves without any hesitation. Even just now when arguing with the old man, if it were before I crossed over, I definitely wouldn't have done such things. In this special environment, my heart had changed. My emotions had also become simple, ignorant, and extreme like a real barbarian. It should be said that I was being integrated into the barbarian, but if I wanted to survive in this world, such an outcome was actually better. Soon after, I moved into a new dormitory, although its price was twice as expensive as the previous inn, but it had an independent window and a personal bathtub. It was also close to Dimension Square. After sleeping soundly, I went to the Angry Bullhorn Inn the next day. Although I was mentally prepared, when I saw Anna at this moment, I didn't react immediately. Anna said, "Where on earth did you go during this time?" But before I could explain explain the detailed situation. The surrounding tribesmen excitedly shouted, "Have you heard about a freedom-loving barbarian? His heroic deeds have spread throughout the entire city." This was clearly about me. I uneasily asked for this barbarian's name, but fortunately the Adventurers Association kept their word and didn't reveal my real name. But seeing that the barbarian tribe could produce such an existence, they were actually more excited than I was. They said, "He single-handedly defeated hundreds of guards and cleared his name honorably. He also led the prison crowd to freedom. We're proud of such a tribesman." But their reaction gave me a bad feeling, because fame brings trouble. Soon after, I brought Anna to trade within the city. After selling all the equipment, I got 800,000 gold coins, plus the things I had gathered before the dungeon closed, about 500,000 gold coins. According to our previous 8 and 2 distribution standard, I generously gave Anna 300,000 gold coins. This seemed to exceed her expectations. Anna showed a shy expression, but this emotion was only temporary, because the next second she pointed to the cotton candy nearby and said, "Look, someone actually put clouds on sticks to eat." This was innocence that only Anna could display. Then, to celebrate, we came to a nearby high-end restaurant. This should have been her first time seeing so much delicious food. Anna kept praising the chef. And this Anna suddenly said to me seriously, "Thank you for still treating me as ordinarily as before." It turned out that since eating the essence and becoming smaller in size, other tribesmen had actually started distancing themselves from Anna. Recently, many humans had even become her followers. But for Anna, who took pride in being a warrior, this was a deadly humiliation. I could understand all this, but her next words left me stunned. She said, "Have I become so ugly now that even humans are pursuing me? Therefore, I've made a decision. I can't enter the dungeon with you anymore." I was confused. What was the connection between these two things? However, her withdrawal wasn't because of changes in appearance and physique, but because a highly respected swordsmanship master in the Holy Land had taken notice of her talent. It was said he had very high expectations for Anna, and today Anna decided to formally study swordsmanship under the Elder. Because dungeon time was just one day in reality, I requested that she take out one day during her training period. But the Elder required Anna to practice a rather special swordsmanship, so she couldn't leave the Holy Land for 6 months. Hearing this, I also roughly guessed what kind of swordsmanship it was. If it was the same as my guess, then I could completely accept this result, because this was a rare opportunity. Anna said, "I don't ask you to wait for me, nor do I ask you to definitely accept me when I come out, but I will train seriously and become an excellent warrior who won't hold you back." At this point, I could no longer retain Anna in this secret realm adventure. Anna had survived ignominiously under the submission of marauders betraying her faith. In the Rift dungeon, while others performed actively, Anna could only watch everything powerlessly. This was probably the most important factor for her to make this decision. Of course, there was also the option of solo adventuring, because the current me was very different from 2 months ago. Having absorbed golems and the vampire's essence, plus a dungeon guardian's essence, my basic attribute values had increased dramatically. Combined with the soul engraving that provided regeneration, I could say I had no opponents within the second layer of the secret realm. But this was a team cooperation game. No matter how strong an individual character was, one person couldn't complete it. Character groups were classified very meticulously. The higher the layer, the more crucial specific characters became. So I needed to find teammates of similar level, then target monsters on higher floors. If I could team up with the 6th level mage Lena in this process, then I could get closer to my goal. But the prerequisite was that I had to survive Lena's experiments. Lena said, "I don't want to," which mage would join a team of only 2 third-rate barbarians. "If you want me to join your team, all members must be at least level 6 or above, and you need to have a priest." I hadn't expected her reaction to be so strong. I shouldn't have asked her. These mages are all extremely arrogant. As I regretted my rashness, Lena handed over an analysis report. This was vampire data obtained through testing me. Initially, I didn't expect anything particularly special, but when I read it carefully, I found the detailed analysis inside was quite thorough. Among them were regeneration ability, resistance, soul power, etc. Data that was difficult to grasp in the game, plus being a guardian's essence. Besides necessary passive skills, it also had quite terrifying active skills. Sacrifice imprint, Bloodmaster, Immortal. These active skills were already beyond my expectations, and with the guardian essence added to my soul engraving foundation, the regeneration ability was qualified. Having played games for 9 years without eating or drinking, I had never experienced such fast development speed. Just as I was smugly about to leave, Lena suddenly called out to me. It turned out she wanted to ask about the goddess's tears I had given to the unconscious vampire. But how could I tell her about such things? Although she emphasized that she had seen it with her own eyes. But when a barbarian starts acting unreasonably, no one can do anything about it. As Lena was about to go crazy, I quickly escaped with the excuse that I was hungry. Of course, Lena wasn't someone who would let this go. Having been fooled by me, she angrily came to the library. Here was a book called the Rift General Catalog. This was a precious book about Rift dungeons that wasn't even recorded in academic conferences, without even an author's name. As she remembered, in the relevant chapter about Blood Castle, although there were titles for Golden Mask and Goddess's Tears, their origins were too blurry to see clearly. At this time, she also suddenly recalled memories about Goddess's Tears. Then after searching through other books, She finally found its detailed record, Goddess's Tears, consumable item of unknown origin. 150 years ago, when dimensions collapsed, the Cardinal had used this item to save the Pope. Through this content, Lena was shocked to discover its usage method was exactly the same as the effect when Bjorn used it. Could this be coincidence? How could a newly adult barbarian possibly know the hidden location of Goddess's Tears, and also know how to use it? If all this wasn't coincidence, then he was definitely an evil spirit. At this time, I had finally returned to my residence after completing the exhausting tests. In front of me now was the golden mask obtained from Blood Castle. Its effect was to change the wearer's appearance for 30 days, with a usage limit of 5 times maximum. When playing the game, because I had no interest in the faces of 2D pixel characters, I treated this equipment as junk, but now I was in the real world. If one day I had to consider the entire city as my enemy, this equipment would play a crucial role. At the same time, in a corner of the restaurant, a silver-haired elf heard the conversation of people nearby. She suddenly perked up her pointed ears. Did you hear that news? The Crystal Alliance was disbanded. Don't you think it's strange? Such a huge guild disappeared overnight. This was a guild familiar to Trucia, forming extensive networks based on countless information, providing various beneficial information to first-layer adventurers, an adventurer guild that had achieved explosive growth over 10 years. When it was first established, its reputation was indeed good. Many adventurers who couldn't pay taxes had received help. But as their power expanded, the nature of this guild also changed, because they began excluding outsiders and committing many evil acts toward newcomers. What happened to Owen was the same, although she didn't want to admit it. If it hadn't been for that barbarian's help at the time, unimaginable things would have happened. Thinking of this, Trucia was about to leave, but she unconsciously stopped in her tracks, because she heard that the catalyst for this incident was actually just a 9th-level barbarian adventurer, and this guy had just completed his coming-of-age ceremony. This was indeed shocking news. She unconsciously associated this with that barbarian she had met once. If the protagonist of that story just now was that person, it would also explain why he couldn't return to his lodging for a week. But could she really tell her sister about this? As she opened the door while troubled by this, what came into view was her sister playing with 3 sparks with her eyes closed, and she had obviously lost a lot of weight, because Owen thought I was already dead. On the other side, for the next Secret Realm adventure, I came to the Adventurers Association once again. This time, my purpose was to find a team with equivalent strength, the precise standard being able to adventure between the 3rd and 4th layers. After stating my requirements and submitting my nameplate, the administrator, who had been particularly dismissive, suddenly became extremely enthusiastic. It should be that after this incident of appealing injustice and imprisonment, the Adventurers Association had made some kind of mark on my nameplate. When I saw the personnel directory the administrator handed me, one person's name caught my attention, and he was actually the dwarf Hikuro from the Blood Castle dungeon. When we met at the bar, he said one more person would come. Had he already chosen someone before meeting me? But his answer shocked me. A mage had actually submitted an application to join the team. How could such a noble person apply for such a team? At this time, the dwarf was just welcoming someone at the door. When I curiously turned to look at the door, a man in robes walked into the bar. Seeing us, he greeted, "Dwarf Barbarian, hello." His simple greeting somehow made people furious. However, the dwarf enthusiastically stood up and said, "Pleased to meet you. Are you the mage we're meeting today?" The mage answered in a roundabout way, "What's the probability of coincidentally meeting a mage at this specific time and place?" Hearing the mage's counter-question, the dwarf stood there dumbfounded. Seeing this reaction, I couldn't help but sigh. He was talking about himself. After getting my confirmation, the dwarf became enthusiastic again. This mage was named Devaki. He claimed to be an 8th-level mage from the Rafdonia royal family. A mage who didn't serve guilds but did administrative work in public institutions. In other words, a mage not belonging to the mage tower. However, hearing that the other party was from the royal family, the dwarf stammered and couldn't speak. The mage's roundabout way of speaking made me quite unhappy. I said directly, "Why do you want to become an adventurer?" Few low-level mages go on secret realm adventures, because exploring lower floors doesn't earn enough money, and they can have stable jobs in the city. Then his answer once again shocked the dwarf beside me. He said, "I want to become a famous adventurer. I want to increase the fame of the Martin Baron family." He was actually a noble. In fact, ordinary people rarely see nobles in their lifetime. They could be said to be the highest power holders in Rafdonia. He continued with a proud smile, "My mother's sister's husband is the 3rd brother of Baron Martin's wife. Is this any different from a stranger?" The more I talked with him, the more he seemed like a fraud. An 8th-level mage who could use administrative magic and curse series and also ice magic. I was full of doubt about this person. But if the team had a mage, then more powerful people would apply to join. So we decided to keep him. After that, as I expected, we received many applications from high-level adventurers. The dwarf and I met 3 to 4 times a week, although most of the work was done by me. Finally, at my suggestion, we determined the remaining 2 team members. In the following time, I used this harvest to greatly upgrade my equipment. Of course, after having new equipment, I would also regularly go to the library to learn new knowledge. I just wanted to explain the material of the equipment, and the retractable backpack on my back I really didn't intend to show off. The librarian said, "Sir, please remove your equipment in the library." What I hadn't expected was that she didn't like such jokes. Severely hit. I didn't even have the mood to study. I could only leave the library dejectedly and head to the hotel. However, when I passed through an alley, I was attracted by a barbarian. Because he wasn't wearing any weapons on his hands, every barbarian treats weapons as their lifeline, no matter how hungry, poor, or cold they are. Regarding this, I also had initial suspicions about his identity. I said, "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you, why are you here?" However, in response to my question, he actually answered me using Earth's honorifics. At this, I was certain he was a player like me. This was the first evil spirit I had met. From talking with him, I learned he had completed his coming-of-age ceremony a month earlier than me. The reason was that he got lost and didn't enter the dungeon, but I guessed he was probably afraid and didn't dare fight monsters, so he had been avoiding it until now. When you just complete the coming-of-age ceremony, escaping from a group of excited barbarians is a piece of cake, but problems would follow. With a barbarian's identity, you simply couldn't find decent work. This was also the barbarian's biggest disadvantage. I was curious how he came to this world. How could an experienced player not know the barbarian's situation in this world? And in our later conversation, he actually said he would never enter the dungeon in the future. The reason was that he had no weapons and couldn't deal with monsters. Then he also briefly described his experiences. During these 3 months, because he had no income, he wandered everywhere, unable to master the barbarian temperament. He was even ostracized by his own tribe. Hearing about his past, I couldn't help but feel afraid of my own experiences. If I had run away in fear that day, I would definitely have suffered the same fate as this guy. This guy should have eaten and drunk his fill, and actually started showing off his misery. He even said he knew the dungeon like the back of his hand and asked me to take him to the dungeon together. Hearing this, I once again sighed at human greed and insatiability. Then I took out 150,000 gold coins and gave him to buy new weapons and enter the labyrinth. Of course, this kind of person would take others' charity for granted. Seeing that he had eaten and drunk his fill, I issued an eviction order. He actually boasted that he would definitely pay back the money next time. However, I couldn't tolerate this kind of thinking. I said, "No matter where you use the money, I'll consider this money as lost. Once you leave here, never come looking for me again. I don't want to have any connection with you in the future." After I got home, I found myself second-guessing what I'd done. What I did back there must have come across as genuinely annoying. Was it because something from the past came back to me? I honestly couldn't say. A calculating person would have called me an idiot. A soft-hearted one would have said I hadn't done nearly enough. Maybe I really was just playing the good guy, but it was the best I could do in that moment. I could only hope he'd fight with everything he had and live a little longer. On the day we entered the dungeon, we arrived at the crystal caverns on the first floor. Devaki looked around with wide-eyed excitement, like someone who'd never seen anything like it, and I couldn't help calling him a little punk. Rotmuller cut in. He was still taking stock of the situation, and then announced that we were on the right path and would proceed as planned. He was a level 7 human adventurer, with 8 years of experience, and the only normal person on the team. The dwarf was the team's captain. Misha urged everyone to hurry up so she could go fight some monsters. She was a level 7 orc adventurer, 25 years old, with 5 years of experience. The only strange thing was the odd sound she tacked onto the end of her words, apparently a physical quirk she couldn't do anything about. I'd never come across anything like it before. The dwarf made a crack about her voice, and Misha immediately exploded. Rotmuller told them irritably to knock it off. It was time to move. He had everyone fall in behind him. And with that, the team's very first adventure officially began. After 10 hours of Rotmuller leading the way, we made it to the second floor teleportation gate without a hitch. It looked like someone had beaten us there though. Arriving at this point in this time was no small feat, but Rotmuller still wasn't satisfied. No one wasted any words about it. We all stepped through the teleportation gate together. I felt a small pang of disappointment. I'd missed out on the open experience points. If Anna and Owen had been with me, I could have exploited the game glitch to collect them. But we were a brand new team just starting out, and I wasn't ready to give myself away that easily. When we stepped into the beast den on the second floor, the stench hit everyone at once, and faces scrunched up all around. The dwarf checked in with Devaki. Devaki frantically waved him off, refusing to speak, and the dwarf laughed. The overwhelming reek of filth was just part of life down here. I worried that Rotmuller, with his sharp nose, would have a hard time of it. He said he'd long since gotten used to it, then reminded everyone to watch where they stepped. That's how reliable an 8-year veteran player was. The terrain here was like a maze. Navigating every path through the cliffs and crevices depended entirely on the Pathfinder. From what I could tell, the new team's strength was more than enough to handle the second floor monsters. Giant blade wolves, werewolves, they fell one after another, and the experience points kept rolling in. When we were done, everyone rested on the spot. With the alarm magic running, the 4 of us could take shifts and each get a solid 6 hours of sleep. Devaki wondered why we still needed to take shifts if we had magic. The dwarf explained that the magic alarm could only detect monsters, but in the dungeon, other adventurers were the real danger. Devaki went quiet, and the color drained from his face. I told him to go get some rest, though inside I was thinking this might be the last time I'd ever travel alongside this mage. The following afternoon, we set out for the third floor teleportation gate, where the monsters were mainly level 7 to 8. All paths on the second floor eventually converged there. Misha seemed surprised that I had never been to the third floor before. She couldn't help venting that it had taken her a whole year to get there herself, then immediately turned around and told me she was impressed. I asked how long it had taken her to reach the 4th floor. She said 2 years, about the same as the dwarf. Misha visibly winced at that comparison. The dwarf had less experience than her, yet he was already a level 6 adventurer. Rotmuller told him wearily to drop it, his tone making no effort to hide his irritation. I noticed he was more on edge than before, though thinking about it, it made sense. He was doing serious work while the others bickered. Of course it grated on him. When we stepped onto the iron hills of the 3rd floor, I sensed something immediately. I shouted at Rotmuller to fall back and raise my shield in front of us. The next second, a massive wave of monsters came crashing toward us. The impact impact was staggering. I was genuinely relieved my shield was made of something tough enough to hold. If it had been the same material as the dwarf's, it would have shattered on contact. Sure enough, the dwarf's shield broke apart a moment later. He instantly activated his skill to restore it. The monsters ahead were level 7 Iontros. He warned everyone not to fight them head-on. All we needed to do was keep them from retreating. I thought back to my time in the Blood Castle, where I had first seen the Iontros and their anti-strike ability firsthand. The dwarf activated Balance Hammer. Devaki cast Corrosion Curse. The dwarf called out that Devaki had done great, and while the monsters were being eaten away by the curse, he delivered the finishing blow. Only one was left. Misha launched herself into the air with her sword raised, and drove it down hard into the Iontros below, killing it in a single strike. I couldn't stop turning it over in my head. What were Iontros doing here? Something was off. I turned and asked Rotmuller if there was anyone else nearby. Rotmuller caught on immediately and used heat detection, and there was no one in range. But by scent alone he could tell someone had been here 2 minutes ago. They had most likely spotted us and slipped away. The dwarf guessed that whoever it was had been targeting us specifically. Rotmuller wasn't so sure. Herding monsters to a teleportation gate entrance was a classic ambush tactic used by robbers. A flash of fear crossed Misha's face. She asked, "So they were trying to kill us?" But robbers were hard to track down, there was no proof, and going after them would only invite more trouble. We agreed to leave a warning at the second-floor teleportation gate to alert other adventurers. Misha said she was impressed by how much I knew. Rotmuller admitted it was his first time encountering this too. Robbers weren't something he ran into often. I was shocked. Misha said she'd only come across them 8 times in 5 years. That stunned me. 8 times in 5 years? I'd already run into them 5 times in 3 months. Misha joked that I must have racked up some serious bad karma in a past life to have luck this rotten. Then she wondered out loud whether today's ambush had something to do with me being here, which left me with absolutely nothing to say. Rotmuller smoothed things over, saying Misha was just lucky, and that he ran into robbers about once every 3 months himself. Fair, but I'd run into them 5 times in 3 months, and I had no desire to keep discussing this. After walking a while, we decided to make camp at the area boundary and push further down the next day. The dwarf noticed Devaki looked troubled and went over to ask what was wrong. Devaki hadn't realized it was that obvious. He admitted that his illusions had been shattered. He worried the others would think he was naive and out of his depth, not the right fit for adventuring. When he thought about having to kill other adventurers, or hunt down people for money, it all knotted up inside him. This was nothing like what he'd imagined. If he kept going down this road, he might end up dead at someone else's hands one day. He'd been mentally preparing himself the whole way here. All thought Devaki had made up his mind. He believed he could do it, but inside he was a mess of fear and confusion, and he honestly didn't know whether he'd be able to follow through when the moment came. He still didn't look entirely capable of it, but at least he had the resolve, and that was more than could be said for someone who just cried and gave up. Rotmuller said he respected that Devaki had a clear-eyed understanding of himself. Then he asked everyone to give him a moment. He had something he wanted to show us. The next instant, a breathtaking scene unfolded before us, leaving everyone stunned. This kind of spectacle could only be seen at this particular time of day, and no one knew why it only appeared on the 3rd floor. But being able to witness something like this, how it came to be hardly seemed to matter. The brilliant play of light and color seemed to pour courage into all of us. Something stirred inside everyone, a spark that wanted to keep going deeper. When the light faded, the dungeon returned to darkness. I kept watch as my teammates slept. Devaki still hadn't drifted off. It was a long time before his breathing finally evened out into sleep. The next morning, I quietly tallied up my experience points. Just over 50, a long way from the level 4. At level 3, I could absorb 3 essences. 1 slot was still open, so there was no rush to level up. I made a quiet wish to myself that I'd come across a good essence to sharpen my strength. The team reached our destination. Ahead lay the entrance zone of the half-orc encampment. This was the densest monster area on the 3rd floor. Only level -8 and above showed up here. If there was no rush to push to the 4th floor, this place was a perfect hunting ground to grind and sharpen skills. The dwarf suggested we use this spot to build team synergy first, then plan our next move based on how things went. Rotmuller warned that a group of orcs was closing in from the 1 o'clock direction. Everyone snapped into combat stance immediately. We took our positions in the formation we drilled before. The orcs came charging in with a roar. Devaki opened with an ice lance. The lances pierced straight through the front row of orcs. Devaki and Rotmuller handled the ranged output. The dwarf and I held the front line and took the hits. Misha darted around the flanks, picking off any enemies that slipped through. Just then, as Rotmuller was knocking an arrow, the half-orc shaman bellowed, "Frenzy!" It was the Frenzy Curse, a 10-second buff that tripled a half-orc warrior's physical resistance. The buffed orcs smashed clean through our defensive line. I immediately called out to Rotmuller that the line had been broken. Rotmuller urgently told Devaki to get behind him and stay close. Devaki scrambled in behind him. The 10 seconds were up. Misha seized the opening and came in from behind, landing clean hits on vital spots. The system flashed one notification after another. Enemies defeated, 4 experience points earned. I cleaned up the remaining orcs one by one. Misha clutched her chest, still shaken. 8 minutes of fighting, and it gave me a lot to think about. Our damage output was clearly lacking. A Pathfinder and 2 shield warriors was a solid, stable setup, but the damage efficiency was genuinely low. But the team coordination we'd shown went beyond anything we could have reasonably expected. We kept fighting as we pushed toward the center of the encampment, and the orcs kept coming in greater numbers. We handled every wave together without much trouble. We were just starting to feel good about ourselves when something unexpected happened. An unfamiliar ancient tongue rang out. A fortress dropped out of nowhere from above, nearly landing on top of us. A white-bearded old man appeared out of thin air and announced that this was the territory of the Jal Railway organization, and told us to leave. I was stunned. I hadn't thought the road-blocking mechanic from the single-player game was actually real. That feature was designed to stop main story players, and here it was being used to claim a hunting ground, and on the 3rd floor of all places. Even knowing full well they were up against an organization from the 6th floor or deeper, the dwarf still squared his shoulders and asked why are they here. The old man was openly condescending and refused to explain. The dwarf had heard that some organizations held dungeon management rights, but he'd never heard of this place being their territory. He tried to challenge the old man's authority, and got nothing but a cold laugh in return. Watching the dwarf hold his ground like that, I quietly marveled at just how strong his sense of responsibility as a captain was. Then I noticed Misha pressing herself tightly against my back, like she was hiding from something. The man standing beside the old man spoke up, "Are you really that idiot?" Only then did Misha reluctantly call out Brother Tyrelun. Tyrelun snapped at her that she wasn't allowed to call him that in public, and told her she sounded like an absolute fool when she talked like that. The old man asked curiously about their relationship. Tyrelun admitted with obvious impatience that they were siblings. The old man mentioned giving some consideration to Sir Kasutaran's reputation. Tyrelun said coldly that this was a family matter, and none of the old man's business. At that, the old man saw fit to generously explain why the road was blocked. They were urgently after the essence of a half-orc great warrior, and would relinquish the hunting ground once the next cycle came around. Something felt off to me. That kind of essence wasn't particularly rare, so why go to all this trouble? The old man said, "As long as you don't leave, we will do everything in our power to obstruct you." In the dungeon, strength was the only law. Picking a fight with them would be suicide. I understood the dwarf's pride, but staying alive had to come first, so I decided we should fall back. Then Devaki suddenly stepped forward. He declared that he was a royally certified level 8 mage. He didn't even finish the sentence before he was cut off with a snort of contempt. The old man called him worthless, couldn't do anything beyond basic magic, and had the nerve to call himself a mage. He was nothing more than a street performer. He told Devaki never to call himself a mage again. Devaki went paper white. His lips trembled and he couldn't get a single word out. The dwarf erupted on the spot, furiously telling the old man he'd gone too far. The old man shrugged and said he was only stating the facts. The dwarf was completely pushed over the edge. He let out a roar and activated his lightning skill. My eyes went wide. Was he really about to pick a fight with a 6th floor organization? He screamed and swung his hammer forward, about to unleash his skill, and just as the old man was moving to retaliate, I reacted on instinct. I slapped a hand down on the dwarf's head and locked him in place. Everyone present froze. Rottmuller visibly exhaled with relief. I barked at the dwarf to get a grip and stop being so reckless. I reminded him through clenched teeth that the whole team had nearly gotten killed just now because of him. The old man shot the dwarf a vicious look and told him the only reason he was still breathing was because of me. Once we were outside, the dwarf looked down and muttered a quiet apology. He'd completely lost himself back there, thrown out all reason. Rottmuller didn't hold back. He said that because of the dwarf's recklessness, the whole team had come within a hair of being wiped out. But then his tone shifted. He said since everyone was safe, he'd let it go. He also said the dwarf's instinct to protect his teammates came from the right place. Rottmuller really was too gentle. Misha apologized too, saying her presence had dragged everyone down. Devaki immediately shot that down, saying if not for her, we would have been driven out long ago. I watched the warm scene unfolding in front of me and felt deeply, inexplicably awkward, goosebumps crawling all over my skin. Misha hesitantly brought up the fact that she was the only one in her family who had never been able to form a contract with a spirit beast. Orcs could form all kinds of contracts with ancient beasts. Some allowed the spirit beast to possess the hosts, others brought massive boosts in power. Only a rare few orcs with exceptional talent were ever chosen by a spirit beast. Yet she, a true-blooded member of the Kasutaran clan, the ruling bloodline, couldn't control a single one. She'd had a happy enough childhood with her brothers and sisters, but once she came of age and failed to form a contract, everyone started acting as if she didn't exist. They called her a half-blood bastard, the child of a forbidden love. Her mother had died early, leaving no one to vouch for her lineage. Unable to bear the constant rumors, she left to train in combat. That was how she ended up as a wandering adventurer. The team's eyes all went a little red, and they rallied around her with words of comfort. I watched the whole thing completely at a loss, until the dwarf stepped forward, clearly wanting to share his own story. His childhood dream had been to become a blacksmith, full of passion but completely lacking in talent. He spent 10 years as an apprentice and never advanced past that. That was why he didn't switch to adventuring until he was past 30, just trying to make ends meet. Then Devaki suddenly burst out, saying he was the most useless person on the entire team. He had grown up comfortably, with every opportunity to study magic from a young age, but his talent was so poor that he couldn't even get through the doors of the mage tower. If he had been stronger, that mage might have shown him a little more respect. The others consoled him, saying that Mage was the one with no eye for talent. He was an excellent mage. Rottmuller reflected that after joining countless teams, this was the first time he'd ever been part of an atmosphere like this. He stepped forward and said there was something he needed to apologize apologized for. When the dwarf and Misha had compared their experience levels that time, he had quietly gotten angry at them. He admitted his jealousy was ugly to look at. He had resented them for not appreciating what they had, when in truth, he knew nothing about what they'd been through. The two of them responded generously, saying, human adventurers actually had plenty of their own unique strengths. The dwarf burst out laughing and joked that we were a ragtag bunch of second-raters, every last one of us. From now on, no more comparing, no more timidity, just work together and give it everything. That cozy, heartfelt atmosphere sent a chill straight through me. Surely it wasn't about to be my turn. Everyone's eyes landed on me. The message was clear, you're next. Panic hit me like a wall of water. If I said nothing, would I end up being pushed out of the team? I broke out in a cold sweat, completely drawing a blank. Backed into a corner with nowhere left to go, I finally just blurted out at the top of my lungs, I don't have a mother. Dead silence. Everyone stared at me. I panicked even more. Was that not enough? I scrambled to fill in the details. My mother died giving birth to me. My father went into the dungeon when I was young, and never came back. Even as an adult, I never got to see either of my parents. Everyone looked at me with heartbroken expressions, overwhelmed by how much I'd been through at such a young age. The dwarf looked at me with soft eyes and said, I can't be your parent, but if you ever need someone to— I snapped, cutting him off with a shout before he could finish. How had I somehow become the most pitiful person on this entire team? Though at least it was all made up. I was nothing like them. I was an elite barbarian who had hit level 7 in 3 months, but since being pulled into this game, I really had come close to dying more times than I could count. Misha noticed my expression and quietly asked if I was thinking about my mother. Inside, I groaned. Why did my own life start looking more and more miserable the longer I thought about it? Rottmuller finally steered the conversation back on track, furrowing his brow to ask where we should head next. The dwarf suggested we try the other third-floor area, the Witch's Forest. Pushing to the 4th floor now was far too early. The risk of something going wrong was too high. He'd seen too many teams underestimate it, only to be completely wiped out once they got there. Building team chemistry first made more sense. I countered that the Witch's Forest was just a mandatory waypoint. Using it as a main hunting ground wasn't worth much. And while the 4th floor was similar to the 3rd, in that most monsters were level 7 to 8, there was also a very small chance of running into a powerful level -6 monster. Traveling non-stop all day, you'd probably come across one roughly once every 4 days. Drawing on what I remembered from the game, I said that going to the 4th floor without enough strength was practically a death sentence. So I understood where the dwarf was coming from, but I still held that we should go to the 4th floor. I patted my chest and promised that the 4th floor would be no problem for us. The dwarf and I were both tanks. Even if we stumbled into a level -6 monster, the two of us could hold it long enough for everyone to get out. I also had the vampire essence. The rear fighter's damage output was a bit weaker, but with magic it was still enough, and the other two were both veterans. Getting through the 4th floor was completely doable. Misha and Devaki huddled together and said that what I was saying sounded pretty dubious, but it might also just accidentally turn out to be right. My hearing was sharp. I caught every word and said, I heard all of that. The dwarf still wasn't convinced and suggested we put it to a vote. After the vote, we decided to take our chances with the 4th floor. On the 3rd day in the dungeon, everyone found a spot to make camp. The dwarf saw that people still had energy left and suggested pushing a little further. Rottmuller checked the route and said the next decent campsite was 3 hours away. Everyone immediately dropped the idea. 9 o'clock that night, same as the 2 nights before, we made camp. Rottmuller must have been plotting the route around campsites and adjusting the pace to match the distance. He really did know what he was doing. By noon tomorrow, we'd reach the Witch's Forest. I thought to myself, he was frighteningly good at this. A living, breathing GPS. Since we'd be tackling the Witch's Forest tomorrow, Rottmuller told everyone to get some sleep. He'd take the night watch. Rottmuller suddenly called my name sharply. I jolted awake. Was it my turn to take watch? Rottmuller said no. I came fully alert at once, so there were monsters coming? Rottmuller said he'd caught the scent of both a monster and an adventurer. A distant shriek tore through the air. It sounded like someone being chased down by a monster, but Rottmuller shook his head and reminded me of what had happened at the teleportation gate. The scent he was picking up now was identical to the people who had set that trap a few days ago. The dwarf jerked awake. Could these be the same robbers from back then? Rottmuller nodded. This group was coming for us, and they might be trying to play the victim and slip into our party. Misha was shaking. She asked in a panic, what do we do? I sharpened up immediately and said, then let's play along. I kept my voice low and told the team that anyone who couldn't pull off a convincing performance should stay out of it. Otherwise, we'll our cover. Several bedraggled figures came stumbling out of the darkness toward us. I stepped forward and barked at them. Take one more step and I'll cave your skull in. They opened with a sob story. Their whole team was dead, and they'd reward us handsomely if we helped. I told them coolly to put their weapons down first. They looked reluctant, saying there were still monsters on their tail. I scanned the area. Orcs were lurking nearby, sizing up the situation. Were those monsters hanging back because our numbers had grown, weighing whether it was worth attacking? I let out a cold laugh. Well, that saves some trouble. I said, weapons down, or go feed the monsters. Your choice. They had no options left. They agreed. They dropped their weapons, and I signaled Rottmuller with a glance to move them well out of reach. The orcs in the shadows saw how many of us there were, clicked their tongues, and turned to go. The ones we'd rescued rushed over with their thanks. Their leader, Eliza, introduced herself first. The dwarf gave a small cough and quickly jumped in with something considerate to say it had been hard on everyone. I couldn't help jabbing that the dwarf had completely fallen for this woman's act. Irita and Hans introduced themselves in turn. At the name Hans, my eyes went cold. It was the exact same name as that robber I dealt with before. Hans noticed and quickly explained that it was a common name, bound to come up twice. nothing unusual about it. Beside him, Eliza's eyes went slightly red as she said, "We have Leetless to thank for watching over us today." At that, Rottmuller immediately asked, "Was Eliza by any chance a priest?" Eliza nodded right away, saying she was a priest devoted to the goddess Leetless. I didn't buy it for a second. The woman was a flawless actress, robbers impersonating priest bold, but then she actually produced a sacred incantation. And I was shocked. She was genuinely a priest. Misha couldn't help asking Rottmuller if he'd gotten it wrong. Rottmuller looked just as thrown off. In this world, priests were sacred figures in the eyes of humans. Seeing everyone dumbfounded, Eliza immediately seized the moment to ask for her weapons back. I refused without a second thought. Her status as a priest meant nothing to me. They had apparently forgotten that I worshipped the barbarian deity. Their whole sacred authority routine had zero effect on me. I held out my hand and told them to produce the reward for saving their lives. A priest wasn't going to change my position. Eliza pressed on with some difficulty. "How much?" I said. 2 million. She couldn't come close to that. Eliza quickly begged to send the money once we were out of the dungeon. I said with a cold laugh, "I don't trust anyone but the barbarians." I looked Hans up and down, pointed at the armor on his body and said, "That'll do for payment." Hans was in agony, but gritted his teeth and stripped off the armor. I watched them hand it over and thought, I've gotten pretty much everything worth taking. Eliza quickly plastered on a smile and asked if they could rest for a bit. She even tried to play the benefactor, saying if anyone was injured she could help treat them. Inside I laughed coldly. Whatever angle she was working, the fastest play was to just smash her head in. Without a word, I raised my hammer and brought it down. Everyone was stunned by what came out of nowhere. They shouted my name in shock, completely unable to understand what had gotten into me. I put my hammer away and said lightly that I had made a mistake. I was so afraid they were robbers that I was overly nervous. Irita looked like she'd left her body entirely, but their gaze had locked onto a single point. The next second, Irita erupted, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The team erupted in chaos, asking Devaki what happened. Devaki was just as bewildered, frantically insisting he hadn't done anything. A clear, bright laugh rang out. Eliza was back on her feet. She looked at me with a smile, slowly asking, "How exactly did you know I was the enemy?" I cursed my luck silently. Why was my life like this? Everyone was paralyzed with shock. I roared at everyone to stay calm and told them I'd handle it. The words were barely out of my mouth before my hammer came crashing down on Eliza's head again. Eliza crumpled to the ground a second time. The dwarf stared at me, demanding to know if I'd lost my mind, desecrating a corpse like that. I said I was absolutely terrified. Attacking right now was the best defense I had. And just like that, it clicked. I figured out exactly who this woman was. The only ones who came back from the dead were priests of Kaloi. It was a hidden class only available on the 5th floor. These priests could wield both combat incantations and curses simultaneously, and channel both divine power and dark curses at once, which was exactly why the punishment was so severe. Because Kaloi was evil incarnate, so once discovered, she had to be executed on the spot. To maintain their class, they were required to perform a living sacrifice at regular intervals. Eliza was raiding to gather sacrifices. In here it was far safer than doing it out in the open. The words had barely left my mouth when Hans was hit by the curse, vomiting blood. Eliza, who had just fallen, rose again. She cursed us for costing her 2 followers. I shot right back. "After everything you've done, you still have the nerve to blame other people. Your parents clearly never taught you better. If you cared so much, you could have died properly when your head got caved in." I roared at Eliza to come at me. I was going to avenge the people who died, and I was taking her equipment and valuables while I was at it. Eliza was pushed over the edge. She raised her hand and cast Call of Death. The dwarf cried out in alarm. Those two actually came back from the dead. It was a basic priest skill, originally only for summoning undead monsters. Rottmuller hadn't expected it to be used like this. Eliza gleefully ordered her zombies to attack us. The 2 zombies let out a screech and lunged. Misha reacted in a flash, gathering poison at her fingertips and slashing at them. Devaki wasn't far behind, firing a volley of razor-sharp ice lances. The dwarf held firm at the front line, taking the impact of the lunging zombies. The team moved as one, but the frost magic did nothing. The zombies were immune to both poison and cold. I frantically called Rottmuller's name and told him to use his big move. Rottmuller, sweating profusely, shouted for us to move aside. The lit bottle in his hand came smashing down onto Irita. Irita's body burst into flame. Fire. Of course, that was the answer for undead, but the relief lasted less than 2 seconds. Eliza cast Flame of the Dead, and instantly sucked up every last bit of the surrounding fire. Even the most effective attack was gone, and worse, not a single one of us could use divine power. I made a snap call. Everyone focus fire on the priest. The 2 zombies are mine and the dwarfs. Their weapons had already been taken from them. We could hold them off indefinitely. Everyone relaxed at once and answered in unison. Eliza wasn't about to let us have it that easy. With a sharp command, she summoned her phantom guard. Several dark shapes materialized out of the darkness, and everyone braced in alarm. Eliza grinned savagely and ordered the phantoms to bring back our heads, but no one panicked. Everyone moved with calm precision, splitting off to take down the phantoms. Eliza's eyes narrowed as she watched. She smirked and layered on another skill. Misha felt it immediately. Something was wrong. She screamed, "That's a curse!" Her whole body locked up. She couldn't move. A phantom launched itself straight at her. Fortunately, the dwarf got there in time and stepped in front of her to take the hit. "It's me who sent him over." Misha's heart lurched with worry. She was afraid one person wouldn't be enough to hold my side alone. Watching the tide turn against her, Eliza broke into a string of furious curses. She pointed at her 2 reanimated followers and screamed at them to get up and protect her. I laughed under my breath. I grabbed a zombie in each hand. Eliza watched it all unfold, her jaw clenched, swearing through gritted teeth that she would never forget this humiliation. The words weren't even out of her mouth before she turned to run. I cursed and lunged. I couldn't let her get away. Eliza's voice dripped with resentment as she swore we would never leave the labyrinth alive. Then she vanished. I was furious. I had been so close to catching her, and she'd slipped right through my fingers. Dark miasma began seeping out of my body. Sustained stamina drain, slowed recovery, impaired movement. I had over 15 curses on me. That insane priest had completely lost her mind. Then I remembered Devaki had mentioned knowing curse magic, and I desperately begged him to remove them. Devaki stammered, "You want me to lift the curses?" He scratched his head with an embarrassed look and admitted that yes, he did know a few curses, but he had never once said anything about being able to remove them. I was absolutely furious. But without divine power or magical healing, my abilities would be permanently diminished. I stood there seething, fist clenched. The dwarf rushed over with concern, asking what was wrong. I gritted my teeth and held it together, saying I was fine. In reality, I felt like I was dying. 5 hours of sprinting with over a dozen curses on body would have broken anyone. My teammates had taken 2 or 3 curses at most. I had been hit with over a dozen all at once. Without the vampire essence, I would have collapsed long ago. The worst of all was the stamina drain curse. It had completely cut off my stamina recovery. Even the slightest movement burned through it. By the game's mechanics, falling below 10% stamina meant total paralysis. Mine was sitting at roughly 30%. Then a notification suddenly flashed in my mind. Mental resistance increased by 1 point. Rottmuller quickly encouraged me to hold on just a little longer. The witch's forest was right ahead. 5 hours earlier, everyone had been huddled together, still shaken by the thought of being targeted by a priest of Kaloi. That priest was at least 5th floor strength. If we had faced her head on, we would have been completely wiped out. If we hadn't disarmed them first, some of us would have been killed on the spot. Misha looked at me with shining eyes, piling on the compliments and saying I was the most reliable person she knew. It was all thanks to how decisively I had smashed Eliza's head in at the start. I asked Rottmuller whether he could track Kaloi. He shook his head with a resigned expression. She hadn't left a single trace behind. But now that her true identity had been exposed, she would definitely find a way to come after us. Devaki said, "If she tries again, we'll beat her again." However, I was worried she would ambush us from behind while we were fighting monsters. I said gravely, we had to get to the Witch's Forest immediately. The Witch's Forest held the teleportation gate to the 4th floor, along with level 7 to 8 monsters, most of them physically immune. But right now, it was the only option we had. Then the system chimed, "All abnormal status effects on your body have been cleared." Misha shook herself with a delighted gasp, saying she felt lighter all of a sudden. Rottmuller marveled, "You actually thought to use the Witch's Forest properties, but you've never been here before. How did you know?" I was a little awkward about it, and quietly said I had read about it in a book at the library. Misha looked entirely unconvinced, saying she had never met a barbarian who read books. The curses were gone, but this floor's mental assault effect was active, and vile screaming curses started pouring into my ears. Endless abuse clawed its way in. I kept my expression blank. None of it could touch me. I glanced at my teammates and saw the others were all on the verge of breaking under it. Misha couldn't understand how I could listen to all of that and stay so calm. I said I could manage, and the 3 of them had been here before, so they were relatively better off. Devaki was already dry heaving like the world was spinning. I looked at the warped, distorted surroundings. It felt like the whole world had been reflected in a distorting mirror. I asked Devaki anxiously whether he could still use magic. He was chalk white, but forced himself to say he was fine. The dwarf suggested we rest where we were. After all, no one had slept properly the night before. He would take the night watch tonight. The rest of us should get some proper rest. I slumped onto the ground, grateful for even a brief moment to let my guard down. The dwarf suddenly brought up the encounter with Eliza. When he had been recruiting teammates, she had been nearby the whole time, asking questions and probing around. It only hit him now that the person who had been prying back then was Eliza. The Guardian's bracer he had gotten from the Blood Castle, it had leveled up. Eliza had probably come after that. The bracer could only be obtained on the 4th floor or higher. It was top-tier equipment. I was eaten up with jealousy at that. I had nearly gotten myself killed just to earn my essence, while he had walked away with top-tier gear without breaking a sweat. I pushed the envy down and demanded to know why he was only figuring this out now. The dwarf said Eliza had been dressed completely differently, deliberately roughed up and dirtied. I understood immediately. He'd been too busy looking somewhere else to recognize her face. I concluded that Eliza had overheard our plans at the tavern and set the trap from there. That was a complete and total blunder on our part. I couldn't help thinking to myself, was this team actually reliable? A little while later, barely any time after I had fallen asleep, someone urgently shook me awake. Rottmuller looked exasperated and complained that I was thick-skinned, able to sleep while being scolded. I couldn't be bothered with small talk and just asked where the monsters were. A teammate pointed off to one side. I looked over. What appeared was a level -9 fairy monster. They sprayed a stimulant-laced, toxic powder. In the game, these creatures never attacked anyone on their own, but a cluster of fairy monsters meant a large monster was nearby. I looked over at Devaki, confirmed he had recovered well enough, and we decided to draw out the hidden creature. The dwarf raised his hand and activated his skill, Lightning Strike. Then he released the skill, and a powerful magical shockwave swept outward instantly. The entire cluster of fairy monsters was wiped out on the spot. As the fairies fell, a level 7 cannibal troll came charging out of the shadows, right on cue. It normally only appeared in the Witch's Forest, hunting fairy clusters. The troll roared and came barreling toward us, clubs swinging wildly. The dwarf stepped up with his shield raised and took the blow head on. You could clearly see it was taking everything he had. I thought, this isn't good. The dwarf wasn't like me. He had a low pain tolerance. The Witch's Forest amplified pain several times over, and the monsters here could also launch mental attacks. The dwarf was gritting through the hits and shouting for the magic. Devaki, drenched in a cold sweat, finally cast his spell. An ice-type enhancement aura washed over the whole team. Then he released a level 8 ice lance. which punched clean through the troll's body. Watching the troll go down, the dwarf lamented that it hadn't dropped an essence, a creature this rare, and nothing. Rottmuller put away his weapon and urged everyone to move. The witch's forest was no place to rest. They needed to reach the 4th floor as fast as possible. Right then, a chaotic tangle of footsteps came rushing toward them, and everyone snapped to high alert. A large group of adventurers appeared from ahead. Eliza walked out from among them, and accused us outright of killing her companions. The adventurers immediately closed ranks around Eliza, shouting for her to get behind them. I felt a wave of exhaustion wash over me. She was enough trouble on her own, and now she had backup. I called urgently to the dwarf and told him to pull out that life-saving item right now. The dwarf immediately activated the Guardian's bracer. The bracer could against enemies and granted immunity to all damage effects. I seized the opening and shouted, "Run!" Misha frantically asked how that woman had managed to catch up. Wasn't the witch's forest supposed to be safe? I said. Once we stepped into the witch's forest, Eliza didn't have enough confidence to come after us on her own, so she almost certainly found some adventurers to use, played the role of a poor priest whose companions had been killed by robbers, and waited for the adventurers and us to tear each other apart before coming out to finish off whoever was left. The Guardian's bracer was almost out of time. There was no time to explain any further, just run. The words were barely out when the bracer's effect ended, and the witch's forest field effects came surging back. The atmosphere around us turned even stranger and more oppressive, but fortunately the Pathfinder could sense enemy movements in advance and map out the best route, drawing on deep knowledge and experience of the labyrinth to pinpoint the way forward with precision. The only problem was that this ability only worked up to the 3rd floor. Beyond that, it was useless. Rottmuller's core strength was his nose, further enhanced through his essence. No one had expected him to find the 4th floor entrance with pinpoint accuracy inside the witch's forest. Rottmuller sensed sharply that the Pathfinder on the enemy side was no amateur. They were closing in fast. We had to push our speed to the absolute limit. Whoever reached the 4th floor teleportation gate first would win, but everyone was exhausted. Misha stumbled and went down hard. I asked quickly if she was hurt. Misha shook her head and forced herself to say she was fine, just a cramp, but one look was all I needed. She had twisted her ankle. I hauled Misha onto my shoulder and pushed forward. I told her to stop moving and save her strength. I looked ahead and realized the teammates who had been in front of us a moment ago were nowhere to be seen. Misha panicked and asked if we had accidentally gotten separated. I said, the best thing to do right now was stay put. Once Rottmuller realized we were gone, he would come back for us. But this was genuinely dangerous. Without a Pathfinder, there was no finding your way through this forest. Misha quietly asked how long we would have to wait. Then, from somewhere in the distance, a piercing scream tore through the trees. It was the dwarf. Misha went white as a sheet and frantically asked whether we should follow the sound and go help. I shook my head. Going after it would only get us lost or killed. The most important thing right now was getting out of here. When faced with disaster, the most important thing wasn't water or food or stamina and gear. It was the ability to stay calm under pressure when everything had gone wrong. Misha was on the verge of tears. She had pushed herself to the edge to get this far, and she didn't want to die here like this. I told Misha to calm down and stop spiraling. The worse things got, the more important it was to face reality. Misha choked up and blamed herself for tripping. I snapped her out of it. If she didn't want to die, she would do exactly what I said. Take the potion from my pack, drink it, then get up on her own feet and keep up with me. Then I found a concealed spot and said we would rest here for a moment. Misha drank the potion and let out a shaky breath. I looked down and asked whether her ankle was better and whether she could fight. Misha nodded immediately and said she was fine. It was now the 4th day inside the labyrinth. Getting through the remaining 11 days in one piece was going to be very hard. The most dangerous thing was that the monsters on this floor were all spirit type. We had absolutely no way to damage them. I thought it through for a long time, then finally made up my mind. I asked Misha if she was married. When she said no, I asked whether she held any belief against letting men other than family see her unclothed. She said she didn't, so I let out a breath and said, good. Misha's stomach dropped. She tensed up and asked what I meant. She scrambled backward in alarm, shouting at me to stay away. She stared me down and demanded to know if I was trying to take advantage of the situation. Then I stopped. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a ring, holding it out to her. Misha stared, bewildered, and asked why I was giving her a ring. I told her to swear on her guardian deity, and if she accepted this ring, she would be with me. Misha was completely thrown. She stared at me wide-eyed and asked if I had lost my mind. I just told her that once she accepted the ring, I would stake my honor as a warrior on keeping her safe, and I hoped she would do the same. Misha hesitated, then quietly asked if I was serious. It was the first time anyone had ever asked her something like this, and part of her was a little touched, but she couldn't say yes. She had never thought of me that way. Afraid of being misunderstood, she quickly added that she didn't dislike me. She just didn't have those kinds of feelings for me. I stared at her blankly. What on earth was she talking about? Misha gave up being subtle and blurted out that she liked lean, slender types, and that I had absolutely zero romantic appeal to her. I quickly told her she had completely misunderstood. I wasn't proposing. I was asking her to form a partner contract. Misha finally caught on and stumbled over her words in embarrassed confusion. I told her that if she wanted to end the contract, all she had to do was return a matching ring, or pay 15 million. Misha felt like she had been conned. 15 million for a ring. What on earth was this thing? I said casually that this ring could help her complete her long-cherished wish. This was a call I was making based on 10 years of playing this game. I was going to give Misha a complete awakening. The Frost Soul Ring was a digital item I'd obtained by threatening a master. It looked completely unremarkable, but if destroyed, it would trigger an effect that could rewrite someone's fate. It seemed like it did no damage at all, but through my own testing, I had found that if the wearer was an orc who had been unable to form a contract with a spirit beast, it would trigger a hidden event. The moment the ring was destroyed, the glacial beast Skadia awakened from its seal. It extended an invitation to Misha to form a contract. Misha was overwhelmed with joy. She immediately agreed to form a beast contract with Skadia. A blinding blue light erupted from Skadia's entire body, engulfing Misha completely. The contract was successfully sealed. Misha was still reeling from the shock of it, and breathlessly asked me what this ring actually was. If something like this existed, why had her father never once mentioned it to her? I scratched my head awkwardly, and said her father probably didn't know either. It had taken a mage years of research to discover. Misha pressed further, wanting to know where the ring had come from and how I had gotten hold of it. I sighed and told her to put her clothes back on first. Misha went rigid, then let out a mortified cry. When had her clothes come off? After she was fully dressed again, she noticed I had long since put on all my gear. Red-faced, she demanded to know why she had ended up without her clothes. I said forming the contract destroys your equipment, so I took them off beforehand. Asking whether you were married was to make sure you didn't have a partner who might get upset and cause trouble over it. Misha was equal parts annoyed and flustered, and complained that while I had thought of everything, I hadn't bothered to explain any of it to her first. I said helplessly, the situation was urgent at the time, but isn't there something you want to say? Misha mumbled something quietly. I raised an eyebrow and asked, what? Misha's face turned bright red, and she said it again, louder, thank you. I said with obvious dissatisfaction, that's it. I wasn't going to let her off that easily. Misha wrestled with herself for a long moment. She thought, did she really have to say it all out loud? She took a deep breath, braced herself, and said that she had once thought about ending her life. Her father had found out and pulled her back from the edge. I said softly that she really should be grateful to her father then. Misha let out a bitter laugh and shook her head. It wasn't some touching story. When she came to, the first words her father said to her were, if you want to die, go die in the labyrinth. Stop embarrassing the family. That hit me like a blow. Misha's life had been truly bleak. Those words were exactly what had driven her to storm into the labyrinth out of spite. She wasn't actually looking for death. She was just trying to escape from a home that had gone cold. She had dreamed of becoming a powerful adventurer, hoping that might finally make her father see her differently. But now she no longer cared whether he approved of her or not. She had me to thank for that, and she meant it sincerely. She said this was a debt she would carry for the rest of her life, and she would find a way to repay it. I looked at her steadily and asked whether she was willing to swear on her guardian deity. Misha swore without a moment's hesitation, saying every word she had said was from the heart. When an orc forms a contract with a spirit beast, they typically gain one of three abilities: summoning, enhancement, or a special power. What Misha received was the enhancement ability, the power of the glacial beast Skadia permanently inscribed into her body. Drawing on that power, Misha brought down the formidable race with a single effortless punch. I was very satisfied. We finally had an attribute attack, something that could hurt spirit-type monsters. But every time Misha threw a punch, it felt wrong to her, like her hand didn't belong to her. I knew clearly that Misha could use attribute attacks, and in a one-on-one fight she would be completely fine. But just as a barbarian's soul mark had its own stages, a spirit beast also had a growth cycle. She had only just reached the first stage and still couldn't channel attribute attacks through a weapon. Right then, Misha cried out in alarm. More and more monsters were closing in. My expression shifted. I shouted at her to retreat immediately. What was coming next was going to be a fight for their lives. 11 hours later, we had been fighting and running the entire way, cutting down what we could when the numbers were small, and bolting when they weren't. The relentless combat had Misha gasping for air. I pushed her to hurry and collect the magic stones the monsters had dropped. The stretch had gone reasonably well. No difficult level 7 monsters had appeared, and Eliza hadn't caught up. But the Frost Soul Ring had vanished completely after Misha's awakening, and the previously sealed passive skill of the zombie giant has also been fully activated. The monster's acidic blood was intensely corrosive, eating into our equipment and leaving it pitted and scarred. Even the titanium armor and shields gradually lost their former strength, and the entire stretch had not turned up a single essence. Misha had also been pushed to her absolute limit. If this kept up, I put our chances of making it back to the city in one piece at about 30%. On top of that, we had been in the witch's forest for 12 hours and were about to trigger the field's debuff. I took out a length of rope and had Misha tie it around her waist to keep the two of us from getting separated. I warned her that staying too long in the witch's forest would trigger an abnormal status effect. From this point on, we could not stop moving. The witch's forest had never been a hunting ground for adventurers, and it was all because of the witch's eye. Stay in one place past the time limit, and the level -7 monster cannibar would appear. As the stage progressed, the time you could remain in one spot grew shorter. 76 hours passed. The witch's eye climbed to its 5th stage. The dwarf and I had been separated for 60 hours. We were still inside the witch's forest. Since the witch's eye had activated, neither of us had dared to stop moving. Linger for 10 minutes and Kanabaro would descend. But killing a single monster took over 15 minutes. Stopping meant certain death. The rope tying Misha and I together had held for all these days at least. That was the only reason we hadn't lost each other. Misha panted and begged me to slow down just a little. Since that morning, Misha had been in terrible shape. Not sick, not a worsening wound, just pushed past the point where her body could keep going. I had already slowed my pace, but Misha still couldn't keep up. She had been handling the main attacks the entire time, while also fighting off hallucinations. She had to be running on empty. I let out a quiet sigh and told her to get on my back. She should close her eyes for a bit. Misha refused, embarrassed, worried she would be too much of a burden. I didn't give her the option. I just bent down and scooped her up, settling her onto my back. I told her quietly to stay still, save her strength, and let herself recover. Under normal circumstances, Misha would have put up a fight, but she didn't even have enough energy left to struggle. 87 hours. The witch's eye reached its 6th stage. I had been carrying Misha for 17 hours. I could feel myself starting to falter too. I had to find that thing as soon as possible. Just then, a familiar honeyed voice drifted through the air. I froze. The voice whispered with a silken pull. "I can give you everything you've ever wanted." The words hit me like a thunderbolt. I hadn't expected my ex-girlfriend to appear here of all places. She looked far too real. Nothing like a hallucination. She let out a small, scornful laugh and accused me of being sick, teasing me that my mind was in the gutter. I felt cold dread settle in. She was identical to my ex in every way. She pouted and told me I was too much, always wanting to know everything about her, while never saying anything about myself. I thought helplessly, she was exactly the same way. She said, "You know every inch of me. There's nothing about me that you don't know." My pupils contracted sharply. The woman in front of me had slipped into sheer stockings. She laughed softly and teased that my taste hadn't changed in all these years. I cursed under my breath. In a moment as desperate as this, the sight of my ex was doing something to me that it shouldn't. She kept working on me, telling me to leave Misha behind and come back to her. She pulled the pack off my back. She said no one else could ever understand me. Only she truly knew me. My resolve began to waver. She pressed her advantage, whispering in a sugary voice that she would make me happy. At the last possible moment, Misha's shout pulled me back. Misha hurled her fist with a furious cry and sent the woman flying. I snapped back to myself, still dazed and not yet understanding what had happened. Misha yelled and drove her fists into the woman again and again. Then she grabbed me and shook me frantically, asking over and over if I was all right. She had already taken down the dryad and kept urging me to come back to my senses. My eyes went wide. I finally realized what it had been. A dryad. It was a level 8 monster from the witch's forest, a rare spawn that used a charm ability. No wonder the hallucination had been so real. It had been the skill working on me from the shadows all along. My heart was still hammering as I thanked her. If Misha hadn't been there, I would have been finished. Misha gave a proud little huff, then suddenly cried out in excitement, pointing ahead and telling me to look. We had found other adventurers, the first ones we had come across since losing the dwarf. They could see we were only 2 people and had clearly figured out we were lost. I was instantly on high alert. The witch's forest wasn't a popular hunting ground. We had been on the 3rd floor for 8 days. A normal party would have left long ago. One of them asked whether we had gotten separated from our team. I nodded and said yes, but my guard didn't drop even slightly. Misha lit up, sure we had found our salvation. I quickly grabbed her arm and told her under my breath not to do anything reckless. A woman with yellow hair smiled and said she wasn't a bad person. Her children were around our age, so there was nothing to worry about. I rejected her without a second thought, because someone with children to support had a stronger reason to make money than most. Misha stared at me in complete confusion and tugged at my sleeve, asking why I'd turned them down. I signaled her to be quiet and ran the calculations fast in my head. By the normal logic of the situation, encountering other adventurers meant you could ask for help, negotiate a price, and you'd get out of here. But I had to get a read on these people first. I introduced myself up front. The other party said with a smile that they respected someone with sharp instincts, then introduced themselves. He was Hans, a pathfinder. The moment I heard the name Hans, my expression soured. How many people named Hans could there be in this world? And the name was cursed as far as I was concerned. I did a quick scan, 2 warriors, 2 archers, and a pathfinder. My stomach sank. That combination was dangerous. I asked Misha if she was willing to trust my judgment without question. She answered without hesitation, of course. My brow furrowed tight. The unease in my gut was screaming at me. I made a snap decision and turned down their offer, saying we were leaving. Hans called after us urgently and asked if we wanted help. We did need help, but my instincts were telling me these people were dangerous. I said again that we didn't need them, grabbed Misha and turned to go. Before we'd taken 2 steps, a cold arrow came flying straight at us. My back armor deflected it. I swore under my breath. Just as I'd feared, these people were trouble. One of the adventurers in the group couldn't believe it, snapping at Bait and asking if he'd gone out of his mind. Bait sneered and scolded him for being clueless, because my equipment was priceless Rhett Butler equipment. The man weakly pushed back, saying they were all adventurers, they shouldn't do this. Hans looked at him with undisguised contempt and told him to get out of the way. He pointed to the pack on my back and said, "That was an expanded storage pack. You could work yourself to death for a year and still not be able to afford it." But the man still hesitated, and Bait kicked him out of the party on the spot. The man in the helmet caved to temptation and immediately threw in with the attack. Misha grabbed the hem of my clothes and asked whether we should run. I assessed the situation. 5 against 2, we had no chance. But they had a pathfinder, and running wasn't going to work either. So I turned and quietly told Misha to find a way to buy as much time as possible. I pretended to be frightened and told them I was willing to deal. I would hand over the expanded pack and my shield. Misha then announced loudly, "Go ahead and kill me. I'm an orc princess. I can offer you a much larger reward." Her acting was so convincing it even made me wonder for a moment whether she was telling the truth. Hans wavered. Bait said, "Keeping the 2 of them around is just asking for trouble. Better to kill them both." The princess was bound to have valuables on her. The group rushed us all at once, shouting that whoever grabbed the goods first could keep them. I thought, this is bad. I prayed desperately in my head that guy would show up soon. At that exact moment, a thunderous, bloodthirsty roar tore through the forest. Kanabaro, the level 7 monster. Hans's face went pale with shock. My eyes lit up. I dropped into a crouch and told Misha to get on my back fast. Based on Kanibaro's tracking instincts, once it locked onto a target, there was no shaking it. A sharp glint crossed my eyes, and a bold plan took shape in my mind. The adventurers saw me charging straight at them and scattered in sheer terror. I was going to use these people as bait. Once Kanibaro's attention shifted to them, I would run with Misha on my back and never look back. Kanibaro immediately activated its mind skill. Hans screamed at everyone not to move. Watch out for the mines. Focus on dealing with Kanibaro first. Those two won't get far. I looked down at the flickering magical light beneath my feet. I already had a plan. I knew perfectly well I had no way to dodge all these mines, and I had no intention of trying. I was going to run straight through them and carve out a way to live. Misha was on my back, worried about my legs. Kanibaro roared, and summoned a pack of vicious hunting hounds. Hans's face went white. He screamed at everyone to get away from the hounds charging toward them, but they were surrounded by mines. There was no room to move in time. Bait stared at it all, shaking so hard she could barely stand. She didn't want to die. The next second, one of the hounds lunged. It clamped its jaws into my calf. The searing, tearing pain hit me like a wave. The veins in my forehead stood out. My ankle went numb instantly. Despair rose in my chest. The system chimed a warning. If the injury wasn't treated, it would result in permanent disability. There was no running now. I gritted my teeth and changed the plan, putting everything on Misha. Misha's eyes hardened. She told me to throw her at Kanibaro. Misha pulled out her dagger and drove it hard into Kanibaro's vital point. After taking down Kanibaro, Misha turned and looked at the survivors. Bait was collapsed on the ground, begging and pleading with Misha to spare her life. She promised Misha a generous reward after they returned. All she needed was one potion. Misha's eyes were cold. She didn't hesitate for a single second. She killed her. Then she ran to my side, her face tight with worry at my injured leg. A potion wasn't going to fix this. I was completely calm and told her not to worry about something this small. The words had barely left my mouth when the immortal's skill quietly activated. Misha watched with wide eyes as my leg visibly knit itself back together in front of her. I knew it was the combined effect of the immortal and the vampire essence. Misha pressed me curiously, asking how I was able to recover so fast. I fed her a lie, telling her it was a unique barbarian spiritual technique. The endurance was what actually did it, but the result was the same. Even Anna wouldn't let out a sound of pain after drinking. I didn't want to stay a moment longer than necessary, and urged Misha to move. The last thing I needed was Kanibaro coming back. Misha ran alongside me and asked curiously how I had known those people were dangerous. I just said I didn't like that pathfinder named Hans. Misha looked at me blankly. I just laughed and said that making it out alive was already more than enough. Misha couldn't help complaining that the woman who had seemed so kind had turned on us so fast. I was quiet for a moment. Maybe she really was a good person in her daily life. If we hadn't looked like such easy targets, maybe we wouldn't have been chosen. If we had crossed paths with her in a city, she might have been a perfectly warm and friendly woman. But just then, she was the first one to reach for her bow. Seeing that Misha still didn't quite follow, I turned and asked her why she had entered the labyrinth in the first place. Misha said plainly, for the money. Those adventurers were no different. In a world this brutal, where failing to pay taxes meant death, money was the most reliable protection anyone had. I let out a quiet sigh. That woman probably had something she needed to protect too. Misha nodded slowly, like she was beginning to understand, and said this adventure had taught her a great deal. We had now been trapped in the witch's forest for 109 hours. Misha's eyes suddenly lit up, and she called out with excitement. Found it. I couldn't hold back the relief that washed over me. We had finally found a place where we could rest in safety. I pushed the door open carefully, and prayed with everything I had that this time nothing would go wrong. The witch's cottage spawned randomly throughout the witch's forest and only lasted 8 hours at a time. As long as you were inside, the field effects were nullified and not even monsters would appear. It was nearly impossible to find, but it was the only safe zone in the forest, and we had Misha's instincts to thank for leading us straight to it. We made it inside successfully. Misha was bouncing around with her tail wagging. I suddenly told her sharply to keep quiet. There were other people here. The witch's cottage could only hold 5 people, and once it was full, the teleportation gate would close. Misha froze. There were actually other people hiding in here? I nodded, grabbed the hammer nearby, and started searching. I found them quickly. The moment I saw who it was, my eyes went cold. It was one of Eliza's associates. The man looked like a beggar off the street. What on earth had he been through? Misha also noticed there were several more people inside. I said flatly, knock them all out first, then we'll figure out the rest. Misha clicked her tongue, watching me. That was a bit more than just knocking them out. She watched from beside me, thinking these people were half dead already, and there was barely any point in tying them up. I uncapped a bottle of potion and poured it over one of them. A piercing shriek tore through the cottage. The moment the man recognized me, he was terrified. He immediately started stammering that the whole thing had been a misunderstanding. They had only been used by that woman. When they had caught up to the group, they had only seen 3 people, and not wanting any trouble, they had attacked the one who looked like the Pathfinder. But the blade had only grazed his shoulder. The wound was barely deep at all. Then out of nowhere, some invisible force had sent them all flying. By the time they came to, their own Pathfinder already had an ice lance through his skull. I felt a wave of relief. The dwarf and the others must have gotten away. The scream had been Rottmuller getting injured. The man went on to say that with no Pathfinder to guide them, they had been wandering the forest aimlessly. But barely a day into their wandering, something horrifying happened. They watched their own companions get drained of every drop of life until they shriveled into husks, and that was when they finally understood who they had crossed. That woman was a follower of the evil god Kaloi. He swore up and down that everything they had done was because they had been deceived. He apologized frantically and said he would compensate us for every loss. He just begged me to spare their lives. I wrestled with it. Since coming to this world, I had already killed quite a few people, but those had all been self-defense at death's door, and every one of them had been irredeemably rotten to the core. The people in front of me were despicable, no question, but they didn't seem to have actually killed anyone. Given all of that, was it really right to cut them down? Deep down I knew that right and wrong didn't matter all that much, but what if they turned dangerous one day and came after me? By modern society's standards, killing someone for making a mistake was completely out of line, but that was modern society's rules talking. Rules like that meant absolutely nothing here. I turned to look at Misha, wanting to hear what she thought. Misha said she couldn't trust them, because whether they had been deceived or not, they had tried to kill us. Something clicked into place inside me instantly. Break the rules, and you die. I stopped hesitating. I raised my hammer high. They had made this mistake because they were manipulated, but there was no guarantee they wouldn't make the same one again. The system chimed, kill count reached 10, mental resistance increased. From the very first day I woke up in this world, I had faced reality for what it was. From here on out, I had to live as Bjorn. Misha saw my hand shaking and quietly asked if I was all right. I took a deep breath, said I was fine, and told her to go gather up the equipment. She watched what I did next and said in horror, "What are you doing?" She watched in silence as I dragged the bodies one by one toward the fireplace. I said in an even voice, "I'm just doing what needs to be done." As the body was fed into the flames, the system announced that the offering had been accepted and 8 hours had been added. It was exactly like the game. I glanced at the remaining 2 bodies. By my count, we had at least 24 hours of safe rest ahead of us. I raised an eyebrow at Misha and said, "What are you standing around for? Go get some sleep." I walked to the only bed and lay down without ceremony. Sinking into the soft mattress, I let out a long breath of relief. Nothing beat sleeping in an actual bed. A strange, almost absurd feeling washed over me. I was starting to fit in here a little too well. The more I shed the identity of someone from the modern world, the more I felt like a barbarian, and the better off I seemed for it. Fragments of memories from my past life poured into my mind uninvited. The images were chaotic and gave me a splitting headache. Then I jolted awake from the dream. I sat there gasping for breath. Had all of that really just been a dream? I looked down at my own hands, rough and calloused, and let out a bitter smile. Just to survive, I had to fight real monsters. This was my life now. I lifted my hand and checked the time. I had slept for nearly 7 hours. Then I noticed the weight on my legs. When had she climbed up there? I patted Misha on the head and said with resignation, "Misha, time to get up." Misha groaned groggily and asked for just 5 more minutes. I dragged her up anyway. Misha called me a rude, barbaric brute. There were only 24 hours left before the dungeon closed. I felt a quiet relief settle in. One more day and we could get out of here. Misha planned that the first thing she would do when she got back was take a bath. Then the system chimed. The witch's cottage is now officially closed. Both of us were teleported back into the forest. The familiar oppressive weight descended on them. The witch's forest field effects wrapped around us again. Misha stared at the scene in front of her, her voice trembling. "What's going on?" My pupils contracted sharply. I couldn't hold back a curse. The system chimed again, one notification after another. The 5th, 6th, and 7th offerings confirmed in sequence. Special conditions fully met. The floor monarch Ryakis begins its patrol. The so-called floor monarch was essentially the final boss of the dungeon. Every floor of the dungeon had its own dedicated monarch. Misha was screaming, beside herself. She had heard that the 3rd floor had no floor monarch, but not having heard of something didn't mean it didn't exist. The method to summon it had simply been classified. Once summoned, it would bathe everything in blood. The 3rd floor's monarch was Ryakis. Once called forth, it would rampage through the dungeon in a killing frenzy until it died. The teleportation gates would be corroded, and every passage blocked. Anyone still on the 3rd floor stood a very good chance of being wiped out entirely. Misha broke down. Of all the moments for this thing to show up, why now? I stammered. It might have something to do with those few bodies we just burned in the cottage fireplace. The last time it had been summoned was over 10 years ago. I hadn't realized someone had already burned 4 bodies before we got there. Misha exploded, jabbing her finger at me and letting everything out. I quickly talked her down and warned her that she absolutely could not breathe a word of this to anyone. Otherwise, the reward of this adventure would be wasted. The good news was that the abnormal status effects had been cleared, so even without a pathfinder we could still find our way out of the forest. We had to get to the orc encampment immediately. There might still be a chance there. The Jalrewi organization was a major force operating on the 6th floor and beyond. Running into Ryakis right now meant certain death. If we wanted to stay alive even a little longer, our only option was to fall in with that organization. Their members couldn't all be on the 3rd floor, but to seal off a hunting ground they would need at least 10 groups down here. On the other side, Iros called out for everyone to calm down and follow orders. The adventurers broke down in screams, begging the organization's high-level mages to open a dimensional gate. The camp was in total chaos, panic spreading everywhere. Iros called out again to reassure them. This area was temporarily safe. Everyone needed to stay calm. Our priest has already erected a barrier, and pathfinders are keeping watch on all sides. If we can hold on for one more day, the 3rd floor will close. Until then, we will honor the agreement with the royal family and the guilds, and do everything we can to get as many adventurers out alive. But anyone who defy our authority or deliberately cause chaos, we will not show any mercy. I gave a quiet nod of approval. The speech was a little long, but it was clear and to the point. The crowd settled immediately. Thanks to the priest's barrier, everyone was finally able to breathe a little easier. Humans could move in and out freely. but monsters couldn't get in at all. I knew that not having to worry about being driven out didn't mean we could let our guard down. I turned to Misha and asked whether she had confidence in her ears. Misha immediately said that some people happen to like her ears very much. I said wearily that I meant whether she could pick up distant sounds for gathering information. Misha finally understood and said with complete confidence that she absolutely could. We overheard a nearby adventurer murmuring to another. The last time a floor monarch appeared on the 3rd floor was 10 years ago. Lucky the Jalrewi organization from the 6th floor just happened to be down here. Otherwise, we'd all be dead. I thought carefully. If the Jalrewi organization was here specifically for that reason, trying to solve the situation might be worth a shot. Meanwhile, Misha had long since run out of steam and had fallen asleep leaning against my shoulder. I pulled my arm away without mercy. Misha stirred groggily and asked in confusion what was happening. My expression was unusually grave. The number of people here was absurd. At least 500. The Jalrewi organization had 50 members at most. I was curious how they planned to control this crowd. Right at that moment, someone from the organization raised their voice. This place is under the protection of the barrier and is the only safe zone on the 3rd floor, but everything comes at a price. The priest requests everyone show your respect to the gods. Each person should pay 1 million immediately. Magic stones, equipment, or items are all acceptable. I was quietly impressed. That was a clever move. Almost no one carried 1 million on them, so this was transparently a way to collect equipment. It was dressed up in high-minded language about showing reverence to the gods. The pitch was that losing a portion of equipment and a few precious potions would buy them protection, but the whole thing was pure bluster. The barrier was impressive, but against a floor monarch it wouldn't hold for a second. Still, the situation was desperate. The only choice for now was to cooperate. I told Misha to hand over anything we didn't need. Fortunately, we had looted plenty of equipment earlier, so we didn't have to give up our own gear. Misha got ready to go and handed over. I happened to overhear a nearby adventurer grumbling, "They only need to hold out for 1 day, and we have to hand over this much equipment." They refused to pay protection money, and stormed off in anger. Misha came back just then, and told me she had already handed everything over. I did the math quietly. They had raked in at least 300 million at a minimum, but if the floor monarch actually showed up, their numbers wouldn't be enough to stop it. The 3rd floor was enormous. They probably figured the odds of running into the monarch were low. I was different from everyone else. I always defaulted to assuming the worst and preparing for it. There were only 5 hours left before the dungeon closed. The one thing I least wanted to see happened anyway. A rain of despair began pouring down. It was Ryakis's passive aura skill. Everyone was taking continuous damage, their bodies growing weaker, their endurance dropping fast. Misha grabbed my arm, trembling. Ryakis had come anyway. Everyone was terrified out of their minds, screaming for someone to stop it from getting any closer. Others turned on the organization, demanding they take responsibility. Ross let out a bitter laugh and said, this whole operation had turned into a complete loss. He called out in warning, "The Chaos Monarch Ryakis is here. Everyone bring out the equipment you have prepared. Get ready to fight." They immediately activated high-grade endurance support scrolls. Ross then produced a rare Sun Monarch's banner, engraving the light of Alesuan onto the weapons. All manner of high-level scrolls, consumables, and support gear were gone in under a minute. But Ross didn't flinch. He even told everyone not to hold back on resources. Their reserves were more than adequate. I was completely stunned. These people were out of their minds. They were actually planning to go toe-to-toe with Ryakis. Then a wave of warmth moved through me. I wasn't the only one who had prepared for the worst. Watching the Jalrewi members throw themselves into the fight, I understood that their rise to where they were had nothing to do with luck. Ross issued the final battle cry. "All positions, hold the line. We will stop the Chaos Monarch Ryakis." After all my time playing the game, I had always wondered what a real assault looked like. Now I finally saw it, and it made my chest tighten. Not a single melee fighter or tank engaged directly. They could only carefully harass and contain the behemoth. The warriors couldn't overpower it, but the moment they recovered any health, they charged right back to the front. Not everyone was so brave. One warrior was crushed under the creature's foot and died on the spot. 3 ranged attackers were killed by Ryakis' breath. Ross screamed at everyone to hold their focus and keep fighting. 4 were already dead, and fear was beginning to spread through the adventurers. Jalrewi had taken their money. They were obligated to protect them. I laughed bitterly at their ignorance. These idiots throwing themselves at it head-on wasn't going to accomplish anything. The frontline warriors were holding the creature's charge with their own bodies. The mages in the rear poured everything they had into restraining it, keeping Ryakis from pushing through. Then suddenly, the Chaos Monarch began gathering terrifying primordial energy. Ross screamed like a madman, ordering them to stop attacking and destroy that orb immediately. They were trying to break the most devastating form, the Dark Sphere mode. Everyone immediately redirected their fire onto the Dark Sphere, keeping the creature's health up to prevent it from going berserk. These people actually knew how to fight Ryakis. If they could hold out until the dungeon closed, they might actually pull this off. There was only 1 hour left before the dungeon closed. The death toll had reached 11, 2/10 of their total fighting strength. The real problem wasn't the behemoth, it was these catastrophically stupid adventurers. Panic was spreading rapidly among them. Every time Ryakis transformed, adventurers got caught in it and died, entirely because they were frozen in place. 2 days to move. Misha tugged at my sleeve, saying something felt badly wrong. One of the adventurers broke completely. He stood up and rallied the crowd to rise up together. If they didn't fight back, everyone would die. But their equipment had already been confiscated by the Jalrewi organization. I made a split-second decision. I grabbed Misha and bolted in the opposite direction. The furious adventurers were surrounding the organization's members and demanding answers. They screamed for their equipment back. As ordinary adventurers, they didn't understand the full situation. That was why they were panicking. I kept my voice low as I urged Misha to keep up, not slowing for even a second. Misha suddenly cried out and pointed ahead. Chaos fairies. I made an instant decision, grabbing Misha and sprinting hard to the right. There was no time to get tangled up in a fight. If we could just break through to the zone ahead, we would be completely clear of the battle's center. The sky suddenly went pitch black, and a sharp sense of dread rose in my chest. Was this Ryakis's wide area ultimate, the Rift of Evil? That damn creature had finally absorbed all the dark spheres. Misha's voice shook with fear. Bjorn, what's going to happen to us? I looked hard at what was in front of us. I had guessed right. The Rift of Evil was an ultimate that Ryakis could only unleash after absorbing 10 or more spheres. By the game's timer, it lasted 45 minutes. Anyone who didn't escape its range before then would be killed on the spot, no matter how strong they were. And worse, the moment the rift activated, everyone inside its range would immediately be pulled back to the center. I scanned the area. Only 200 survivors remained. The organization's original 50 had been cut down to 20. My stomach dropped. In the 3 hours since I had run, 11 of the organization's members had died. Before long, the adventurers and Jalrewe erupted into a fierce internal strife. Fighting over equipment had gotten several of the organization's people killed, and they snapped, roaring that anyone who came closer would be attacked. The adventurers snarled back that if their equipment hadn't been taken, none of this would have happened. The man in the helmet gave a cold laugh and said they should be on their knees thanking whatever gods they believed in for still being alive. One more step, and he'd burn every last one of them. Then a small, trembling voice broke through. Someone said they knew an escape method recorded in old text. Walk 5 kilometers in a straight line outward, and you'd be clear of the rift's range. The monsters would be dangerous, but if they worked together, they could survive. I felt a jolt of surprise. The man was right, down to the last detail. But the moment you left the center zone, you'd be walking into a swarm of fairies. More than half of the people had already fled the center. Misha watched the crowd scattering in all directions and asked anxiously, "What do we do?" We weren't going to do anything that stupid. I turned around and walked with Misha toward the Jalrewe side. Terilun suddenly stepped out to block us and barked, "Stop right there." He looked harder and caught sight of Misha behind me. Something confused him. He thought, "What is she doing here?" I ignored the impatience in his eyes and gave a friendly greeting. Then I casually asked about the Orc Hero's essence. Terilun answered without thinking. He caught himself halfway through and demanded, "How do you know about this?" The corner of my mouth curved upward. The first gamble had paid off. The Jalrewe organization was now down to 23 members, 3 priests, 6 mages, 12 ranged warriors, and 2 melee attackers. Deputy leader Iras's expression was grim. 2 melee fighters were nowhere near enough. Failing to provide support in time during the riot had cost them far too much of their fighting strength. They had already conceded the sphere to Ryakis to buy a brief window of rest. The leader cut into his thoughts and demanded to know what he planned to do. They were running out of time, but without melee fighters to lead the way, there was no breaking through. The 2 remaining fighters were a swordsman and a spearman. Neither was built for holding the line. Iras was burning with anxiety. One of his subordinates murmured that the adventurers had already fled and urged him to make a decision fast. Then I shouted that I could help. Iras spun around in shock and asked who had just yelled. His subordinate quickly replied that it was the companion of Terilun's sister and told him to ignore us. Iras said flatly that he would make his own judgments. The subordinate said I had been shouting something about the Orc Hero's essence. With that, I could force a path through. A sharp light flickered in Iras's eyes. He activated his ability and scanned me. To his surprise, he saw an extraordinarily brilliant light emanating from me. Iras's ability caused anyone with a high chance of improving their survival odds to glow. He decided that this barbarian in front of him might be the key to turning everything around. He walked toward me with purpose and asked in a low voice for my name. I said it plainly, Bjorn, son of Yongle. Iras fixed me with a sharp look and demanded to know where I had heard about their mission to hunt the Orc Hero. I told him I had reasoned it out. It was already unusual for such a large organization to come down and seal off the path to the Orc encampment. If they were only here to capture a Orc great warrior, they wouldn't have brought this many supplies, unless they had another objective. The Orc monster was level 5. Sacrifice 777 magic stones and it could be summoned, a hidden demon lord. I had seen that their supplies still had a surplus, which told me the Orc monster hadn't appeared yet. Iras hadn't expected me to know even that, and told me to give him one reason why he should need me. I laid out my cards without hesitation. I told him outright that I was a barbarian bearing the mark of the immortal. I had the vampire essence of the dimensional rift guardian, and the pain endurance passive of the zombie giant. Iras interrupted me and asked only one key question. You can fight while drinking potions, correct? For an adventurer on the 3rd floor, that level was genuinely impressive. Compared to the 2 remaining warriors, I was the better option by far. He made the decision on the spot and agreed to work with me. Terilun objected in surprise, saying these essences were important items entrusted by the nobility. But Iras ordered that it be reported externally that the essence had never appeared. If it could save even one more of his members, it was worth it. I felt some of the tension ease. I had cleared the first test. The Orc monsters summoned with the magic stones were 3 brothers, high-tier mutant variants. So despite only being level 5, they had to be taken down with a full attack squad. The 3 brothers each dropped a different essence. Dennis dropped the red essence of Frenzied Warcry. Berta's was the blue essence of the Banner of Defiance. Tarukas's green essence was especially useful for developing a defensive barbarian build. The moment I saw the green essence, a flicker of joy rose in my chest, followed immediately by unease. I hadn't expected this kind of luck. When luck ran this good, it usually meant something was about to go wrong. The notification chimed as the essence merged with my soul. My stats surged. Strength, agility, and fighting spirit all spiked, and my bone density shot up along with them. A tremendous surging force coursed through every inch of my body. Iras told me to strip off my equipment immediately. Then he waved his hand and shoved a massive pile of scrolls and potions into my arms. I couldn't help marveling. The support resources from a major organization were genuinely insane. I immediately handed all my own items over to Misha. I activated the scrolls one after another, maxing out physical defense, endurance, and stamina. I downed the strength elixir and the goddess's tears. Elemental resistance and pain tolerance both climbed. Then the priests activated their divine arts, and my fortitude and regeneration exploded upward. Last came the Kasutaran's technique, Bloodmaster, which outclassed anything else available. Tyree Lun immediately sliced open his wrist and fed me the Bloodmaster passive skill. I temporarily absorbed Tyree Lun's unclean passive skill. He noticed the change in my eye color, confirmed the skill had taken effect, and told me all active skills were now boosted by 1.5 times. He clapped me on the shoulder to signal we were ready to begin. He guided me to slowly visualize the image in my mind, channeling the core skill of the orc monster essence. I let out a thunderous roar, Gigantify. The moment the skill activated, my body expanded at a staggering rate, bursting through my clothes. Barbarian hero mode engaged. Intimidation and physical stats went through the roof. The people around me stood with their mouths hanging open, gasps and shouts erupting from every direction. Iras looked slightly embarrassed and quickly threw a cloak over my exposed areas. All preparations for the assault were complete. Iras asked with concern, 30 minutes, could we actually do it? My confidence was at an all-time high. I felt completely unstoppable. Iras immediately urged everyone to keep up with me and not fall behind. The formation behind me was enormous. Over 60 people between the organization's members and the adventurers. These adventurers had handed over everything they had in exchange for the right to join. The calculating Mikalev regarded them not as people, but as expendable sacrifices. The power surging inside me swelled, and a raw, destructive urge to tear everything apart rose uncontrollably. Miniature clones of Ryakis appeared ahead, still over 2 meters tall, every one of them. But in my gigantified form, they looked small. When a clone was struck, it triggered the loathing effect, and chaos attribute damage crashed down on me. This was exactly why the Rift of Evil needed a tank. The clones would self-destruct and take whoever was nearby with them. Even I could barely withstand it. Fortunately, I had the vampire essence. As long as I protected my heart, I was fine. Iras shouted at me not to eliminate too many monsters at once. I shrugged helplessly. My intimidation value after gigantifying was so high it was impossible to control. Barbarians were already physically imposing, and the intimidation boost pushed it to an absurd level. And that was exactly why the adventurers behind me were able to move safely. Tyree Lun had just slashed a monster. When the reflected damage hit him hard enough to make him hiss through his teeth, he howled for the priest and demanded she heal him immediately. I barked at him to get to the rear and stop getting in the way. Tyree Lun was shaking with indignation, but had no choice but to fall back. Mid-combat, my health dropped below 50%. The hero's path passive instantly activated. All resistances and endurance values surged wildly. I ordered everyone to stay back. Every danger ahead was mine to handle alone. Hiranosiwan asked Tyree Lun quietly whether he was responsible for bringing me here. Tyree Lun nodded hastily. Hiranosiwan acknowledged that Iras had good eyes for talent, though someone still needed to watch for monsters in the rear. Tyree Lun seethed. Every time he tried to use his weapon, reflected damage forced him back. Hiranosiwan also understood the kind of horrific pain I was enduring right now. He couldn't help feeling curious, turning it over in his mind. Who was this man, absurdly powerful, in ways that made no sense? I have assumed before that he was just a quiet, ordinary barbarian warrior. How could someone face an extreme situation like this and not hesitate for even a moment? The thought stirred genuine admiration in him. No wonder the barbarians were called the most fearless race. Someone like this joined the organization would be an absolute cornerstone. Just then, someone grabbed Misha and urgently asked who I really was. Misha said honestly that she didn't know either. Hiranosiwan shook his head in wonder. This barbarian was extraordinary. There was no need to rush. Very soon, everyone would know my name. Then someone let out a wild shout of joy and pointed forward. Finally, see the boundary. Everyone pushed to full speed. The boundary was right there, just a little further. We were seconds from breaking through and surviving. At the critical moment, my spirit power hit empty. Gigantify deactivated. But by a stroke of luck, the Rift of Evil field effect simultaneously announced its end, and we made it out. The ones who didn't get out in time were not so fortunate. They didn't even have time to scream before they were shredded into nothing. The orc encampment vanished in an instant, like it had never existed. I was still shaking from what had just happened. Surviving that was nothing short of a miracle. But Iras reminded me that now is when things really got serious. Breaking out of the Rift of Evil was only the first gate. The real hunt had just begun. Among the survivors, one person would be chosen as the prey. The odds of it being me or Misha were 1 in 15. I was praying hard when Misha suddenly went rigid and called out to me in a trembling voice. Misha Kasutarun has been designated as prey. She has entered an immobilized state. Was this a joke? With all these people, why did it have to be her? Misha didn't understand what was happening and looked at me helplessly, asking what was going on. The survivors around her showed fear on every face. They all stared at her like she carried a plague. Being designated as Ryakis' prey meant being hunted to the death. The debuff not only immobilized her, it drew Ryakis' full attention. Iras stepped forward, his tone regretful. I haven't expected it to be her. He took the opportunity to extend an invitation, saying if I joined the organization they would protect Misha together. I declined without a second thought. I had no intention of putting myself under anyone's command. Iras accepted it with a quiet sigh and suggested we meet again in the city someday. I said that assumed I could get out of here alive first. But Iras had a feeling I would make it. He had 2 of his priests cast spells on me to boost my movement speed and accelerate my regeneration. These people turned out to be surprisingly honorable. I thanked them quietly. Iras just waved it off and said, "Just don't die, otherwise the monsters will come after us." I laughed. These people were still calculating the angles, even now. 23:45, 15 minutes until the dungeon closed. The Chaos Monarch Ryakis was fully awakened. Misha was pressed tight against my back, feeling the heat pouring off me as I ran. The terrifying roar behind us was getting closer. If this kept up, we would both die. Misha called out for me to stop and told me to leave her behind. She knew the monster was hunting her, not me. No wonder the people back there had looked at her that way. Even her own family had avoided her eyes. She had long since become a burden to everyone. I asked in a hard voice what she meant by that. Misha said, "Give up, because if this goes on, you'll die too. Our relationship doesn't warrant you going this far for me." I cut through without any mercy. That's a ridiculous thing to say. You don't want to die at all. So why say something you don't mean? Misha snapped back that she meant every word. I said plainly, "You're just scared of being abandoned." Misha was on the verge of tears. She demanded to know why I wasn't listening. She didn't want to be a burden. I said it heavier. "Is that thought really worth more than your life?" I told her to stop testing me. If she wanted to live, she needed to say so. That was the only way she actually stood a chance. Misha felt something shift inside her. She thought, of course that is what a hardcore barbarian would say. From the moment they met in the witch's forest, he had been teaching her how to survive. The hopeless things she was saying must make her sound utterly useless to him. At the very least, she couldn't say things like that to someone who was helping her. Misha's eyes went red, and she said, "As long as you keep me alive, I'll follow you for the rest of my life." I told her she had already said that once before. Misha quickly changed her offer. She would give me all the earnings from this adventure. I said, "Now that's more like it." At that exact moment, the glow of the wind's blessing faded, and every buff Jalrewi had given me disappeared. The cold rain began falling again, a sign that the terrifying creature was close. The chaos fairies nearby swelled in size and blocked the path ahead. I set my jaw and activated Gigantify again. This time, the Gigantify wasn't for fighting. It was to lengthen my stride and pick up speed. The remaining power could hold for 2 or 3 minutes at most. The dungeon was exactly 196 seconds from closing. Worried she'd get bored, I told her to call out the remaining time once every second. The chaos fairies ahead were growing in number. I had to clear a path through. I let out a roar, raised my hand, and tore apart the chaos fairies blocking the way. The ones I destroyed dissolved into black mist, and the ground beneath began to corrode into deep pits. Right at that moment, a blindingly intense light erupted from behind us. A heavy feeling sank into my chest. That was the most dangerous aura I had ever felt. We had completely entered Ryakis' attack range. 77 seconds on the countdown. Ryakis' massive claw came crashing down. I barely managed to dodge. The Chaos Monarch Ryakis opened its abyssal maw and slowly closed in on me. Misha's heart clenched. Through her tears, she begged me to stop worrying about her. I snapped at her. "Stop talking nonsense. I am not going to let you die here." Misha couldn't understand why I would go this far for her. I gritted my teeth and brought up the promise between us, furiously telling her not to be dramatic right now. Giving up would make everything we'd done until this point meaningless. Misha couldn't accept it. Was a promise really worth putting an unrelated person's life on the line? I told her with full confidence that I would make it back alive. Then something changed. Ryakis suddenly attacked. Scalding blood splattered across my face. Misha screamed in horror, unable to believe it. My hand had been severed. She screamed at me to drop her and run. I forced through the unbearable pain and demanded furiously to know how much time was left. Misha was sobbing too hard to speak and cried out in a shaking voice that there were 60 seconds left. My heart sank. With only one hand, holding on for a full minute was going to be hell. We were too close to run. I knew there was no room left for clever tricks. Misha watched me sprint toward Ryakis and lost all coherence. "What are you doing?" I had no time to explain. I told her to stop talking and focus on counting down. Ryakis tracked me by my scent to attack, but blowing air down toward its feet had to be harder for it. The most dangerous place was the safest place. The only drawback was the very real chance of getting accidentally crushed underfoot. Through that battle with the Jalrewi organization, I had completely mapped out Ryakis' attack patterns. I barely held on until 25 seconds remained. My whole body gave out. I was gasping for breath. Ryakis raised its foot again and came stomping down toward me. My pupils contracted sharply. This was bad. I wasn't going to dodge this one in time. A mouthful of blood burst out. My body was sent flying by the impact. Searing pain swept through every part of me. Ryakis' second foot followed right after. Despair welled up inside me. This was really it. Then the system notification chimed abruptly. Insufficient spirit power. Gigantify deactivated. Ryakis' stomp hit nothing but air. I had come back from the edge of death. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it would burst out of my chest. Thank God Gigantify had disappeared in time. Another fraction of a second and my head would have been crushed into paste. I scrambled back to my feet. The final showdown was here. 10 seconds until the dungeon closed. I threw everything on the line and launched myself onto Ryakis' massive foot. I sank my teeth in and tore at the monster's flesh, with every ounce of strength I had left. Ryakis was completely enraged and thrashed wildly, trying to fling me off. I was hurled away. Ryakis lunged and seized me in its claws, squeezing with a force that almost crushed me completely. It slowly opened its gaping maw. Just as I was about to be swallowed whole, the final second arrived. I pulled a mocking grin and said, "Too slow, you bastard." The system announced, "Dungeon closing. Teleportation initiated." In the Dimensional Plaza, everyone was craning their necks, waiting desperately for their loved ones to return. When the returning adventurers came into view, terrified screams erupted across the plaza. At the sight of the wounded lying everywhere, people panicked and scrambled to contact the guilds and set up emergency care stations. When they saw the state I was in, everyone drew a sharp breath and said, "Injuries that bad, he probably wasn't going to make it." Misha gradually came back to consciousness. The first thing she did was look for me. When she saw the fear in everyone's eyes, a bad feeling began to rise in her chest. She immediately pushed through the crowd and walked toward me. The moment she saw me, it felt like her breathing stopped. I was hurt far too badly. Misha came flying at me like someone who had lost her mind, crying out my name. Only when she heard the sound of my heartbeat did she finally break into a tearful laugh. It turned out I had only fallen into a deep, unconscious sleep. News that a floor monarch had appeared on the 3rd floor, and that the Jalrewe organization had lost over 30 people spread across the entire plaza almost instantly. But the true death toll was far higher than that. According to those who had been there, the total number of casualties reached several hundred, and among those who had made it out, one person deserved special credit for keeping so many of them alive. He was an adventurer from the 3rd floor that almost no one had heard of. Bjorn, a barbarian who had reached the 3rd floor in just 3 months. I became a legend overnight. The mages all had high hopes for me. My reputation climbed at a staggering rate. At that moment, a mysterious man looked over the reports and let a faintly amused smile pull at the corner of his mouth. He had handled countless operations, but encountered a talent like this fewer than 3 times in his life. The zombie giant, the vampire guardian, and the orc monster. The trophies I had taken were extraordinary. A growth rate like this couldn't be chalked up to luck alone. History did have its chosen ones. People born carrying a destiny. People like that were usually celebrated as heroes. A glimmer of curiosity passed through the man's eyes as he wondered, is this one a hero or an evil spirit? I drifted in and out of consciousness for a long time. When I finally opened my eyes, the vivid, real feeling of being alive washed over me. I was grateful that both Misha and I had made it. 2 days later, in a noisy, lively tavern, everyone was deep in conversation. The squad was together again. And fortunately, everyone had come through in one piece. I impatiently cut through their small talk and called for someone to take our order. I was starving. Once the food was on the table, I finally pressed the dwarf to tell me what had happened to them after we got separated. It turned out that after Rotmuller was injured, the dwarf had used the Guardian's bracer to buy time for them to escape. The bracer had already been used once, but emergency restoration could reset the item's usage count. Just then, Devaki stared in disbelief, watching Misha feed me. The dwarf continued. Once they were far enough away, they dared to stop and treat Rotmuller's injury. But no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find us. They refused to give up and kept wandering through the forest looking for us. On the 3rd day, they ran straight into that madwoman again and turned and fled in a panic. In the chaos, they stumbled through a teleportation gate and ended up on the 4th floor. Fortunately, only they made it through. The Sky Tower's teleportation gate changed color at regular intervals and only allowed entry during certain windows. And more importantly, once you completed each floor's trial, the monsters stopped respawning. That meant the 4th floor was relatively safe. They had stayed there for over 10 days and found it utterly boring. But they did get lucky. The very first trial they cleared dropped an essence. It was the essence of a level 7 rare monster, a treasure chest mimic. I couldn't help swearing under my breath. Of all the unfair things in this damn game, a level 7 chest mimic was a rare monster that could actually drop an essence. That kind of luck was unreal. It wasn't a combat type essence, but it could open a subspace treasure vault, and the first time you opened it, you got a random item. They obtained 2 million in magic stones, 3 high-grade potions, and 2 digital items. I was consumed with envy. The items weren't useful to the dwarf, so he planned to sell them. I gritted my teeth and offered congratulations, though my hand had involuntarily tightened around the cutlery. The dwarf didn't pick up on any of it and just curiously asked what had happened to us after we split up. I thought it over for a moment, then said there were some things that were better left unsaid in detail. I would explain what I could. I gave a brief summary of what had happened. When they heard it all, the rest of the team went pale. Rotmuller congratulated Misha on successfully forming a contract with her spirit beast, saying that if not for me, Misha wouldn't have come back alive. The dwarf felt terrible hearing that obtaining the rare essence from the Jalrewe organization had cost me 2 million, and decided right then to cover half of it. Everyone started making noise, saying it was the most exhilarating story they had heard in ages, and that no one could object to calling me Little Balkan anymore. I froze and looked completely blank. I had no idea what Little Balkan meant. My teammates said it was my new nickname, invoking the name of the barbarian hero Balkan as a compliment. I hadn't expected to become famous this quickly. In the game, fame was a good thing. In this world, it wasn't. Getting a sudden reputation like this was bound to invite unnecessary trouble. Misha spoke up and reminded everyone that there was still important business left to settle. Prize money and the bounty reward still needed to be divided up. After working through the numbers, Misha and I ended up with 7.65 million combined. I grinned and reminded Misha that she had sworn the prize money was all mine. Misha grumbled and cursed as she handed it over. A few days later, Misha let out a long sigh of relief. It was finally all over. There had been so much to take care of after getting out. Most of it was sorted, but repairing equipment and restocking consumables still meant a trip to the auction house. I noticed Misha kept following me around. I planned to invest all of this money into her growth. Misha caught me watching her and felt her heart rate pick up. She finally asked what I was looking at. I asked her where she was headed next. Misha said she was planning to make a brief visit home to her clan. She would probably be back by tomorrow. I watched her fidget and hesitate and sighed quietly to myself. Her family matters weren't mine to get involved in. All I could do was wish her luck. Misha said quietly that she felt like she'd gained some kind of strength, her voice trailing off without energy. I raised my hand and smacked her solidly on the back, telling her to pull herself together. Misha yelped and jumped, and with that, I was satisfied. Misha reminded me to make sure I ate properly these next couple of days. No eating nothing but meat, she said. She emphasized 3 times that I needed to eat vegetables. Then she finally left. That nagging of hers reminded me of my ex. I was more than qualified now to join a higher tier party, but Misha wasn't, so I had to help Misha level up first. I arrived at District 7 where adventurers gathered. I decided to stay with the current squad for the short term, work on raising Misha's contract level with her spirit beast, and look for a proper weapon. From the direction of the execution platform came a cold, "Begin the execution." I moved closer to look. Not many bystanders today, and none of the types who showed up to gawk at blood. I heard people murmuring about an evil spirit and finally looked up at the platform. My pupils contracted in an instant. That was Talakan. I had always had a bad feeling about that man, but at least he hadn't used the money I gave him to buy weapons and go into the dungeon. Then Talakan's eyes snapped open and locked onto me. Unease surged through me. Surely Talakan hadn't recognized me. Talakan's mouth was gagged, but he managed to choke out something that sounded like my name. A chill ran down my spine. I had come dangerously close to being dragged to the chopping block because of this man. From now on, I was never going to show sympathy to strangers so carelessly again. Just then, an unfamiliar man walked up and asked if I was Bjorn, son of Yangdel. He lowered his voice and told me not to be nervous. He said, "Where are you from?" I was completely blindsided. I had imagined this day might come. I just hadn't expected it this soon. The man claimed to be from Country M. I was immediately on guard. I played dumb and demanded, sharply, that he stop talking in riddles and just say what he meant. The man saw right through the act and said, "You almost fooled me. You've only been here 3 months, and your performance is already that good." I demanded he speak plainly. He said with a sly grin, "Relax. You must have come here through the gaming association. I spent 3 years getting a foothold here. You get a nickname in 3 months. I want to invite you to join the game association." Looking at the way he acted like we were old friends, I couldn't be bothered with small talk. I cut straight to it and demanded to know if he was an evil spirit. The man broke into a wide grin, dropped all pretense, and flatly admitted he was. I immediately shouted that the chief had said any evil spirit you encountered had to be killed on the spot. The man's grin froze on his face. He stared at my raised fist in terror. Barbarians could not abide injustice. A moment later, the captain of the guard thanked me profusely, saying I had saved his brother's life. His brother was just one of the adventurers who paid protection money and followed along. Fewer than 10 of them survived in total. I was hungry and asked impatiently how long I was going to be held here. I was already furious enough about not being able to finish off that evil spirit. The guard captain said the investigation was still ongoing and asked me to wait a little longer. Right then, a subordinate came running in with a report. The man apparently had the mark of an evil spirit hunter on him. The doctor examined him and stated without hesitation that the man was one of their own. I exploded on the spot. What was going on? The man had admitted himself that he was an evil spirit. The subordinate stumbled over his words, trying to explain that it was a standard procedure used on certain individuals. I had no idea what that meant. The captain sighed wearily and admitted that they had actually been suspecting me of being an evil spirit. The revelation hit me like a lightning bolt. I demanded to know who had suspected me so I could go put their head through a wall. They quickly insisted it was just routine procedure. I roared at them. Was this all some kind of game to you? On my way back, I fumed silently. These people were no amateurs. It was lucky I'd stayed sharp enough to avoid the trap. If not for the strange way that man had pronounced game, I would never have noticed something was off and reacted in time. People this good at running schemes. No wonder Talakan ended up on the chopping block. In a city where I had no one, everyone who came near me had an angle. This world was brutal to navigate, but I was fortunate enough to escape unscathed today. Just as I walked through my front door, my steps slowed. An envelope had appeared by my feet. I opened it and found a pill inside. The letter said it was being sent randomly to adventurers suspected of being players, and that no one was to reveal their player identity to anyone. There was a community that protected members' identities. Swallow the pill and you could enter. If you didn't want to, destroy the pill. The letter was signed, King of Lovdonia. Elsewhere, in the secret security division directly under the Lovdonian royal family, the man hadn't expected the person he sent to be used as a punching bag. The blonde man said the one sent had assumed that someone who had only been here 3 months would be easy to identify, but it hadn't gone as planned. Then he activated a crystal orb. The man watched the entire sequence of events play out through the orb. Watching me punch without hesitation, he concluded that I absolutely could not be an evil spirit, because if I truly were one, fleeing immediately in that situation would have been the only logical move. His conclusion, Bjorn was no longer a suspect. The man shook his head in amazement and said, he got a nickname in 3 months. Could he actually be a hero? He felt genuinely pleased. This city had always been badly short on talent. With that, my reputation continued to climb steadily higher. Early the next morning, I hurried to the Mage Tower. I wanted to understand that strange letter. The moment Luna saw me, she teased, "So now you're truly famous." Even getting one of those letters. I had no idea what she meant. Luna smiled and said, "Only people with real standing receive that kind of mysterious correspondence. But what a shame you didn't come sooner. I would have been able to read the letter myself. Aren't you curious about what the evil spirit wrote?" I stiffened all over. The letter had been written by an evil spirit? Luna really knew everything. I told her there had also been a pill inside the envelope. Luna said it was the work of a top-tier mage who had poured enormous effort into creating it. A mage who had mastered spirit arts, dimensional magic, and alchemy alike. Swallow the pill and you could enter a specific spirit world. I asked, what was a spirit world? Luna said, a spirit world was essentially another dimension. Your body stayed where it was, but your consciousness could enter. It was forcibly summoned every month on the 15th at midnight, and it served as an intelligence base for the evil spirits. Many people who had tried to infiltrate it were found dead the next morning, vomiting blood. I blurted out, that wasn't a pill, that was a death sentence. Luna rolled her eyes and said there was no poison or curse inside the pill whatsoever. The evil spirits simply had a way to distinguish friend from foe, which was why intruders had their souls extracted. Inside the spirit world, everyone appeared in soul form and couldn't be recognized. At that, I suddenly asked whether magic could be used to identify people who had taken the pill. Luna shook her head and said if that were possible, the evil spirits would have been wiped out long ago. With that, she pulled out her blood drawing tools. It was time to start today's research. My mind was elsewhere. My head was full of that mysterious community. Joining it might give me access to a lot of useful intelligence, and might even lead to a way back home. Luna noticed I had drifted off and smiled as she urged me to come over. I walked to my seat, still turning over the question in my head, should I take the gamble? After turning it over and over when I got back, I decided swallowing the pill was the better call. If the pill were truly lethal, there would be no way a community could have formed, but I couldn't take it right away. Even if it was anonymous, there had to be people who could figure out my identity. If I had been the only one sent the letter during that period, the moment I entered, my identity would be exposed. So I had to wait at least 3 to 6 months before taking it to be safe. And I wasn't in a rush for whatever intelligence they had. A little more time didn't matter. 15 days had passed since barely escaping the dungeon with my life. In a research room on the upper floors of the Mage Tower, a man in a cloak asked quietly, "Any new arrivals this time?" When the answer came back as no, the cloaked man understood immediately and said, so that person really wasn't a player after all. He decided to send out all the remaining letters. He couldn't let that barbarian delay things any further. He thought back to how I had chosen a shield when coming of age. He had been briefly hopeful then, but it wasn't I after all. At the Adventurers Guild branch, I finally advanced to level 6 Adventurer. Every day I worked through all my tasks in order, like completing homework. The coins in my pockets drained away like a tide going out, but every bit of it had gone towards something that mattered, and I didn't regret a single coin. At the weapon shop, I bought a hammer with overwhelming force and enchanted my breastplate and shield with acid immunity. I also bought what I considered a personal necessity. I had no intention of being naked again next time I gigantified. Once my own shopping was done, I turned and asked Misha if her new equipment fit. The size was a little smaller than standard, but still a significant upgrade from her old gear. Misha, with a red face, said she was getting used to it. A leaky dual blade set at 70% the size of a standard long sword, along with beast blood to raise her spirit beast level. I noticed sharply that Misha could now attach the ice attribute to her weapons, but the motion still wasn't smooth. All that was left was advancing the soul engraving to the 3rd stage. Thinking back to the 2nd stage engraving from yesterday, I felt a wave of lingering dread. A mere 10 minutes of agony that felt like 12 hours agony compressed into 1 hour's agony. The old man watched me with amazement, saying he had never once seen someone conscious during engraving. He cheerfully waved me over to draw a lot. He said he would read my fortune for free. When he saw the one I drew, he went quiet for a moment and asked for the exact time of my birth. I couldn't help complaining. Who on earth kept track of the hour they were born? The old man burst out laughing and said he was joking. I immediately pressed him to tell me whether my fortune was good or bad. He said, "You would encounter all kinds of extraordinary things, good and bad, that most people never experienced in an entire lifetime." That was the turbulent path that someone called a hero was destined to walk. I thought it was ridiculous and didn't take it seriously. I was convinced that fate could be changed. All you had to do was prepare for everything. At that moment, Misha's voice called out from outside, urging me to hurry up and come eat breakfast. Seeing me again, the old man looked stunned and said I was the fastest anyone had ever returned for a 3rd engraving. I had 3 paths to choose from: Soul of the Spark, Soul of Steel, or Soul of the Wild. It was exactly the same as the game's settings. I chose Soul of the Wild without a second thought. The next moment, the agony of the engraving came crashing down, and I let out an involuntary howl. Soul of the Wild came at a steep price, but its effects were equally dramatic. My intimidation value surged massively. Even standing still, I could draw a monster's attention. Wild Eruption could triple that intimidation value and further reinforce my physical body. Combined with the Gigantify skill, it was even more devastating. Even I hadn't imagined I would come this far in 3 months. The old man watched me looking pale and weak, and waved me out to go rest. I dragged myself to agree, and the old man suddenly called after me, saying he had forgotten to mention something yesterday. He told me to be wary of people consumed by deep resentment. I was destined to encounter them often. Being able to ease that resentment was a blessing. Leaving it alone would lead to disaster. I acknowledged it and turned and walked out quickly. The third stage engraving was done. Next up, suddenly a voice called out behind me, a familiar one that made me stop. What was Anna doing here? Anna quietly gestured for me to come over. She had heard about my nickname Little Balkan and curiously pressed me to tell her about it. She looked at me with open admiration. I couldn't turn her down and gave her a brief account of what had happened. When Anna heard I had been teaming up with the dwarf, she visibly relaxed. I noticed how thin her face had gotten and felt a flicker of worry. Anna quickly explained that she had been losing weight from daily muscle compression training. Then an angry shout rang out in the distance. Anna's expression shifted. She hurriedly said her goodbyes and turned to go. I was a little concerned. Anna smiled and assured me she was fine, just doubling her training load and skipping sleep. Then she suddenly remembered something. She stopped and turned back, telling me that my expression now was much better. The old me had been covered in killing intent, but now I looked relaxed all over. She guessed I must have found reliable people to be around. The shout came again, closer this time. Anna flinched and took off running. I watched her go and murmured quietly, "Less killing intent, huh?" I arrived at the library. The mage there suddenly struck up a conversation, complimenting me on my rising fame. I was quietly puzzled. Why was she suddenly being so warm toward me? But then I thought about it, and it didn't really matter what she was after. The old me would have tried to ingratiate myself, but I was level 6 now. I had a nickname, and I already had a mage on the team. I looked at her and figured she was probably around Devaki's level. For where I was now, survival was the only ultimate goal. There was no point speculating about other people. Everyone was a potential piece on the board. I calculated her value and what she could bring to the table with precise accuracy. The moment I identified someone as a threat, I wouldn't hesitate to take them down. But then Misha's face suddenly flashed through my mind. I swore under my breath. No wonder Anna had said what she said. I really was becoming different from who I used to be. I was actually considering doing things I didn't need to do. It had to be because things had been going too well lately, but I didn't know how to handle it. I looked over at the mage, eyes cold, and told her to just say what she came to say instead of staring at me like that. The librarian looked genuinely startled. She hadn't expected me to see through her that easily. The following afternoon, at a cafe, I squeezed with great difficulty through the tiny entrance of the dessert shop, drawing a wave of startled cries from inside. Sabin excitedly waved me over. It turned out she was the client. Sabin nodded and confirmed she was a level 7 administrator at the administrative hall, and also a friend of the librarian. She politely asked my preference. I said beer and roasted meat, a small act of revenge for being summoned to a dessert shop. I got straight to the point quickly and asked for the specific details of the commission. Sabin was surprised that Ragna hadn't told me the commission's contents beforehand. That was how I found out the librarian's name was Ragna. I impatiently waved her off and told her to just get to the point. Sabin said directly that she wanted to commission me to patrol the sewers. Criminals and tax evaders had been hiding down in those tunnels. Someone had always been assigned to this work, but the previous person in charge had died in the third floor incident. I wondered why they weren't finding someone more suitable. Were they approaching me because it had something to do with evil spirit hunters? Sabin said excitedly that it was because I had become well known recently. She was also just genuinely curious and had wanted to meet me. Sabin pressed me for my answer. The reward was only 200,000, but working with them would earn official recognition and improve my credibility when taking on commissions. This was the first proper commission I had ever received. In most people's eyes, barbarians were brutish and simple, not suited for serious work. I said without hesitation, "I'll take it." Sabin watched me leave and couldn't help thinking to herself, what an interesting person. No wonder Ragna mentioned him. He really has a simple, straightforward heart. There is no pressure at all talking to him. I feel more relaxed than anything I experienced in a long time. And he doesn't know anything about Ragna's background, so he certainly isn't someone with bad intentions. It is about time Ragna to make a friend. 2 days later, at the entrance to the sewers, our team assembled again, all of us immediately pressing our hands over our noses in disgust. This was absolutely revolting. Before we went in, the dwarf reminded everyone to make sure they held onto their helmets and their maps. The helmet's lamp could record footage. Curious why everyone had shown up? The dwarf believed no sewer expedition was complete without him. Devaki had been so buried in books his head was about to split open. He desperately needed this expedition to break the terrible mood. Rottmuller was eager to go. The sewer's complex terrain was the perfect place to try out his newly gained ability. Misha came because she was worried I would run into danger, and she also needed to get used to fighting with 2 blades. I grinned. Free labor. Might as well make use of it. What I could say for certain was that Rottmuller's pathfinding ability was an absolute necessity. Devaki quietly chanted a spell, and a light magic activated, illuminating the wide tunnel of the sewer ahead. The dwarf immediately took the opportunity to bring up the rumor about mutant creatures in the sewer. Misha immediately perked up and asked Devaki if the rumor was true. Devaki was spooked and said he had heard that waste from the Mage Tower's experiments was all dumped into the sewers. If those reagents had come into contact with monster carcasses, there was a real possibility it had produced aberrations that had never been seen before. I dismissed it with a scoff. There was no way that was real. The previous person in charge had done this for 2 years without running into anything strange. But Rottmuller suddenly stopped. He frowned and said, the sewer's stench was too overpowering to make out much else, but something still felt off. Everyone went on alert immediately. Rottmuller's instincts had been enhanced by the chest mimic essence, so his words couldn't be ignored. Misha suddenly screamed and pointed into the shadows, shouting that there was someone there. I charged straight over and hauled the person out. I slammed him hard onto the ground without any ceremony. The man groaned in pain, teeth clenched. He screamed and pulled out a dagger, stabbing it at me. I moved fast and caught his wrist with my free hand. I fixed him with a cold stare and demanded to know what he was doing hiding here. Seeing that the man said nothing, I applied more pressure and said quietly, "Do you want to die?" The man immediately started pleading, saying he hadn't hurt anyone. He was just hiding here because he had no money. Rottmuller said the mark branded on the man's forehead was a malicious spirits brand. The administrative hall had said bringing suspects back alive earned an extra 5,000 in reward money, but since we had video footage, killing him was also acceptable. Devaki was troubled. What if it turned out to be an ordinary civilian? Although ordinary civilians didn't usually live in sewers. The man quickly thought on his feet and cried out that he wanted to make a deal. I assumed it was a trick, until he mentioned a madwoman. A few days ago, the madwoman had stolen his territory. She was using black magic, and the madwoman had a horde of bizarre corpses following her around. Catching her would earn a far bigger reward than catching him. I swore under my breath. This madwoman wasn't Eliza, was it? That priest of Kaloi. Misha leaned in and asked what I wanted to do. My eyes were cold. That woman held no small amount of hatred toward us. I wanted to go confirm it. 30 minutes later, I ordered the man to lead the way. The path wasn't on the map, and the layout was incredibly complex. I found myself curious about how the man had ended up getting caught so easily. The man said bitterly that Eliza had sent him running in a blind panic. Before long, he pointed to an opening ahead and said, "That's the place. Keep it quiet." I lowered my voice and asked if there were any escape routes inside. When I found out there weren't, the corner of my mouth lifted. This was the perfect place to serve justice. I grabbed the man by the back of his collar and sent him in ahead to scout. The moment they stepped inside, everyone's skin crawled at the sight of shriveled, dried-out corpses scattered across the floor. The man inhaled sharply in horror. Then my foot came down on something. Bones. And underneath was a magic formation. I screamed at everyone to get back. The man let out a piercing shriek. Eliza jolted awake, thinking, the evil god summoning has activated. Had the temple's hunters already caught her scent? But she hadn't even found the dungeon's entrance yet. She desperately needed a qualifying sacrifice, and she turned and fled in a frantic run. I barely made it through the magic formation. My life force dropped by 30%. I forced myself to hold together and asked about the rest of the team's condition. Everyone quickly shook their heads. They were fine. I had been at the front and absorbed all the damage for them. I looked over at the man who had been leading the way and asked, was he dead? A brief silence fell. It was fortunate he had been walking in front. If not for him taking the hit, the one lying there right now would have been one of us. The dwarf searched the man's body and found an identity tag. Hans. They suggested handing the tag over to the administrative hall as testimony, but I furrowed my brow. A sharp, gnawing sense of unease began to grow. We arrived at Hans's hiding place. The woman we were looking for wasn't there. I warned everyone in a low voice not to let their guard down. She had very likely hidden herself somewhere. Devaki felt a faint magical energy seeping through the floor beneath his feet. A gleam passed through my eyes. Without a word, I grabbed a nearby hammer. The others cried out, arguing that brute force wasn't going to open it. I didn't agree. I activated Gigantify and brought the hammer down hard. The problem with brute force had never been the method. It had always been insufficient force. Of course, that kind of blunt approach was useless against ghosts. The team stared in disbelief. They hadn't expected it to actually work. Rottmuller leaned down and sniffed, then said the woman's scent was coming from below. I immediately decided to pry open the floor and go down to look. Dungeon, Noelek. A subordinate came rushing in with a panicked report. Deputy Commander, the gate has been breached. Eros was shocked and furious. Had the royal army broken through? The subordinate shook his head. There had been no movement from above. That gate hadn't been used since the Kaloi incident. Eros guessed that the Kaloi's priest might have fled inside, and said someone needed to go confirm it. He looked toward Amelia and ordered her to go handle it quietly. Amelia acknowledged and left. Meanwhile, our squad stood at a fork in the tunnels, completely lost. The sewers were impossibly complex. Everyone turned to look at Devaki. He immediately waved his hands and said he had no idea. Rottmuller suddenly raised his hand to signal silence. The woman's scent had grown stronger. She was closing in on us fast. Eliza cursed irritably about how complicated this place was. Then a strange laugh rang out, the laughter of an evil god. That laugh always came right before something went wrong. Had the temple's hunters caught up to her? Fear drove her to turn and run. Rottmuller noticed her scent was fading. I immediately gave chase. A teammate warned that the wicked woman had probably laid lethal traps, and Eliza heard it too. So those brainless guys had actually come right to her. She turned decisively, ready to settle the score. The gateway to the cursed realm. Shadow guards. Misha was the first to charge in, her twin blades moving with ease. She told Eliza furiously to stop struggling. There was no escaping this time. With the attribute bonus, every cut felt effortless. Her strength had risen by more than a little. I activated my skill. Wild Eruption tripled my intimidation value in an instant. My physical stats surged along with it. Enemies at this level were easy work for me now. The dwarf and Rottmuller quickly joined the fight. Their combination skills left Eliza coughing up blood. She cursed through gritted teeth, swearing she'd make us die horribly, unleashing one spell after another. Devaki stepped in at the right moment. A level 7 support spell, Radiance, washed over everyone instantly. Every debuff on the team was cleared at once. Someone marveled that the spell was incredibly useful. I seized the opening and shouted, Devaki, now. Do it now. Devaki hesitated for a moment. I impatiently urged him on, while my hands moved on their own and drove the hammer straight into Eliza. Eliza quickly activated her ability and shifted into a ghost state, trying to escape again. Devaki raised his hand and cast a materialization spell to break her state, then layered on an accuracy buff. Eliza's face went blank with shock. I let out a roar and threw myself at her. I finally pinned her hard to the ground and drove my fists into her again and again. A teammate quickly called out to take her alive. The bounty was higher that way. Don't kill her. I pulled back at that, bound her behind me, and got ready to head back and collect the reward. But when I turned around, I found every one of my teammates had been knocked unconscious. I had also been hit by the basilisk sedative. My expression shifted sharply. I swore under my breath, damn it, nothing was ever going to go smoothly. Amelia looked at me, still awake, and said with a touch of approval, "You've gotten her." My pupils contracted sharply. This was the robber from the Tomb of the Dead. Amelia looked down at Misha on the ground. She asked with genuine curiosity, "You stayed because of your companions?" My expression darkened. I figured she had shown up here to kill me. Back then I had been a nobody, not worth her time. Now I had a nickname, so she wanted to cut me down before I became a problem. I demanded furiously. I kept my end of the agreement. "Why are you trying to finish me off?" Amelia found that funny and said, "You're the one who broke in." I was completely at a loss and asked what this place even was. Seeing my reaction, Amelia understood I had stumbled in by accident, but she still wanted to know how the door had been opened. I told her I had smashed it with my hammer. The only reason I did it was because that woman had fled in here. Amelia recognized her as the Kaloi's priest who had recently been placed on a wanted list. I assumed the misunderstanding was cleared up and was eager to leave, but Amelia said she couldn't let me walk out like this. I asked, would swearing an oath like last time still not be enough? Amelia picked up her blade and said, "This situation is different from that one." I swore quietly under my breath. Of course it wasn't going to work. I began removing my equipment piece by piece. Amelia had no idea what I was doing. I said leisurely, "There are two ways to make someone angry. The first is to stop talking right in the middle of a sentence. The second is..." I deliberately dragged out the pause. Before the words were even out, I suddenly hurled the hammer in my hand straight at her with everything I had. Amelia shifted in a flash and sidestepped it with effortless ease. Then I threw the shield in my hand at her as well. It was the throwing technique from Country M's squad leader. Amelia bent her body slightly and dodged it with remarkable agility. I was going out of my mind. She was impossibly flexible. Then I suddenly swung my foot straight down at her face. Amelia dodged that too, without breaking a sweat. My mind raced. She always managed to pull back to just beyond my reach. I had to change tactics. I immediately activated Gigantify and seized Amelia in one motion. I let out a low, excited growl. "Finally got you." I clenched my fist and swung at her without hesitation. The punch landed squarely on her face. Just as I was winding up for a second one, I froze. She appeared to be trying. I activated Flesh Burst without hesitation, and acidic blood splattered across Amelia's face. A chill ran through me. This woman was terrifyingly ruthless. Even in a situation like this, she never stopped attacking. My eyes hardened to something cold and merciless. I said, "Let's see if you can dodge this one." I raised my massive foot and drove it into her with full force. Watching Amelia spit blood, I felt something fierce and triumphant rise on my face. It worked. Right at that moment, a cold voice came from behind me. "Since you've absorbed the vampire essence, an attack like that means nothing." Then she used an aerial downward cleave. I couldn't believe it. How was this woman able to use self-duplication at a moment like this? I had no time to dodge and took the hit hard. But as long as my heart held, I wasn't going to die. Even Amelia couldn't help marveling at my regeneration. My head was full of questions. I couldn't hold back and asked why. Amelia knew I was asking why she hadn't killed me. She said with some feeling that I hadn't changed at all. Back then I had been exactly the same. The moment I saw someone, I charged straight in. No attempt to communicate. I said in a low voice, "If you were going to come at me, that was the only way I knew how to fight back. And you said that since I knew about this place, you wouldn't let us leave alive." Amelia corrected me wearily. That wasn't what she meant. She told me to move my hand. She wasn't going to kill me. I felt a little awkward and quickly explained I wasn't holding it to attack her. It was just in case. She stopped pressing the issue and handed me a pill. My eyes were full of wariness. I asked what it was. Amelia said, "This is Rhet's blessing. It erases all memory from the hour before you take it." I said if you killed us and sold the equipment, you could walk away with tens of millions. Why not just do that? Why make it this complicated? Amelia's expression went cold instantly. She said, "What kind of person do you think I am? If you want to live, swallow it now." I waited for a moment, then swallowed the pill. I still wasn't fully at ease and asked, "Any side effects?" Amelia shook her head. Then she seemed to remember something and followed up, asking what the second way of making someone angry was. Only then did I remember. I was just about to answer, when I suddenly pitched forward and hit the ground, losing consciousness. Rhet's blessing seeped into the character's soul. When I opened my eyes again, I found my soul was immune to the blessing. My memories were still intact. The following morning at the administrative hall, Hans was confirmed as a wanted murderer and bandit. The bounty combined with the commission fee came to 180,000 in total. I asked, "Don't I need to pay for the damaged magical equipment?" Sabin said it was a special circumstance and had already been taken care of. I agreed quietly. Yesterday I had woken up in the sewers. My gear was mostly undamaged. Only the helmet's recording device had broken. Just as Amelia had said, my teammates had no memory of that stretch. They only remembered making it to Hans's hiding spot. Only my memories remained intact. My teammates screamed in shock at the sight of the unconscious madwoman, convinced she had been behind all of it. The evidence was clear. The wounds on the bodies matched my hammer lance, and traces of Devaki's magic were there too. If an evil god's power had truly been involved, the memory loss made sense. When we came out of the sewers, Sabin and Ragna were standing at the entrance waiting for us. I couldn't help muttering to myself, what a strange combination, an administrative hall civil servant and a librarian. Little did I know Ragna was exceptionally powerful. I couldn't tell that just by looking, but I could tell from her equipment alone that she was very wealthy. Ragna insisted stubbornly that Sabin had dragged her here. Sabin immediately called her out, and said she had come because she was worried. Misha asked curiously who those two women were. I gave a simple explanation. They were librarians. Misha looked thoroughly unimpressed. While we were still talking, a holy knight carrying an enormous sword appeared and confirmed that Eliza was indeed a heretic. Inside the administrative hall, someone kept sneaking glances at me, whispering guesses about whether I was the little Balkan from the rumors. It appeared that once I used my ability, a certain part of me became enormously large. Sabin suddenly snapped sharply at the people whispering. She said, "Do you want to be arrested for sexual harassment?" The group immediately scattered in every direction. I found myself warming to Sabin a little and forgave her for the earlier offense. I stood up to say my goodbyes. The others were waiting for me at the tavern, but Sabin suddenly called after me, telling me to make sure I visited the library when I had time. Ragna had prepared something for me. At the tavern, everyone was in high spirits, deep in conversation. The reason for all the cheer was the enormous bounty they had received for capturing Eliza. 10 million in total. Even split 5 ways, each person walked away with 2 million. A feeling I couldn't quite name welled up inside me, bitter and stifled. I had lost a hand over this, and these people, who had no memory of it. Misha leaned close with flushed cheeks, stumbling over her words to say she had something to tell me. She said quietly that her father wanted to meet me. Just then, a man came over to say hello. He smiled and introduced himself as Hans Hodge, saying we had met before. I remembered. He was Hans. After Anna left, he had been looking for a team, and it was this Hans who had encouraged me to check out the guild. But I had always felt that anyone named Hans was trouble. When the man tried to sit down, I told him without ceremony that we were leaving soon and sent him on his way. Hans walked off looking crestfallen. Then someone cried out in alarm. What were Moslan's men doing in a tavern like this? Moslan was an elite unit that only noble knights could join. The rumor was that no one they took away ever escaped a grim fate. They walked straight toward me. I thought I had gotten myself into trouble again. Then I suddenly remembered a piece of advice. Be wary of people consumed by deep resentment. Could it be referring to the man named Hans? Could it be that talking to Hans just now had brought this down on me? The Moslan men announced coldly, Devaki is under arrest for the crime of insulting a noble. Everyone froze. No one had expected Devaki to be the one they were after. 3 hours later, at the Moslan office, the staff told us to wait while the investigation was officially concluded. The dwarf said anxiously that Devaki wasn't going to just die in there, was he? And got furiously shut down by Misha. She suddenly pointed at the doorway and exclaimed, Isn't that Devaki? Everyone looked, and sure enough it was him, but his face looked terrible. The teammates rushed over and anxiously asked what had happened. Over half an hour later, back at the tavern, the first thing Devaki said was that he wanted to leave the team. He admitted that he was the illegitimate child of a baron and a maidservant, a disgrace to the family. He had been taken in by the baroness's younger brother. In name, it was an adoption. In reality, his mother had raised him alone. The dwarf couldn't understand what that had to do with him wanting to quit the team. Devaki continued, his father had died a year ago, and his second eldest brother had inherited the title. After the former baron passed, one family member after another had died under mysterious circumstances. His brother had him brought in simply as a warning, to live small and stay invisible. Perhaps because Devaki had become a legitimate adventurer, and had people of renown in his team, his brother didn't like what he was seeing. In other words, Devaki was too afraid of his brother to dare enter the dungeon anymore. Moslan hadn't punished him, but they had revoked his dungeon access. There were only 9 days left before the next dungeon opening. I couldn't help sighing. Why had I never once walked an easy road? The discussion went nowhere, and we agreed to pick it up again the next day. I decided to make a trip to the library. Misha found it strange that I was going to the library at this hour and asked if she should come along. I smiled and declined, telling her to get home and rest. Misha said quietly that there wasn't much to do when she got back. I told her if she had nothing to do, she could practice her sword work. My original plan had been to let Misha rest today and practice tomorrow, but the situation had changed. I arrived at the library and introduced myself properly. Ragnar reminded me the library was about to close. Did I still want to come in? I shook my head. I hadn't come today to read. I took a deep breath and formally invited her to take a break from work and join us in the dungeon. Ragnar refused without a moment's hesitation. I smiled wryly and said I understood. Then I said pointedly, if your level is too low to even enter the dungeon, I can't exactly force you. Ragnar frowned and pushed back. I raised an eyebrow and asked, so does that mean you're admitting you have the strength? Ragnar said, don't tell me you're trying to test my real ability. I didn't answer, and changed the subject, asking what she had prepared for me. Ragnar looked taken aback and said it wasn't from her, it was Sabin's gift of thanks. I shrugged and said, so what is it? Ragnar said, books. Classified books that ordinary magic searches can't find. As long as you don't go spreading it around, you'll be fine. Very few people use this kind of magic anyway. My curiosity about Ragnar's story continued to grow. The moment I opened those classified volumes, I was pulled in immediately. Every page held knowledge that could save a life. Thanks to Ragnar, I was able to get through all of them before closing time. The Lavdonia organizational chart detailed the secrets of the city's public institutions. It even had information on the covert security division. The world of malevolent spirits contained the precious final words left by intelligence officers who came back from the spirit world barely clinging to life. The more I read, the more at ease I felt. It seemed that swallowing the mysterious pill probably wasn't as dangerous as I had feared. The complete record of dimensional rifts. This book documented everything there was to know about dimensional rifts. When I saw the author's name, I couldn't hold back a curse. What was this person doing here? It was unmistakably the name of the creator of Dungeons and Boulders, Auriel Gabus. There were only two possible explanations. Either it had been written by a player who had crossed over, or the creator himself had written it in person. If it was the latter, things had gotten complicated. The fact that I had ended up here might not have been an accident. Someone might have engineered it. I dared to wonder whether this creator might be a god-level existence. I went over every detail again and again, but the key to getting home was still a tangled mess. Yet if I traced that name, I might find the path back, but all of it would have to be done quietly. I took a deep breath and decided to finish reading the book first. There might be more crucial clues hidden inside. I had no idea how much time had passed when I suddenly snapped my head up. What? It was already morning. I asked Ragna why she hadn't called me. If she had, I would have left long ago and not bothered her. Ragna said she had been finishing up organizing the books and didn't call me because of that. I stared at her blankly. It was nearly opening time. Ragna insisted she wasn't lying and told me not to misunderstand. I had no choice but to accept her excuse. I couldn't help thinking, she really was a genuinely kind person. A few hours later, outside the mage tower, I banged on the door and called out for Luna at the top of my lungs. Luna opened the door looking half asleep and asked what I was doing at the mage tower at this hour. I immediately invited her to come into the dungeon with us. There was a loud slam as the door shut in my face. I shouted, "Wait, I have something else to talk about." The door opened a crack again. I quickly pulled out the torn corner from the complete record of dimensional rifts and asked about its origins. Luna gave a cold huff and said, "You don't actually think I'm going to help you for free, do you?" She stepped aside to let me in, then asked how I had known where the goddess's tear was. I said innocently that I had just smashed a statue and happened to find it. Luna suspected I had read about it in the complete record of dimensional rifts. I scratched my head and said I had guessed, because the goddess's image was carved into the statue. Luna looked thoroughly disappointed. She had been hoping to finally get her hands on the complete record of dimensional rifts. She laid out her terms, I would help her with her research, and she would give me the answer. "Come back to the mage tower next week," she said, "and next time, don't knock this early." Shortly after, at the team's meeting place, Misha turned on me the moment she saw me, demanding crossly to know where I had been the night before. I said I had spent the night at the library reading. Misha narrowed her eyes and looked me up and down. Her suspicious stare made me feel inexplicably guilty for no reason. I quickly changed the subject and asked what Misha had been trying to tell me yesterday. Misha's cheeks went slightly pink. She was just about to speak when the noise at the doorway cut her off. I just couldn't shake the feeling that Misha had been acting strange since the day before. The dwarf cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. It was time to talk about the Devaki situation. I thought there was no point agonizing over it, just find a new mage to replace him. The dwarf immediately got angry at that. Devaki quickly grabbed his arm and said he thought I wasn't wrong, but they had come up with a plan the day before, solve the problem at its source. Simply put, go directly to his brother Baron Maltoang and talk to him face to face. Misha said, "The Baron lives in the Ecliptic District. We can't get in there. How do we meet him?" The dwarf smiled and said, "This very tea house was one of the Baron's regular spots, and he would be arriving soon. If we missed today, the next chance was a month away. Regardless of how it turns out, I'll pay each of you 300,000. Before long, someone walked through the tea house door. Devaki said in a trembling voice, "That's my second brother." Misha urged him to go over and say something. He gathered his courage and stepped forward. The Baron frowned and thought for a moment before he recalled that Devaki's family was the maternal clan of the former Baron's third wife, Carolina. He looked Devaki up and down with an air of superiority and asked, "What do you want from me?" Devaki was so nervous he couldn't get a coherent sentence out. I thought, this is going badly. I stepped forward and put myself in front of Devaki saying, "I'm Bjorn, son of Yangdel." A flicker of amusement crossed the Baron's eyes. He said, "It's been a long time since I've spoken to a barbarian. What is it you want?" I said, "I'm hoping you can lift the dungeon ban placed on Devaki." But the Baron seemed to have no knowledge of the matter at all. It was only after a subordinate explained it to him that he found out. He nodded and said, "This kind of minor matter really isn't worth the trouble." I pressed further and asked whether the ban on Devaki could be lifted, and was refused. A subordinate suddenly told the Baron that I was Little Balkan. The Baron's face lit up with excitement. What a coincidence. This had just saved him 200,000 in search fees. I had no idea what was going on. The Baron composed himself and said very seriously, lifting the ban was no problem, but he needed me to agree to a commission. 2 months from now, a count would be hosting a banquet. He wanted me to attend with him and perform a talent. Something like bending steel barehanded. That sort of thing would go over very well with the nobility. It felt like an insult to the barbarian people. But when the Baron mentioned a generous payment of 1 million, I agreed without a second thought, saying I was willing to do anything for my companions. The next day, the dwarf and Misha came rushing in to ask how things had gone with Devaki. Devaki said with a dejected expression, "The ban has been lifted." He had also felt the weight of power firsthand, and quietly resolved to work harder. The dwarf brought out the agreed payment, but everyone refused it. The dwarf felt bad that I had been put through this, not knowing that I simply didn't want to turn down 1 million. He swore that he would repay this debt double someday. Devaki pushed to the front and said, "This isn't something the captain should have to repay. I swear to repay this tenfold." Before long, it was time for the dungeon to open again. On the way there, we ran into a few young warriors who had gotten lost. I patiently pointed them in the right direction. Their eyes lit up. They said they wanted to become as well known as I was. I turned and said a simple farewell. The young warriors looked at me with unconcealed admiration. The dwarf couldn't help teasing me that I had a real soft spot for my own kind. I thought I was just doing what I could. Learning through blood and tears was too brutal a way to gain experience. My thoughts drifted back to a few days before, Clark standing guard as a sentinel on the second floor while most of his companions perished. A wave of sadness came over me. 3 trips into the dungeon, and so many lives already lost. If they hadn't clung so hard to tradition and had actually taught properly, maybe it wouldn't have come to this. Seeing that everyone had gathered, we prepared to enter the dungeon. The first 3 trips had been disasters. There was no telling what the 4th would bring. I was certain something would happen this time. I couldn't let my guard down. I had to keep pushing myself to get stronger. Thanks to an excellent starting position, we reached the second floor's Blackstone Desert in 9 hours. To stack experience points, we hunted every monster we came across and made it to the teleportation gate in 4 days. On the 8th day, we crossed through the Witch's Forest and successfully reached the 4th floor teleportation gate. The 4th floor, the Sky Tower, had far more monsters, both the 3rd floor varieties and level -6 monsters. It was an absolute goldmine for accumulating experience points. I finally understood why this place was called the Tower of Cultivation. The name was well earned. After all that work, the 5 of us earned a combined total of 3.9 million, and I still felt a little disappointed. With the passive skill boosting magic stone drop rates, the rate had surged dramatically, yet we had earned less than our first dungeon run. I consoled myself that the first time had probably been a fluke. This was how it was supposed to be. By helping Luna with her experiments, I had tracked down the publication date of the complete record of dimensional rifts. 150 years ago, the game began, the first king died, and the book was written, all in the same period. I was certain it wasn't a coincidence, but entering the dungeon was still the more pressing priority for now. On our 5th trip into the dungeon, each person received 790,000. Apart from the level ups, the whole run had passed without a single incident. I tried to tell myself not to rush. Things going smoothly like this was actually a good thing, but I crushed that thought the moment it surfaced. How could I even think like that? The calmer the surface, the more dangerous what lay underneath. I couldn't afford to stop. Only by getting strong enough could I survive this game. I knew that from the outside, the way I was acting had to look completely obsessive, but I had stopped caring. If I had to be a madman, then I would be the madman who stayed alive. The next day, Misha noticed something was off about me and asked if something had happened. I looked confused, and when I found out my eyes had been frightening her, I realized I had probably been coming across as too harsh. Choosing to shake off complacency was my decision, but there was no reason to walk around with a scowl at everyone else. Misha suddenly went red, asked if I wanted to touch her ears. She said shyly, "When I was little, my brother told me that touching ears could improve someone's mood." I was completely taken aback. That was deeply strange. Looking at Misha's guileless expression, it was clear she saw nothing wrong with it at all. I quickly warned her, never say something like that to anyone else. People will get the wrong idea. If I didn't know Misha was into the lean, slender type, I would have gotten the wrong idea myself. Misha said quietly, "You're not just anyone else." Back at the library again, Ragna smiled lightly and said I was looking well lately. I exchanged a few pleasantries and then told her to just say what was on her mind. Her eyes had already given her away completely. Ragna sighed in resignation. She had something uncertain to share with me. The dungeon might be on the verge of a dimensional collapse. The news hit me like a thunderbolt. A dimensional collapse was a far more terrifying disaster than any floor monarch. No wonder the dungeon had been so quiet lately. It was the calm before the storm. I immediately pressed her for the source. Ragna said the information came from Schnapeligan, a mage who researched dimensional collapses. I thanked her sincerely and set out to verify whether the information was true. No dungeon today. A new task had come up and new tasks came first, but no matter how thoroughly I searched every resource available to me, I couldn't find even the name Schnapeligan. 10 days slipped by. The rumors of a dimensional collapse had spread to every corner of the city. I was deeply puzzled. Even a rumor should have had a source or some kind of evidence behind it, but this one had left no trace at all. Was someone deliberately spreading the story? I desperately wanted to know what intelligence was circulating in the hidden corners beyond the taverns, but I knew perfectly well that barbarians had no access to that level of information. It seemed there was only one option left. I had planned to wait 3 months before taking the pill. Now I had to move it up by a month. I stopped hesitating and swallowed the mysterious pill. I had just turned to check the time when the drug began to take effect. I was pulled forcibly into a specific world. When I opened my eyes again, I was full of confusion about where I was. Lee Han-soo, 29 years old, absent from work without notice for 1 month, reported missing by his company. The team leader frowned and asked where his family was. The subordinate said he only had a mother, and that she had been extremely cold in her response. The team leader was puzzled. Then what was the reason this missing persons case had been forwarded to their unit? The subordinate hesitated before saying, the surveillance footage had captured him walking through his front door, but never showed him leaving. And even stranger, the windows of his apartment had remained closed the entire time. The team leader sat in thought after hearing this. No signs of forced entry, nothing stolen. The most unsettling detail was that the clothes in the room didn't look like he had taken them off himself. It was as if his body had simply vanished into thin air. He immediately ordered the scene sealed off and called in the forensics team for a thorough analysis. Then his subordinate handed him a screen. The team leader let out a startled cry. How was that screen lit up when it wasn't even plugged in? The subordinate said it had been on when they found it. A cold feeling settled in the team leader's chest. What on earth was this? And further investigation revealed that several similar cases had occurred abroad as well. I had been here for 5 months, In order to survive, I had done all kinds of brutal things, but the moment I saw a computer, my hands started itching. I typed in the password, I stared at the image on the screen, my pupils narrowing sharply. Wasn't that my body? I looked at the layout of the room around me. It was identical to the one in my memory. My heart gave a violent lurch. I rushed over and pulled open the refrigerator and let out a shocked cry. Sure enough, it was packed to the brim with canned cola. Without a word, I grabbed one and gulped it down. The cola had absolutely no taste at all. Only a flavorless, odorless liquid passed through my throat. Then the doorbell rang. A voice said, "May I come in?" After a brief conversation, I learned that this was my mental fortress, but my defensive type was very strong, so the woman couldn't see inside. But if the original password had been a fake, had this woman come in person to verify my identity? The woman smiled and nodded in confirmation. Her name was Seol Kunzi, and she worked at Ghostbusters. I was puzzled. If she couldn't see the room, how was she verifying my identity? She must have had another method, just one she couldn't openly share. Seol Kunzi simply informed me that I was now an official member. She patiently walked me through how the community worked. All I had left to do was choose a username, but the username I always used had already been taken. With no other option, I pieced together a completely new one. The moment I changed it, Seol Kunzi asked curiously if I was a fan of that person. I had no idea what she meant. She smiled and said goodbye, reminding me to use the one-on-one consultation feature if I had questions. After that, I wandered through the community out of curiosity. To get familiar with the place as quickly as possible, I clicked into a beginner chat room at random. The moment I joined, someone greeted me warmly. The admin, Dartman, spoke up and asked me to introduce myself. I looked at the names floating above people's heads, momentarily puzzled. I thought about it. Was this the same principle as using an active skill? I tried making my username visible, Filfnuna. Everyone immediately gasped, asking if I was that legendary high-stat player. I was completely lost. What was going on? The admin quickly jumped in to calm everyone down. Elfnuna was a username I had used before. In the third year, I had uploaded a stat summary on a whim, but it had gone completely unnoticed. Now apparently it looked incredibly impressive. No wonder Seol Kunze had said I was a fan of that person. Not wanting the attention, I hurriedly explained that I was just a fan of that player. I said my username was Elfnu Inina, with a space in the middle. It was different from Elfnuna. Once everyone looked more carefully, the excitement deflated instantly. Someone said, "Oh, just an impersonator." I was met with cold indifference and couldn't help thinking these people were too much. I considered leaving the group in a little while. Then someone asked me directly how long I had been in this world. I made up a lie off the top of my head and said about a year. He seemed surprised at that. He said that was on the late side. Very few people only received the letter after becoming well known. We talked at length, and I learned a great deal of information I'd been urgently searching for. There were many theories about how to get back, but no method that had actually worked. The identity of the first player was unknown. Apparently he had existed as far back as 20 years ago. The founders of this community were the early players from that era. They had cleared the game 5 years ago. When I heard that, a wave of defeat swept through me. Everyone in this community was a top-tier veteran who had arrived long before I did. In another office elsewhere, a man asked in a low voice whether the computer seized by the police had been recovered. The secretary nodded respectfully. The memories and all related traces had been completely wiped. An utterly ordinary young man had somehow cleared Oral Gabus's final work. This game was universally considered impossible to clear. It had been thoroughly shut down 5 years ago. He was curious just how far Lee Han-soo was going to go.